on every timeline, in every universe.
There's one thing that we always talk about. Marvel.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Goodell Multiverse. I'm Isaiah Goodell.
I'm Sam Goodell.
And we are going on our episode 15 today, Sammy. We got a good one today, guys. Our retrospective of Doctor Strange today at the end of our episode. Of course, just like any other episode, guys, we're going to start out with our Multiverse Minute. We got some great stuff to talk about. New X-Men trailer. We actually have the Spider-Man trailer to talk about, plus the ticket sales. Mm-hmm. And that's going to be fun to speculate on that. And I guess a whole big new swing on X-Men coming forward. I mean, that could be good or bad news, y'all. According to the Spider-Man trailer, it might be bad news, but we'll see how we go. We got some awesome rumors, guys. Multiple dooms. Finally, Blade. I mean, would they get out his wheelchair? What's going on here? And then we have a nice special Branch Point breakdown for you today with our special guest, our mom again. Mm-hmm. And we're going to be talking about Titanic today, which is a big one. I got a couple fun hot takes, some fun things to talk about there. So we'll have fun with that. And what do you got to add, Sammy? Anything?
Nothing. I'm just excited for this episode. I'm excited to get into Doctor Strange. I've rewatched it now about 4 or 5 times.
You've watched it that many times?
Yeah, every night for the past week, I've just been putting it on, and I get through, surprisingly, the movie each time. So wow. I didn't fall asleep like I normally would. Yeah. But anyway, so I'm excited to at least talk about it and a new flavor of the MCU.
Yeah, for sure. It'll be an interesting talk. I got some interesting thoughts on this one.
Mm-hmm.
It's not all bad, and it's not all good either. It's an interesting movie.
Yeah, I think we're going to have a similar vibe for this. So I'm excited for that conversation. So.
Heck yeah.
All right.
So, guys, join us for our Multiverse Minute coming up in a few seconds.
All right, guys, thanks for staying with us on the Goodell Multiverse podcast. We are in our Multiverse Minute, even though it's 45 minutes, news of the week. And so I'll kick off the first topic that we're going to talk about. X-Men 97 Season 2 has released a brand new character trailer ahead of its official release on July 1st of this year. So, in anticipation of Season 2 coming out on July 1st, the first 4 episodes of X-Men 97 Season 2 have also premiered in certain areas. I think they had like a festival or something going on, and they did like a kind of like the red carpet thing. They did this. They do this with everything, really. And apparently it left jaws dropped by their attendees.
Wow.
It is so far 100% on Rotten Tomatoes. Which I know it's early. This show's not even officially out yet, so who knows what that's going to be. But that's pretty big that every critic that went and saw it loved it. 4 episodes. So, Ike, you saw the trailer, and you heard some of these numbers already. What are your thoughts on this so far?
Yeah, so I take it easy on cartoons. It's like I'm not expecting these to blow my mind anyways. Mm-hmm. That's why even with some of the issues that we could talk about when it comes down to the first season of the new X-Men, I was pretty much okay with a lot of stuff because I still enjoy it. They're really not that good. Those old ones aren't. They are like special to us and we like them. But when you rewatch them, you're like, oh yeah, this is real campy and corny, and these follow suit in that way, and they're playing on that. I will tell you, the trailer's great. Mm-hmm. I love a good montage of characters to look forward to. I'm sure there's going to be some characters they didn't put on there that will be a surprise. Mm-hmm. But these will be like your main ones, depending on how much time they get. Mm-hmm. That's good to see Emma Frost. It's one of them. Because like I told you before, I want her.
My shirt, Emma, Scott, Jean.
Yeah, you said about, yeah, that's right. And it's like, I want her to get her due, and it's, you hear Magneto talk, you got Xavier there, and Scott, freaking Cyclops is awesome. I like the costumes in this. It looks like they're a little more every time Storm talks, I'm like, this is the MCU Storm we need.
Yes.
Like this they got Storm down 100%. And Apocalypse looks great. I mean, he's that campy, old school looking still Apocalypse, but his voice is different this time. Mm-hmm. Sounds a little more menacing. Looks like he's scary. Mm-hmm. And to go on like this audience reaction, I mean, sure, unless it's real bad. I mean, everyone clearly thinks it's going to be good. They all think it looks good. The people that saw these first 4 episodes, there must be a fun little arc they do in the beginning of this season that kind of gets you prepared for the rest. Because to have 4 episodes is a lot. for like an opening, but then to have 4 and you'd be like, holy cow, I can't believe this. It's like an intentional, like, here's the first 4. Here's your first big plot twist by episode 4.
Yeah.
You know, so I think that's going to be fun to see. I mean, yeah, I can't wait to see it. I'll watch it. You know, it's like I said, it's a cartoon.
Saturday morning cartoons. Like,
yeah, nothing wrong with that. But it looks great. Makes me love X-Men more. It's kind of where I'm standing at.
I agree.
Not surprised.
From my understanding, as we're recording this, guys, they just announced all the episode titles and when they're dropping and little descriptions. Of course, it's nothing that's too revealing, so there's no spoilers in them. I just briefly looked through them, and it does sound like every episode is going to have one of your favorite characters somewhere in the mix of it, which is kind of cool. So it sounds like to me, based on the first trailer and this character trailer, and then the brief descriptions that we got, that they're taking on the full adaptation of the Age of Apocalypse comic book, which is kind of an offshoot of the main storyline, which I'm kind of excited for. Yeah. I think that'll be really cool. I'm curious, like you, on how they're doing Apocalypse, because he does seem to be that campy. He's like a mix of campy and serious, because we only got glimpses of him in this trailer, and he looks menacing, he looks scary, but he also looks like he could be a little rawr type thing, Skeletor, like he used to. Yeah. Like he was in the original ones. So this will be a good indication of how they do Apocalypse in animation, because it'll give us a glimpse of what they may do in live action for the MCU version. It may not. Also, if he's poorly received of the whole season, then we know what they're not going to do, because Marvel's pretty good at picking up pieces when they hear what's good and bad. And I think that's actually a plus for the cartoons and X-Men in particular, is that if it's not jiving well at all, they won't put that into live action because they already know what the general response is going to be. So this is a nice way of saying it's a cartoon. We could get away with craziness, and maybe some are good, maybe some are not good. And then when we put them in the live action, we'll know, okay, what worked for the cartoon will complement it for the live action. So that could be a good little tease.
You have a lot more optimism for the way fans are. I like it. It's refreshing.
For fans.
Because you know what's going to happen is they're going to hate this apocalypse. They're going to do an apocalypse in the show, in the movies. And they're going to say, why wasn't it like the cartoon?
You know what?
You know, because you know I'm right. But yes. I'm glad you're thinking positive.
I'm trying.
Positive. Yep. Don't be Star Wars fans. Don't be Star Wars fans.
Oh my gosh! Yeah,
I like the way he looks. So I think he looks scary. He needs to kill a couple people and make you go, "Oh no!" You know what I mean? That's what we need. Have fun. Go with it. And,
make him their biggest villain, like they already say he is. You know, like I get it. I'm excited. The first 3 episodes drop on July 1st, and then it's weekly episodes after that. So
it's the first 3. Okay.
Yeah, but the first 4 were
they
premiered.
Saw the first 4 at the premiere, though. Okay.
Yeah. So anyone who went to this premiere and got invited to it, they got to see the first 3 that you see on July 1st, then the following week's episode. Meanwhile, there are some people out there on the YouTube that are critics or moviegoers and all that, like Grace Randolph from Beyond the Trailer. She's seen the whole thing now. So she got an early screening of everything.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
So she was able to give I didn't watch it because I'm trying to brace myself for this myself, just because of an X-Men fan and all that stuff. But she does have like a spoiler-free review out there already on it. And then I'm sure as each episode drops, she'll be able to get into like a breakdown, which I love watching all our YouTube people out there giving breakdowns of each episode, just to catch all those little pieces that we don't really catch, you know?
Yeah.
I'm excited for this. I like the new trailer. And I hope it is better than the first season. I can't say, like I said before, guys, I don't hate the first season, but there are just some parts of it I was a little creeped out by, is probably the best way to say, and a little let down by. So I'm hoping, it sounds like everyone loves this, so maybe it's better. Or maybe they love the first one so much that this is a continuation of the first, and they feel the same way. We'll find out.
Yeah.
All right, but do you have any thoughts before we move on?
No, I agree with you. I mean, I enjoyed the first season. It wasn't perfect. There's definitely things to nitpick about it, but once again, I do take kind of a little leniency on cartoons, and I expect only certain things from them, really. So, but this actually looks like it's a lot of fun. I mean, I like the montage. All the characters look great. The new costumes, and so they all look awesome. Cyclops is balling. Looks real good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he is a highlight in the first season, so I'm excited to see what he's going to do the next one.
Oh, don't kill him. Let's all learn from those mistakes.
All right, guys, questions for you. Are you excited for X-Men 97 Season 2 to be premiered? What do you think of the reviews so far? Do you think that Rotten Tomato score is going to change as each episode drops? Let us know in the comments below. All right, Ike, take it away.
All right, guys. So we got some more Spider-Man news. So as tickets go on sale, Sony has officially released the second Spider-Man Brand New Day trailer. Ticket sales were sold out in minutes, and reports indicate that the film could gross $200 million opening weekend in North America alone. So let's talk about the ticket sales and money.
Okay.
Yeah, no duh. Like, what Spider-Man movie hasn't made a ton of money? So I think the $200 million opening weekend in America alone is a little reaching. I think they're exaggerating a tad to maybe overhype us. But I still think this is going to be a $1.5 billion movie before it's done, at the least.
Yep.
And I'm saying that's at the least. Like, I still think it's going to be closer to 2 before it's over, but it's definitely going to be a big money maker, mostly because all of his Spider-Man movies have been. So, and this one's going to be, it's got Hulk in it. Everyone's all excited. You know, it's a first one back. It's after a great trilogy, you know, despite what some other YouTubers say. It's Tom looking towards being done soon, maybe. You know, there's unique things going on in this that we're curious about. I see that numbers reachable. I don't know so much here in North America alone, but it doesn't surprise me that the tickets went out and it's on sale and they're pretty much sold out too. I mean, this movie's going to be a hard one to watch right away. You know, we have our plans to go see it when we see it, and we'll see it in a couple different ways probably, you know, and I'd like to see it at the drive-in, but I also like to see it in the theaters, you know, so the theater might be one for the second time I see it because it's going to be packed, you know what I mean? So,
yeah.
But yeah. Oh, yeah. What do you think about the money-wise? Then we'll talk about the trailer for a second.
Yeah. So I don't know what the movie market is like in Canada and Mexico. So I can't speak on their populations and if it's released there, which of course it's going to be released there. I've never heard them not being released there. How much of a moneymaker they are in those two countries. I know our country is pretty significant when it comes to how much money we're going to make and all that. And these, by the way, the tickets might have just been gone on sale, but a lot of the times it's the special seats that go on sale first, and then your general audience ones. As more popularity of a film comes out, they make more screens for it, screen time, because it's guaranteed money for these theaters. So I will not be surprised if worldwide it makes over $200 million. North America, if that happens in North America, that's a pretty big deal. I know that the trailer for this blew all the records. We covered that on the podcast, that it was the most watched trailer in the first 24 hours of being dropped for the first trailer. So if that's any indication of if each one of those people got one ticket, you're probably going to see a $250 million opening on the first weekend. And if it's as good as the hype is, just like No Way Home, it's going to keep going up with attendance every week once good news comes out from it, you know?
Yeah.
I do think this second trailer, I know we're about to get into it, so I'll just, is there anything else that I should touch upon for the money part?
The money part of it too is the thing, it's Spider-Man.
Yeah.
And it's one of, like, we've talked about this, it's kind of a built-in, when you say superhero, I would say he's on, I wouldn't say a Mount Rushmore of the best, but if you were to make a Mount Rushmore of most known, Spider-Man's on there. Everybody knows Spider-Man. I got kids on my bus that are pre-K school kids, and they know who Spider-Man is. You know what I mean? So those are the people that are going to go watch this multiple times. It's taken because you can go for us. The nerds are going to go. The parents are going to go, and the parents are going to take their kids over and over again.
Yep.
You want to go see it for your birthday? Okay. And then those kids are going to talk to their parents, and they're going to be, well, I want to see it too. So I'm going to go with my kid. We'll go see it again. Yep. These kids will watch this movie again. It's like the Spider-Man's got a money-making ability already set in it. So, because even though people say that not No Way Home, but Far From Home wasn't as good as they thought, but look at the money it made.
It made over $1 billion.
It's going to make the money because they're going to go watch it multiple times.
Yeah.
You know, it's just how it's going to be. It's going to be, especially in the summertime. We live next to a drive-in theater. People are going to go back to hang out, have pizza, and watch Spider-Man again.
Oh, yes. That's going to be on
yeah.
every screening usually. It's going to be there
going to go see it on
weeks.
date night, and then they're going to go take their young kids to see it because it's Spider-Man. You know what I mean? Like that's really what it comes down to. Which I'm not saying it in a bad way.
No,
that's what he's got going for it. Is Spider-Man is, like I said, I don't know if I'd put him up there as the best superhero on the Mount Rushmore, but for most known though, for sure. You tell people name top 5, superheroes that you just know of, not your favorites that you just know of. He's the quickest one almost you go to, right? So, and for good reason. He is cool.
Yeah.
So
two things that jump off to me when you said all that. 2 key factors for the money making for this.
Yeah.
One is we just found out recently that Toy Story 5 that just came out this weekend had the biggest opening of the weekend. And yeah, it's probably a great movie, but Toy Story's geared for kids.
Yeah.
So there's 2 tickets sold right there for your 2 kids and your family, plus each mom and each dad and each aunt and uncle and grandparent that's taking their kids to see it because it's Toy Story. So that family factor is big. So if this was like a Deadpool and Wolverine where you might not want to take the young kids given the crude language that's in it, you might have less of a chance of seeing a family ensemble. But for something like this, it's easy. A 4-person household. It's not just the 2 adults are going to go see it. It's the 4. So that adds up.
I was wondering what was going on when I went by the Charcoal Corral on the way over here today, and there's cars going into the drive-in and they were lined up all the way up to the road, coming down the road. I'm like, man, what movie come out this weekend? It's
Toy Story 5.
So yeah, it's making its money.
And I hear it's better than the 4th. I hear it's really good. I'm actually excited. I kind of want to go see it now.
Our Twin Drive-In is full tonight for it. I tell you right now. They are in line. So
yeah. So then the second piece of this that I think it's going to make a lot of money too is it's the only Marvel movie before Doomsday.
Yes, that's a big deal.
It's been, by the time this movie comes out, it has been a full year since we had an MCU film. That was Fantastic Four at the same time as this.
For some super.
So you want to, and Supergirl's already, it's not like last year what had going against Fantastic Four was Superman 2 weeks prior to it coming out. Supergirl's a whole month prior to this. So if you get done watching Supergirl, and she's not, no offense, as well known as Superman for the draw appeal. So it's perfect. This is ripe for $1 billion+ movie. I would be shocked if it doesn't. In the middle of the summer, family friendly.
Yeah. Guaranteed money.
Oh, yes.
Could suck. It's still going to make a lot of money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
about it sucking, let's talk about the trailer.
Oh boy, so yeah. Do you want to start it? Do you want me to what jumped out at me?
So I like that he's struggling with becoming a new kind of spider in a way where it's like the lifespan of a spider changes and how it reacts to things, and sometimes it gets a little more aggressive. I kind of like that aspect of this trailer, where it's like you see his eyes are kind of getting dark, and he seems to be a little roughhousing when it comes down to Scorpion. Like he's throwing him around, you know what I mean? And I'm kind of, okay, this is cool, because it's going to be almost like, can he control it, right? And I think that's going to be kind of what this movie talks about. I'm worried about who our villain is. And I now understand why the Hulk's in this movie and how he's going to be used. So that kind of, it makes me sad. And it does, it makes me sad. Seeing more Frank Castle is cool, but it makes me a little sad. Why I say that is because I geared myself to this. I married this idea of just be Spider-Man. Let's just do it. And it's not going to be. And I need to understand it. I think this version of Spider-Man in the MCU, we're not going to get just a Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. And, that's okay. That doesn't mean the movie's going to be bad, though. It just means I, myself, have to accept it. The only part of it I'm really worried about is who the villain might be. And it's clear it's going to be Jean Grey. I mean, they just did there's another news article coming out not too long ago about one more insider that knows even more is saying, yeah, duh, it's Jean Grey. And then and then when the person walks by on the street in the trailer and says, maybe I'll go see how MJ's doing. who would know that unless they're reading his mind, right? And it's like, and that's how the Hulk's going to be used. He's going to be a weapon. It's not going to be him turning into Hulk to help Spider-Man. It's not going to be the Hulk turning bad. It's going to be someone going into his head that we've already seen before, and him hulking out and Spider-Man having to fight him. And frankly, why are we doing this? We already seen the whole Hulk gets his head messed with and goes. If that's how we're going to get Rage Hulk back, then you people out there that are clamoring for Rage Hulk should be pissed, because that's not how it should be done. But that's exactly what's going to happen here. We're going to see Spider-Man take out low-level villains, have a really cool fight, maybe even accidentally kill Scorpion to really put him in this existential crisis he's going to go in about becoming a spider. See him take out the Hand in a really cool way. They might be a big deal, but your ultimate villain is going to be someone that starts out as a villain, but by the end of the movie is just a misunderstood villain because it's Jean Grey, because she can't go fully bad. But she does have to still be Jean Grey later, and it's going to be Jean Grey misunderstood but doing bad things for why? Yeah, what are we watching here?
Yeah.
And maybe I'm wrong, but that's my instinct is telling me gear up, because this is what you're getting.
Mm-hmm.
And if there's anyone that's going to make MJ remember who Peter Parker is, it's going to be Jean Grey putting thoughts back into her head, unlocking things that have happened. See, if you think about it, it is set up for it to happen now. That's why she's in the movie so much. MJ.
MJ, yeah.
Because by the end, Jean Grey's going to unlock her mind, and she's going to remember Spider-Man, or him as him, without having to undo all what they did. And yeah, hey guys, you heard it here first. That's all I know. It's just from the trailer. I'm telling you right now. That's just what this movie's going to be. It's going to end with him having to decide how harsh he's going to be as a Spider-Man, and what to do with her and how to beat her. And of course, he can only sense it. No one can see what she's doing because it's all mental mind stuff, but he can sense it because he can sense, anything that's bad about to happen. Plus, his things are heightening anyway, so we don't know what that means. There could be more of a sensitivity to that, right? So, yeah, I just don't know how I feel about that, though. It's like, is there one more big bad going to show up at the end like these movies do, where you're going to have the bad guy turn out to be a good guy, that they have to team up to fight the other bad guy? Like, who's Doomsday going to be, right? Like, when I think of Batman versus Superman, right? So, yeah, I don't know, guys. That's the feel I get from it. And it still might be great. It's just not what I was really clamoring for, to be honest. But that's just my thoughts. So go ahead, Sammy. I don't want to rant too much about it, because I really do feel like, with all that said, they still haven't said this is Jean Grey. They still haven't said. But, I mean, at this point, if it looks like it's going to rain, it might rain. So. Yeah.
Well, so I'll start off with the positives that I saw in this film. Or this trailer, I should say.
Yeah, please, because there are some. I just had to get all that out.
So they fixed the color grading compared to the first trailer. The first trailer looked a little bleak, a little doom and gloom like. Maybe there was a reason why they wanted it to look that way, or it was just unfinished enough where now it looks more colorful. It looks a little more like a Spider-Man, almost like the Sam Raimi Spider-Man look, which actually would make sense given how the posters have look like Sam Raimi Spider-Man, and this is supposed to be about Peter becoming an adult now.
Yeah.
And that brings to my second part. I like that Spider-Man says he has to stretch at the end of the trailer. I like that he's dealing with some of those emotional baggage with losing his aunt and how to pick up the pieces. And now he's going through this inner turmoil crisis literally on his own, which is why I think he's seeking out Dr. Banner. So that gives me hope for the Dr. Banner aspect, the Bruce aspect, is that I like you. Well, I can't say I was married to the fact that I want him to just be Spider-Man. I already understood, based on the current MCU contract that they have with Sony, that we are never going to get a Tom Holland solo Spider-Man without a character from the MCU, at least one character. And if there's a way they could add in more, they're definitely going to do it, because Sony's not going to say no to more star power.
I was just hoping they'd be daring enough to put Bruce Banner in it and actually not have the Hulk, though. That's all. Because I'm with you. I agree with you. I think I always knew there was going to be someone too.
Mm-hmm.
But like, why couldn't it have just been Bruce?
Mm-hmm.
And we all are clamoring for the Hulk to come. But then like, this isn't the movie for it. To me, that has shown a restraint that I actually would have respected a lot for storytelling wise. But that,
Yeah.
sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, I agree.
Because I'm with you.
If there's,
I know that's how they.
If there was a place to put the Hulk recently, would have been Brave New World with Captain America, because it really was a Hulk movie.
Yeah.
It just didn't have the Hulk. We're gonna get to that when we get to that, guys, because we got some thoughts on that. But for this movie, I completely agree with you that I see the story that they're setting up. There's still some question marks in my head, like, well, how is the Hand involved in this? And why are they there? Like, there are some unanswered things that I definitely can't wait to see the movie to see what they're going to do. So I am okay with the Hulk being in the movie if it's tastefully done. Just like I'm okay with the other characters that were in all the other movies. Doctor Strange was in it. You saw him 3 or 4 times, but it was still a Spider-Man movie at the end of the day. And I know we see a lot of Punisher, but it also goes to the fact that what we complain about with the TV shows and with other movies is you're in New York City, why aren't these other characters showing up? Well, Sony is going to be like, they're the only time we're going to see a movie that you can't say that, because they're going to show the Punisher. They're going to show some of these other characters. So I get it. I wonder how much they're going to be used, though, is the difference. Is this a Spider-Man movie? Or does he have a great story, but it's also being told around other people's stories? And that's the part that I worry about. Don't do a disservice to your main person by throwing in all these other things. And when I'm trying to stay as positive as possible, because I'm trying to think of all the good things that were in this trailer, because it was really a cool trailer, to be honest. It was a nice trailer.
I mean, it looks funny. The action looks awesome, right?
It looks intriguing.
Yeah.
My worry goes back to what you said to the villain.
Yep.
Again, full disclosure, I know it's like a worst-kept insider secret that it's Jean Grey, but they have not officially come out and say that yet. So there is still at least a 5% of me that's thinking I'm going to go into this movie, they're going to surprise us all, and it's a different character that's actually a Spider-Man villain that either they mentioned a long time ago and no one remembered or whatever, which would have been kind of meta that no one would remember it, but yet this movie is all about remembering stuff. I think that's kind of fun. Anyways, who knows? That could be part of this whole ploy too. Anyways.
That's true. You're right.
Not saying that these insiders are lying, but insiders are not the actual studio. They're not the actual directors and characters that are confirming who they are. They're just hearing what they hear behind the scenes. And for all we know, behind the scenes, they could be telling them 5 different stories, and they're going to report it because they're inside scoopers and need content for us to talk about. But is it right? Is it not right? Kind of like how when they filmed Avengers Endgame, they gave Tom Holland a completely different script than everybody else to make sure that when he does talk about it, if he does slip up, whether it's publicity or a real accident, no one really knew that was real or not. Everyone thought that was a wedding that was happening in Endgame, not a funeral for Tony.
Yeah, I remember.
So it's all like, and I'm not saying that means Jean Grey's not in this movie. In all honesty, she probably is. I feel like after this trailer, I'm 95% sure that she is in this movie. And it's good for us to know right now and kind of bite the bullet as we're going in for the Jean Grey fans. And if anyone is listening to this and watching this and thinking, you guys are overly dramatic about Jean Grey, you do not understand the big deal it is to introduce one of the main core mutants, main core X-Men, and introduce them in this way in someone else's movie. There is that fine line difference.
Well, put it this way. If you're one of the people out there that think we're over dramatic about it, I want you to think of your absolute most favorite MCU character that you hold dearly, and then them messing around with it. Mm-hmm. That's how we feel about it sometimes. I wouldn't say I don't know if she's the most dear to me, but she's up there. Top 5, top 10, definitely maybe top 5 of one of my favorite characters at least in the X-Men, let alone all the MCU stuff. You know, it's like, I'm honestly more nervous about Magneto. You know, I see they had a cast rumor, not to bring up a whole different room, but they say Patrick Wilson might be playing Professor Xavier. I guess they're in talks with him. And we didn't put it on here. I meant to send that to you the other day, but maybe we'll talk about it next week more in depth, which I think is actually a great casting, to be honest with you. But yeah, you take your favorite character, guys, and you don't want it messed with. Like I said, it's not about ownership. We get it, you know. And I don't want to be Star Wars fans. You know, everyone that's a Star Wars fan out there hates Last Jedi because of what they did to Luke, when I actually think it made sense with what they did to Luke. So it is subjective anyways, but what we're going to tell you is we are very particular about our X-Men stuff.
Yep. And I think this situation is very unique. And I'm going to say this, and maybe you're going to agree with me, Ike, maybe not. I would be more comfortable if Charles Xavier showed up in this movie and not Jean Grey. And the reason is he is one of those big figures he's part of the introduction of the team, yes, but he's not a core member of the team like this.
But would you be comfortable if he was a bad guy?
No.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. See, that's another
That's
thing.
a caveat. That's the problem.
And I wouldn't have mind if Storm showed up in Wakanda Forever.
I actually don't mind Jean Grey being in this movie. I mind her. I can get over her showing up in this movie. I don't know why you'd want to. But her showing up as a bad guy, though, is where the biggest problem I have.
Well, and also this brings up a lot more questions when it comes to how they're introducing the mutants into the MCU.
Yeah.
Because the easiest solution, the Marvel has already set this up, is we're getting rid of the Fox ones through Doomsday and Secret Wars, and when we start new in the first X-Men, probably the first film after Secret Wars, it is now you're welcoming in mutants, so you're going to meet the main mutants you're going to go with.
Yeah, so why complicate it?
Right? Why are you adding her into this dying universe that's going to be destroyed within the next 2 movies and rebuilt, when they haven't even fleshed out mutants in general in the MCU? This doesn't make any sense, which makes me, another thing I'll say, which might be a really stupid or really, how do I say this properly? Might be a dumb observation, but I watched someone who lives in New York City do a trailer reaction to this Spider-Man trailer, and that person said that street the Spider-Man's swinging on is not anywhere New York. And obviously it's a set piece. We get it, guys. But, they try to make things look as similar. Yeah. And they said, even down to how the cabs look, they do not look like New York City cabs. And so it got me thinking, and it's probably just my own rumor in my head, what if Spider-Man's not even in this universe for some of this movie, and that's how we get Jean Grey? It's a stretch, and I'm not saying that they've even talked about any multiversal stuff in it. But what if that's a possibility? Is that through an incursion in this movie that we don't even know of, Jean Grey is there. And she's been apprehended from the Department of Damage Control. And she is freaking out. And like Jean Grey does in most of the comics and iterations we see, when even in X2, when she has a headache, things go crazy. What if it's something as simple as that? A scared little girl that's from a different universe is being drawn into ours, which leads into Avengers Doomsday.
So if they can do it right, it could work. You're just still getting further away from a Spider-Man movie the more you talk about it. And you're just starting to feel like Doctor Strange too. And Spider-Man is just our usher through a story. And I don't want that either.
I feel like even if that's not happening, that's... Yeah,
it could be a mix. That's a great take. That'd be a great. Hey, you guys heard it here first from Sam. If that's the big secret, that'd be the only way I'd be okay with her being in it.
Because it would still,
because at least it would like complement the idea that she's from somewhere else, and that's coming eventually, right? And
that whole prison scene is Spider-Man fighting the Hand because he's breaking her out of the DOC, whatever. I almost said Doge. Department of Damage Control.
Yeah, Doge.
Yeah. I mean, it's just a thought, just throwing it out there.
It could be fun.
Thinking of that makes me feel a little better about what they may or may not
be. It super complicates this movie, though, right?
It does, but I don't know.
Maybe that's what we're getting.
It might be. If it's tastefully done, I'm okay with something like that.
Maybe that's why it's got to be before Doomsday.
That would probably be, that's probably why they decided not to change all that. Because at first this was going to be after Doomsday, and now it's before Doomsday with all the Doomsday movies changing and Secret Wars changing. But maybe it's because it coincides so much with what's going on in Doomsday. They're like, we don't need to change this to make Doomsday fit.
Yeah.
And it'll explain why his absence is in Avengers Doomsday. He's needed in New York City, helping usher in the X-Men into our new multiverse. That could be the post-credit scene of Doomsday, is here's Jean and here's all her family. And that's how we get the new X-Men. I don't know. I'm just spitballing here and stuff that could sound cool, make sense, and definitely blow people's mind. But
I mean, it is a long movie, and it's possible.
I still don't know where the hand comes into play, but we're going to figure that out.
Well, as far as we know, the hand could be part of the montage of people he's beating up. They might not have a big part at all. You know what I mean? I think it's a mistake. It could be, though. I think there's going to be a lot of random villains in this throughout the movie that he takes on and beats. You know, and it might not even be montage style like Fantastic Four. It might be off and on, all of a sudden this one, and then he does it, and it's him dealing with his new powers.
But think about it in this aspect then. Say in the Fantastic Four promo art, they showed 3 or 4 of those villains that they talked about. And then you get to the movie, and they're either off-screen or just a montage. You would be kind of disappointed that you thought you'd be setting that up. So with the hand being in all this promo art, it makes me think that at least trickled throughout the movie, they're going to be there.
I agree with you. I think they're going to be a bigger part than the others, because it is... Yeah. There's a lot of, if it wasn't on the posters and stuff, it'd be one thing. Yeah. Yeah, because like we didn't get a lot of indication of the other people in Fantastic Four, other than like some of the clips showed a couple things. Then you go, wait a minute, what is that? You know what I mean? But I didn't expect to get that much Mole Man, though, either, in the movie than we got. Yeah. In fact, someone mentioned there's a rumor that Mole Man's in it, and you and I are like, there's no way they're going to do a whole movie about Mole Man. He ends up being in the movie way more than I thought he'd be.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Actually, really well done.
Actually, a big part, because that's where everyone goes to hide.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. So it's like
very integral to it. Yeah.
So sometimes you never know. You know what I mean? Like I don't know. I don't know, Sammy. It's just this feels packed. But I trust them with the packed stuff because they've done well with it before.
And I trust Dustin Daniel Cretton. He did a phenomenal job with Shang-Chi. He obviously did a great enough job with Wonder Man. They gave him a season 2. And he is so gung-ho about this movie and the stuff he said that he's come up with Tom Holland to do this. There are some good things like that make me have faith it's going to be good. Yeah. It's still... depending on the territory they're touching in, that's what's making me worry.
The other part of this that makes me have some hope, to end this on a light note, is this is now, though, during the time that the massaging of the Russo brothers is there, too.
Oh, yes.
Where during production of this, they have already been talked to, whether we knew about it or not or whatever. They are in going, make sure this, and this, and we're going to make sure. Yeah. So if it's really out there and weird, they'd correct it, I think, knowing what they're going forward in. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So,
and so
you and I just might have to surrender to the idea of this is how they're going to do X-Men, and we're just going to have to deal with it. It's tough. Guys, you understand. It's tough. And it's taking your favorite IP and just turning it upside down.
Well, speaking of favorite IP, I do not think Sony wants a bad Spider-Man movie. So if I feel like whether it's Russo brothers, whether it's Dustin Daniel Cretton, or Sony executives themselves, if they feel like something is overshadowing their main character enough where it could be a hit or a miss, and they want a guaranteed hit because of how much money they're making off this thing. They don't want people to not go to a Spider-Man movie because this is poorly received in any way, shape, or form. Yeah. I have enough faith to say, okay, there's a little bit more of checks and balances here to guarantee this is a Spider-Man movie. It's just, what are they doing with these side characters?
Yeah, that's their biggest. The Russos and Feige are the icing on the cake for me. Yeah. Because Sony doesn't want a bad Spider-Man movie, but they made awful Spider-Man movies, you know? So, and not Spider-Man, but those movies that we got were not good. And this guy, Shang-Chi's good, but it's not brilliant. You know what I'm saying? So, I'm not saying not to be mean, you know what I mean? Like, it's not like, oh, you could do anything because you did good with Shang-Chi. I don't feel that way about that, that you do. But because Sam Raimi's a great director and Doctor Strange is awful. So it's or not this Doctor Strange, but the multiverse.
Yeah,
it just wasn't a good coherent movie. But Sam Raimi's made excellent movies.
Mm-hmm.
So like it's But the fact that the Russos and Feige are they've committed to a doomsday story now and they want it to fit that's the one thing that gives me, okay, let's just see what this movie's going to be and give it a shot.
Yeah.
I do have some, trepidation going into it though.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're going to mess with Jean Grey a little too much, I think. And you and I are just going to have to see if we go along with it or not.
Mm-hmm.
Please.
All right, guys. Let us know in the comments below what you think of the second trailer. What do you think about the box office projections for this? And while you're at it, what do you think the Rotten Tomato scores are going to be once they'll start rolling out within the next month? Let us know, do you feel the same way about X-Men and Jean Grey that we do? Or do you feel like, whatever, I'm still going to go see it? Comment below and let us know.
Yeah, I can't wait to hear early reactions on this movie.
That's going to be a big kicker. People that don't have that much skin in the game, like what we have now, that are going to be the real make it or break it, All right. I guess I'll introduce the last part of our segment here. X-Men reboot is getting, quote, a big swing in the MCU. Upcoming MCU X-Men writer Lee Sung-jin, in an interview with Deadline, says Kevin Feige wants to take a big swing and start anew, not to be beholden to any of the movies that came before. So, I'll just tell you my 2 cents on this because I don't have too much to say about it because it's just a writer commenting on his upcoming projects. He had like 3 or 4 things he was talking about at the same time. But saying that he's not being beholden to any of the movies that came before, that makes me a little nervous and a little excited. A little nervous because some of those Fox X-Men movies we hold very dear to our hearts, and they got some of the core elements of that movie completely right, those movies. And then there are some of them that didn't do so well. And so part of me is wondering, is this their bold new take on it? Or is there going to be complementary to the X-Men ones? Fox ones, I should say. What are your thoughts on this, Like?
I want to hope I'm not reading too much into it. I don't want them to remake what we got from before. So I'm okay with them saying it's going to be different and they're not beholden to what's happened before. I'm cool with that. Because there's things like do Cyclops better, do Storm better. Not that I don't love them in the other ones, but there's definitely another way to do them to make them a lot better. Keep things that work, in a sense of like, don't make Wolverine way weird and different. He's not going to be in for a while, but he will be eventually. I think what they're talking about here, though, and this is what makes me nervous. The nervous side of me is they're talking more about their history and why they're who they are is what I worry about. I don't mind the big swings and having fun with the characters and doing different stuff and really diving deep into different things. I'm cool with that. There's a lot of different sides of these characters from different comic books and different source material that we didn't get in the old stuff that we could jump more into. We could see more of a love story between Jean and Scott than we got. We just always assumed they were together. We never really did get a good love story with them. It was always almost or they were together, right? We could see a Storm that is more of a motherly figure. We can get into those little nitty-gritty parts of it, right? I think what they're talking about, though, is the biggest glaring issue is all these X-Men are going to be coming in from different multiverses and all that things colliding, and however they're going to do it in the end here. But ultimately, what's that thing that drives them to be who they are, right? What drives Magneto to be Magneto? What drives Xavier to be Xavier? What makes the family part of them important? Because that's very clear to us in the other stuff and in all the content. But with the MCU, it's very convoluted. We don't know what they're going to do. They're not going to use the Holocaust, obviously. There's certain things they're not going to do when it comes down to Magneto. So what are we going to use? What is it going to be? Is it going to make sense? Or is it going to be woke? Is it going to be too woke? Can it be a little sure? Is it going to be too much? Yeah. You don't want to cut everybody in half just because you have an agenda. The X-Men is the one that, for me, could be potentially scarily the way that Disney gets more political in their movies. And I don't want them to do that because it's something that we haven't had to do in the MCU. As political as some of these MCU movies get, it's always stayed in-house, in the story of what's going on.
And even
it's not nothing reflected on us. you know, or what's going on outside of here.
Mm-hmm.
You know, until we did get, well, when we talk about this, when we get to Captain America, Brave New World, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's obviously there was more of a political agenda there shoved out, and whether you like who they're picking on in it or not, it doesn't matter, and we're not here to debate that. I don't want to talk about that when I watch my superhero movies. You know, and some of the reason why that kind of fell flat is because it's cheap. It's just cheap. There's so much good world building and content. Don't bring the real world into it, guys. Bring concepts from the real world into it so we can talk about these bigger ideas. But I don't want to go into it thinking, oh, we just got done talking about this the other day at work or sitting in a car or every time I turn the news on. Why am I watching it in my X-Men movie? You know, we don't need to. We can talk about the big ideas and how X-Men talks about those, but ultimately it still comes down to the things in the universe that's happening, right? So that's what I worry about. And that's what I'm wondering if that's what they're alluding to. They're going to take a big swing and see what people think. Because it's with the multiversal stuff, how much big of a swing do you have to take? Just make the character how you want him to be and put him in there and it's going to fit and just make it work. The big swing they'd have to take, though, is there is a fundamental foundation about the actions and why these characters do the things that they do. And X-Men is a very important one.
Yep.
You know? So I don't know. We'll see.
And guys, this is really early on too.
They have no idea what's
They haven't even started officially writing. They've just been throwing out concepts. And this is an offhanded comment of when they were asking Kevin Feige what he wants to see. And he says, quote, a big swing. Take a big swing. It's because he wants to start the new phase off of a bang.
I just hope he means just make it a darn good movie.
Yeah,
right?
Just make it an unforgettable movie that
we
makes
don't need
people
origins,
excited
you
again.
know. Let's just get right into something big, you know.
Yeah, for all we know,
kind of Fantastic Four, the thing, right? Like,
yeah, for all we know, this is probably their way of saying, "Hey, we're giving you a good leg up with Secret Wars and Doomsday. Don't f this up. Make it huge. Make it big. Make it memorable."
My opinions will have more weight once we get to Secret Wars.
Mm-hmm.
Because after Secret Wars is done, that's when we can look at each other and say, okay, so we have somewhat of an idea of what direction they're facing.
Yeah.
And then we'll kind of know where to speculate from there.
Yeah.
We might be surprised and be like, hey, this could work. Or we might get there and be like, oh, no. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
So I think that's, you know, they're smart. Their Secret Wars' post-credit scene would be X-Men.
Yeah. And they probably would be, to be honest. Who knows?
I hope so.
So,
truthfully, yeah. Or at least the introduction to a couple of them, like boom, new ones, you know. So yeah.
All right. Well, question is for you guys. What do you think about these comments made by the X-Men writer Lee Sung-jin on Deadline that Kevin Feige wants him to take a big swing? Do you think this is good? This is bad? Does it give you pause? What are your thoughts? All right, guys. We are going to now portal our way over to the Rumor Mill Rundown.
All right, everybody. Welcome to the Rumor Mill Rundown. We got some fun stuff to go through today, Sam. I'm going to start us right off with this top one here right off the top. Right off the top. All right. Reports are surfacing that there will be Doom variants in Avengers Doomsday, and one of which is a female variant. These were very early rumors that are now making their rounds again on the internet. How valid do you think they are?
For female Doctor Doom.
Yeah. Mrs. Doom.
Ms. Doom, yeah.
Do we care? Like,
I don't know if we care. This is my point of view on Doom variants. If the... I'm sorry, I forgot his name on the top of my head. Who played Dr. Doom in the Fantastic Four ones that recently passed away of cancer? Oh, I should know his name on the top of my head because I was just thinking about him the other day.
oh, shucks.
But, anyways,
I
guys.
see his face.
Right?
Yeah. You're going to say his name or I'll be like, oh, yeah, duh. Yeah.
Yeah, right. But there have been a couple of live action iterations of the Fantastic Four.
You're not talking about the best one, right? In that newer Fantastic Four?
His name was...
Let me guess. Julian?
Yes?
Julian
McMahon.
Oh, I would never guess the last second part.
No, but yeah.
I got Julian right?
Julian McMahon.
All right,
yes. This amazing actor passed away recently.
Yeah.
Like July 2nd of last year. Hasn't even almost a full year now, guys. So I say that to say that we've had, like, in the old 90s, the Fantastic Four film that never really went to theaters and all that stuff. And they pay homage to them in Fantastic Four First Steps with having the actors come in. The gentleman who played Dr. Doom then, he's still alive. This version of Dr. Doom was one of my favorite versions of Dr. Doom. So RDJ, you got some big shoes to fill if you're going to try to beat what he could do in this one. Anyways, we'll get there sometime, folks. And then we have Toby, I forgot his last name. He was in the recent Fantastic Four one that Fox did before it got rebooted in the MCU.
The best Doom, right?
No.
Yeah.
This is the one where I don't know what he was doing. I don't know what they were doing in making it. He's a good actor. Toby. Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
I am blanking on names tonight, guys. I am sorry. Toby Cabell.
Let's see his face.
That one.
Yeah, the best Doom. He's the best one.
Okay. That silence right there is me like going, what the heck are you talking
I'm
about?
kidding.
Whoa. Okay.
I just want to get you going.
I had a feeling you were kidding. Part of me is like, what am I going to do? Yeah, no. Anyways.
Bring him back.
So I always thought, to move on from that, I always thought.
So by the way, cats.
Yeah, the cats. I always thought it would have been cool if RDJ is playing a Doom variant and we're not going to get RDJ Doom for the rest of the MCU to do a variance of Doom and he's like the God Emperor Doom that everyone's talking about. That would have been kind of cool. However, my favorite Doom passed away, so now I don't want that to happen. This is the main thing about this rumor. I don't think it's true. I'm going to tell you why I don't think it's true. They're not going to take the spotlight off of the Dr. Doom RDJ to another Dr. Doom variant. It'd be one thing if these are like Kang variants and they're all behind him and it's probably RDJ playing a whole bunch of different types of Dooms. Or there's a female version like Lady Deadpool that was there. That was just like didn't overtake anything. It was still Deadpool's film type thing. That's one thing if it's a Lady Doom in the crowd of Dooms. But they're not going to have a Doom variant like this.
Yeah.
I think Doom is a safe bet. He's a selfish guy. He's not going to want a whole bunch of variants of himself when he can just take it over himself, like one guy. You know what I mean? You're going to see variants of like Spider-Man. You're going to see Tobey Maguire, Andrew Garfield, all that in Secret Wars. But you're not going to see in Doomsday or Secret Wars a female Doom variant. That's my 2 cents on it.
Yeah, I'm with you. I just think it's unnecessary.
They just don't have the money after RDJ. Well, just kidding.
Yeah. That's probably partially true.
To be honest.
But I also think it's unnecessary.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, why? You don't need to. Like,
yeah.
I think you got a lot to tell.
There's already enough going on.
So, not that you can't handle a big load of stuff, but why? I mean, I don't think it would help the story at all, but we don't know what the story is, so who knows, you know?
Yeah.
I'm more interested in who Dr. Doom could have been than I am who he is and whether we're getting him. If you had the fan cast Doom right now, do you have a top one? Do you have a top actor? I got one.
Well,
right off the top of my head.
There are 2 on the top of my head, honestly. I forgot the one guy's name. And one of them we're going to be talking about tonight in the Doctor Strange movie, to be honest.
Yeah.
He would have been Mads
Mikkelsen.
Yeah. He would have been my top pick. He would have been my top pick.
Viggo Mortensen for me.
Yes.
Aragorn. Yep.
Oh, yes. Oh, he would have been my 3rd pick. Actually, he should be my 2nd pick. My 3rd pick would have been the guy that played Scarecrow in Batman Begins.
Cillian Murphy?
Yeah.
Not bad.
Yeah.
Not bad. I could see that.
He's a little bit younger than the other 2, so he could do it a little bit longer.
He's looking older now.
But, but he could pull it off. Yeah.
I do think Viggo Mortensen would play.
He'd be
awesome.
Amazing.
It's just me, you know. So
I completely agree. But
to me, that's more to talk about than that. What's this?
And
I'm glad we're talking about though because it has come up. But it's like, it just doesn't. You know,
yeah, and the only
why
there is a rumor out there that's similar to this, but it's around Dr. Doom having like a council of people around him. We're going to get into more of that on next week's rumor mill rundown, because there's one character that's been rumored out there to be part of this that we'll definitely talk about. But I'll be more interested in that and see what the heck that is, if that's true.
Yeah, and I think that council thing probably refers more to Secret Wars than it's going to be Doomsday. You think?
I feel like that has more to do with just Doom's overall plot.
Yeah.
And if they're a big surprise character like a Scarlet Witch behind the scenes or a Doctor Strange behind the scenes, like the rumors are, that's just cool for us, even better for them because they don't have to tell their stories.
Yeah.
It's just part of this story. You know what I mean?
I gotcha.
Anyway, so what do you guys think of a female Doom variant? Do you think this is valid? Do you think this is actually going to happen? Do you think it's overload? Or do you think, oh, this better happen? Who knows? Metal boobs. We're already getting blue boobs. Why not have metal boobs too? So comment below and let us know. All right, so I'll lead off in the second story here. 47 years ago, the forefather of Marvel Studios decided to announce Blade with Mahershala Ali.
What's it called again?
Blade.
Huh. Never heard
I know,
of it.
right? Not spoon, not knife, not screwdriver, Blade. So he has yet to make his first physical appearance into the MCU. The post-credit scene in Eternals, we're not going to talk about Eternals too much because it doesn't sound like Marvel's trying to adapt any of that we know of. But that's all that we've ever had of him in the MCU. And to be honest, if you didn't even know it was his voice, you wouldn't have even known. I didn't know until afterwards. And they were like, oh, it was him. You're like, oh, it wasn't distinguishable enough for me. Anyways, Insider Daniel RPK is reported a while back that Blade will make his MCU appearance in Avengers Secret Wars. And now more insider reports indicates that indeed Mahershala Ali, his full MCU debut will be in Avengers Secret Wars. His role is expected to be significant and will carry on into the next phase of the MCU. So how much do we trust this, and do we like this idea or not? So,
I mean,
I'll probably throw you for a curveball on this, on my thoughts. Maybe. I don't know.
I don't trust anything that Marvel says about Blade until I'm sitting in the seat watching the movie. Okay?
That's true. That's this poor project that's been delayed.
I think Mahershala Ali is going to be too old at this point to continue the character on. Why do it? But the other part of this that makes me kind of go, what? Is him having a crucial role in Secret Wars. And it's just a strange character to put that kind of responsibility on, especially one that you're having a hard time bringing into this universe anyways, and especially one that is so unique as Blade. Makes me wonder what Secret Wars is and what Doomsday is going to be. Like, I'll be honest with you, none of these things that we talk about that like this kind of news comes up or rumor gets me curious in Doomsday and Secret Wars in a positive way. Almost all of it is in a really? Really? It's not a really. You know what I mean? It's not like a, oh, that's interesting. It's a really? and I don't know. I don't care for that feeling. I'm getting to a certain point with all this where I'm kind of like, what kind of bullshit are you guys trying to sell us here? Because I don't know, I don't know how I feel about this. Do I want Blade? Yes. Should it be Mahershala Ali? I mean, I guess. How long do you want to keep the guy? He's near Wesley Snipes' age now. Might as well just bring Wesley Snipes in. It's like if he's a crucial part of Secret Wars, I don't like hearing new characters being a bigger part of something that's ending old characters. It makes me kind of feel, it just makes me feel like this is all of it is just to kind of make you get this reaction that we're doing right now. Thankfully, we're in a rumor mill thing. This could be bullshit. Mm-hmm. This could be nothing, So so as far as I'm concerned right now, I'm not too worried about it. The minute it becomes news is when that's when I'm going to be like, really? Right now, I see this as just a rumor and a possibility. And frankly, I probably wouldn't do it if it was me. I'd be like, nope, this Blade's going to show up when Blade shows up in the right way, and we're not just going to shoehorn him in. We're not going to do it just because. And I probably wouldn't waste a lot of time on newer characters in Secret Wars more than ending old and maybe ushering in some new. And maybe if Blade's got something to do with it, that's cool. But I don't know what's Blade going to have to do with this. It's going to make a lot of sense. And we don't know what these movies are yet, too. So I feel like this is kind of jumping the gun. It's very hard to speculate on Secret Wars when Doomsday is still very much a cloud of mystery, really, for me. So,
okay, so
that's where I'm going to leave it. I think it's a bit. But anything to do with Blade though, until I see, it's got to be. Even when I see it, I'm going to be like, "Am I dreaming?" I don't trust the Marvel with Blade thing. They just because they don't know how to do it. So what all of a sudden do you know how to do all of a sudden? You know what I mean? So I don't know. It's just.
So I guess I would have a little bit. I'm going to take a little bit more of an optimistic take on this. All right. And there's two reasons why. Two things I'm going to point out. Russo brothers, as we saw in Captain America Civil War, have a great, I wouldn't say formula, but a great way of being able to introduce to your audience a new character that you don't need to give too much of a backstory, but it's just enough to put them into the MCU and then see if the right creative team behind them can go and make them flourish. They just did that, like we just said in Captain America Civil War with Peter Parker, Spider-Man, and Black Panther. And thankfully, those two went on to become successful franchises within the MCU. I think one of the problems that they've been having with Blade is they haven't been able to figure out how do we introduce vampires into the MCU. Mm-hmm. And if that's any indication of what they've done with magic, and we're going to be talking about that in our retrospective today with Doctor Strange, they dropped the ball on magic. At least for your general audience to understand what does the MCU mean about magic. To anyone who says they get it and they did a great job with it, no. And all honesty, and like I said, we're going to talk about on our first Doctor Strange retrospective, but even what we know of the Doctor Strange sequel and some of the other witchcraft, magic type stuff later on, it's very wishy-washy. Mm-hmm. And who can do magic, when they could do magic, who can hone spells, who can't. It contradicts common lore of what magic users can do. And it's okay if Marvel's going to do it a little bit differently than because it's all fictitious, y'all. But at least set some ground rules, and they haven't been able to do that in the MCU. So I can't say they could do the same thing with vampires the same way. I think they're having a struggle with how to bring him in. I think there are a number of reasons why Blade didn't get off its feet after he announced it. One probably also, other than them not figuring out how to introduce him and the whole idea of vampirism, but also the quantity versus quality type thing. I think Kevin Feige has purposely kept some of these projects like Blade on the back burner during that horrible time where he was told he had to do so many movies and so many shows, and they were just using existing IP that was already successful to see if they could make that work instead of introducing some brand new IP that could be a hit or miss depending on if they do it right, especially with someone like Blade. So I think that really does have a big part of it, is that they were like, we're not going to throw him in here while we're in the midst of this roller coaster and figure out what the heck are we going to do with him and potentially ruin the character for the MCU moving forward.
Is that not what they're doing here, if this is true?
No.
In the midst of all this going on, we're just going to toss him in. And
to go back to what I said about Civil War, he says on here a significant role.
Yeah, that's the difference, right?
I don't know if significant role. See, this is how I'm picturing Secret Wars in my head at the moment. And I'm basing this a little bit off of the comics because that's how they're trying to pull it from us from the comics. I think we are going to get a core team of 5 to 6 characters, similar to what we had in Endgame, to be honest, that we are going to follow, that's going to help wake everybody up to what Doom has actually done and have an epic battle. that's similar, a little bit similar, not exactly, but a little bit similar to what they did in the Secret Wars comic, where it was basically in the Secret Wars comic, there's like one character, I believe it was either Wolverine or Doctor Strange, someone who knew of what happened before, and then slowly they started waking everybody up. I would not be surprised if, because wherever Blade is in the MCU, because we haven't been introduced to vampirism, this could be a way of bringing forth vampirism, at least the dimension of vampires, or however they're going to describe it, Mephisto's realm, whatever, wherever Blade's come from, or half of him has come from, to be honest. This would be a way to bring that to light, and that he is not connected with everybody else, so he could be part of a team that will go and help bring people to light on that. That way, you don't have to tell a full backstory of him and make him be like in every frame, but just like Peter Parker and Black Panther, you sprinkle him in enough, give him some cool action scenes, already got a great actor to do it, and there you go. You've now brought him into the MCU, and what you do with him moving forward is up to whatever the Russo brothers are going to give their hands to. And be like, all right, guys, we set him up for you, just like Black Panther and Spider-Man. Now go ahead and figure out what you're going to do. You got him now. And even if it never amounts to anything because of his age, or it just amounts to a Midnight Sun movie that we've talked about before, at least you've already broken the ice of introducing him to the audience. And now the audience will say if they like him, don't like him, and then move forward from there.
All right.
That's my 2 cents on it. I do think it'll be ambitious to do it in the Secret Wars film, but I actually can see something like this being done, because I have a feeling in Secret Wars, not only are going to throw everybody in there, but we're going to be introduced to some characters that were in different dimensions that we've never seen before, and we know in our comic brains, there is a possibility they could be there. We just haven't seen them yet, and this could be a good time for a niche character like Blade. How do we fit him in? Here, this is a weird story already. To throw him in, just throw him in and see what happens. That's my thought.
All right. I hope you're right.
Yeah.
I like your optimism.
I'm sticking to some optimism a little bit until we find out. Because if I stuck with the other way, especially for Sadie Sink's part right now, I'd be like, be a little depressing. Anyways.
Yeah, I mean, as of right now, it's just a rumor.
Yeah.
So as far as I'm concerned, they don't know what the hell to do with this character still.
I'm just letting my imagination run wild.
Yeah.
And Russo brothers, if you like what you heard, please take it. I don't care. Don't give me the credit.
I don't know how I would even bring Blade into it right now at this point either.
Yeah.
So like, it's hard to even have a path of my own with him. So I get it.
Yeah.
If they got some idea, then maybe it's something's better than nothing, I guess, right? But
well, the cool thing about Secret Wars is you don't need to flesh out too much of backstory characters, because you're literally just throwing all these characters into this weird battle world scenario.
Yeah.
They have to survive and figure out a way to get out. So the Russo brothers are great with writing character development in regards to their skill set, how they're going to interact with other people, with their smarts, things like that. So just do what they do best for a character like Blade to establish those key core things of Blade, and the story itself that they're having a hard time figuring out to do. Worry about that later once you've established your character.
Yeah.
Then it'll be easier to throw in the whole movie for him, because you don't have to reintroduce him. You know what I mean?
Right.
So, anyways, that's my thought. What do you guys think? Jump down in the comment section below. Let us know what you thought. My thoughts. Do you think Blade should be in Secret Wars? Do you think they should just wait? Or do you think at this point they kind of need to recast because they've kind of kicked the can down the road a little too long? Let us know in the comments below.
Sounds good.
All right, Ike.
All right, guys, our next rumor, this one I'm actually kind of excited for, because this is coming from a real good source. Jeff Snyder's been known to have some real good stuff out there. He knows his thing. A new rumor report online from Jeff Snyder suggests that Sebastian Stan's mystery character in the Batman Part 2 is not Harvey Dent, but instead Victor, I'm going to say his name wrong, but I'm going to say it's Zsasz, right?
Yep.
Okay. But don't count out Harvey Dent from being in the movie, as his actual portrayal will be from Brian Tyree Henry. Do we like this? I love this. I think this is brilliant. I hope this is 100% true. I think, Jeff, if you get a lot of your stuff right, I'm hoping this is one of them. I'm great with Brian Tyree Henry playing Harvey Dent, I have no problem with that. I think Harvey Dent, that'll be a great character for him to play. I think it'd be different for that actor to play. It'd be cool to see him do something different. But I'm more excited to see Sebastian Stan take on a bad guy role, because you could make this guy real messed up.
And he is real messed
This could
up.
surpass like Joker kind of scary if he does it right. And I think this fits this really cool serial killer-esque kind of feel that this new Batman iteration has kind of welcomed itself to feeling. I like this idea. I want this to be true. I hope this is true. I think Sebastian Stan as Harvey Dent's too on the nose, too simple, too Hollywood casting. I think him playing this bad guy character, especially this one, is the kind I want to see in the next Robert Pattinson movie of Batman, for sure. I'm down. This better be true. If it's not, I'll be sad. I hope it's true, because I think this is a great idea.
Well, what I will say about this, great actor, Sebastian Stan. We love him in the MCU, but even outside the MCU, he's just a fantastic method actor. Great character we have not seen in live action. And let me tell you about this guy. I don't know too much about him, although Batman's my favorite DC character or superhero. He is creepy. He actually has cut marks on all his victims that he's done, and it's all over his body. So just to picture Sebastian Stan looking that way and acting that serial killer way and doing this crazy mind stuff that the first Batman movie was really great at, really portraying with the Riddler. I would love to see this. If they announce this as true and confirmed.
Whoa, that's how excited I am.
If they announce this as true and confirmed, I will buy same night it comes out theater tickets.
Oh yeah,
I would want to see this.
Yeah,
like hands down. This is not, I'm gonna wait until Saturday. This is Thursday night midnight showing, because I would want, especially the trailers alone will look crazy. I want to see this. There's no other way to say it.
True. Yeah,
I want to see this.
I want this to be true.
I want this out of rumor rundown and into our multiverse minute next time we talk about this.
Yes, please.
That is
what great casting that would be.
That's just
to see
who didn't think of this before. I hope this is true.
Maybe it was a plan all along, right?
Maybe.
To see, I would love to see Sebastian Stan and Robert Pattinson toe to toe acting wise,
and these characters in particular.
Hoo-wee. This could be a fun movie, man. This could be a fun
excited.
movie.
I'll be doing a lot more research on Victor Saz to make sure I'm prepared for it.
Yeah.
But from what I know of the Arkham games and just from
he's
general
a wild
stuff,
character.
He's crazy. He is crazy. And to see Batman combat that, especially the mind games they can play with each other. Oh, all right.
Yeah, and I think I like this new iteration of Batman too. I love Pattinson's Batman. Like the Batman, I thought was a great movie, and like I can't think of, if you were to say what villain would you do for this if it was for me to pick. I got to be honest with you, it's hard to pick, and then when I hear these words, I'm like, oh yeah, this is a
no-brainer.
Like, yes, dude, yeah, let's do this character, and then to say Sebastian Stan, hallelujah.
Yes. Amen.
Let's see this, man. I want to see this tomorrow. Yeah. I hope this guy gives him such a hard time that the Penguin has to help Batman find him. And that's why the Penguin's going to be in it. And I have a hot take about how I feel about the Penguin. I think the Penguin's going to be in this new iteration of Batman. I think he's going to be Batman's biggest adversary, not the Joker.
Well, I
think they're slowly building that up to that.
It's a good point you bring up on that, because they did introduce the Joker at the post-credit scene of the first one, but I don't think he is going to be the villain for the second one.
No.
I think Joker is going to be one of those slow burn buildups.
Yeah, but I also think the Penguin's going to be the highlight one. You always got Joker's always the highlight of Batman's villains. I think in the end of this trilogy, it's going to be Batman and Penguin facing off. And that's why we're getting a lot of Penguin too. So then when we get to that, it's going to be, we know a lot about both these characters. Because Colin Farrell as that character is amazing. And the show is amazing. So yeah, I don't know. I could, hot take, you could just not do Joker again for a while. I'd be all right with it.
Well,
I don't think we need it.
I would. Well, my hot take for this would be if they did something similar to the Arkham games for their third movie and make it where it's all these villains against Batman.
Yeah.
Where each one has their highlight moment, but maybe Penguin's the head guy, or, there's something that's bigger behind the scenes where you could be able to, some of these throwaway villains that may not be able to stand alone for him or be a little crazy, a little bit out there, they could be included in it type thing. I guess
anything supernatural you can throw out the window, though. This guy's not going to go there.
I know, yeah.
Even more so than Nolan didn't. Because Nolan didn't either, but he still teetered that line. This guy's going as far from it as he can find it.
Yeah. Yeah.
I even be prepared when Harvey Dent does become Two-Face. It's not going to be like what you think it's going to be. It's not going to be half of his face going to be messed up. He's just going to turn into a bad guy. Like, so if that's going to disappoint you, be prepared. Because I don't think he's going to go the direction of doing that again. I think it's going to be
a Two-Face as in the metaphorical
maybe he'll gouge his eye out at the most. Like maybe at the very little, they'll hurt him and give him a scar, but it's not going to be like what we've seen before.
Yeah.
It's going to be more grounded, more real. Yeah.
All right. Well, what do you guys think of this news, or this not news? I'm sorry, this rumor that's spreading around out there.
My favorite rumor of the day, to be honest with you.
Yeah. Do you want to see Sebastian Stan play Victor Saz like Ike and I do, or do you think that he is going to be Harvey Dent? What do you guys think about the characters in general? Comment below and let us know. All right. So where are we teleporting ourselves to now?
So next, we're going to sling ring ourselves right into a nice, good old retrospective of Titanic. And we have a special guest today. It's going to be it's a retrospective branch point breakdown. It's kind of what's taking place of when we don't have a show to talk about. But we're going to do Titanic with our mother. We're going to have a good time talking about that. I had a lot of fun getting ready to do this movie. It's been nice to rewatch it. It'll be fun to sit and talk about it and see how it goes and see what mom thinks. I got a couple real fun hot takes, so we'll have a good time.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, guys. So stick with us. Here we go. Thank you for staying with us on the Goodell Multiverse podcast. We are on our branch point breakdown, and we have another special for you today, guys. Our mother has joined us back in studio.
Hi.
And we're going to be reviewing the amazing film Titanic that came out in 1997. So, as always, I'm going to get started with a little bit of a history behind the film, guys, and then my mom's going to jump in there, our mom is, and she's going to tell you the official synopsis of the film. And then Ike is going to wrap it up, the intro part, with telling you basically what the movie is. So we'll get right into it. So Titanic was released on December 19th, 1997. The main cast includes Leonardo DiCaprio, Kate Winslet, Billy Zane, Kathy Bates, Frances Fisher, Gloria Stewart, Bill Paxton, and Bernard Hill, just to name a few. History behind the film. Titanic is an epic romantic disaster film written, directed, and produced by James Cameron. Set aboard the real RMS Titanic during its ill-fated maiden voyage in 1912, the film follows the fictional love story of Jack Dawson, a poor artist played by Leonardo DiCaprio, and Rose DeWitt Bukater.
Yep.
An upper-class young woman played by Kate Winslet. Blending historical events with a sweeping love story, Cameron created a film that appealed to both fans of romance and large-scale spectacle. At the time of its production, Titanic was considered one of the biggest gambles in Hollywood history. Its budget ballooned to approximately $200 million, making it the most expensive film ever produced at the time. Industry insiders widely predicted it would become a financial disaster. Instead, the film became a global phenomenon, earning over $2.2 billion worldwide through its original release and subsequent re-releases. It became the first movie ever to surpass $1 billion of the global box office and remained the highest-grossing film of all time until James Cameron's own Avatar overtook it in 2010. Critically, Titanic was highly praised for its groundbreaking visual effects, production design, cinematography, score, and emotional storytelling. The film currently holds an 88% critic score on Rotten Tomatoes and a 69% audience score. It was nominated for 14 Academy Awards and won 11 Oscars, including Best Picture and Best Director, tying the record set by Ben-Hur for the most Oscar wins at the time. The film's sweeping musical score by James Horner and the theme song My Heart Will Go On, performed by Celine Dion, became cultural landmarks in their own right. The production of Titanic was nearly as ambitious as the story it told. Cameron constructed enormous ship sets in Baja California, Mexico, including a near full-scale recreation of the Titanic's exterior. The director also conducted multiple expeditions to the actual Titanic wreck site, and footage from those dives was incorporated into the film. Kate Winslet performed many of her own water scenes and reportedly suffered pneumonia during filming due to the demanding conditions. One famous behind-the-scenes fact is that the nude portrait of Rose seen in the movie was actually drawn by James Cameron himself, and the hands seen sketching on screen belonged to him. Another iconic moment, Jack shouted, "I'm the king of the world" from the bow of the ship, was improvised during production and became one of the most recognizable movie quotes ever. The legacy of Titanic is difficult to overstate. Beyond its financial success, it demonstrated that audiences would embrace a 3-hour film that they were emotionally invested in the story. It helped establish Leonardo DiCaprio and Kate Winslet as international superstars and inspired renewed public interest in the real Titanic disaster, maritime archaeology, and historical preservation. The film also raised the bar for visual effects and large-scale filmmaking, influencing countless blockbusters that followed. Nearly 30 years later, Titanic remains one of the most successful, influential, and beloved films ever made, frequently appearing on lists of the greatest epic romances and disaster films in cinema history.
Quite a history on that movie. There's a lot to this movie being made, to be honest with you.
There sure is.
I want to add just a couple small things that I was surprised to find out about. That it went so far over budget that James Cameron actually forfeited his $8 million fee, or what we'd call his pay for the movie itself. So he basically kind of did the movie for free. I mean, obviously with the back end and after what it made, he got paid back. But he said, look, take the $8 million you're going to pay me and just put it towards the movie, which is real crazy if you think about it. It's kind of cool. But he actually visited the Titanic himself 33 times with his thing. It's Cameron had spent better part of 30 years chasing the story of the Titanic, and it ended up becoming one of the world's most experienced deep sea explorers just because of it. And there's a lot of, and the camera technology and stuff has actually become part of what they use now when they look for shipwrecks of the stuff that they designed in order to get filming done and do the stuff that they did for this movie, which is actually really wild if you think about it.
Wow.
There's one more behind the scenes story that, did you guys know about? Someone spiked the clam chowder during the filming of the Titanic. Yep, I wrote it down right here. Someone spiked the clam chowder. Someone put PCP into a pot of the clam chowder that was served to the cast and crew. Dozens of people were taken to the hospital, and to this day, they still have no idea who did it.
Oh my God!
But including your lead 2 stars, they've even said it in some interviews. Yeah, someone played a real bad prank and drugged everybody on the set of this movie. Isn't that wild? That's one of the most wild facts about like movies like that out there, like on set. Isn't that crazy to think?
Oh my goodness!
It's kind of scary.
Oh yeah, to not know what was wrong, it is wild.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Mom, would you do us the honor of reading the official synopsis of the film?
Yeah. A young aristocrat falls in love with a poor artist aboard the luxurious, ill-fated RMS Titanic.
Yeah. Yeah. So, guys, I'm going to give you a quick little story outline real fast, just so we can jump into our favorite stuff and kind of just reminisce about this movie. In 1996, treasure hunter Brock Lovett searches for the wreck of the RMS Titanic for the priceless Heart of the Ocean diamond. After discovering a drawing of a young woman wearing the necklace, he is contacted by a 101-year-old Rose Calvert. Yep. Who reveals that she is the woman in the sketch and begins recounting her experiences aboard the Titanic in 1912. As a young first-class passenger, Rose DeWitt Bukater, it's her last name, guys. It's so hard. I think we had it the first time, right?
Yeah.
But anyways, feels trapped by her engagement to wealthy Cal Hockley and the financial pressures of her family. Her life changes when she meets Jack Dawson, a free-spirited third-class artist who saves her from a suicide attempt. Despite the social barriers between them, Jack and Rose fall deeply in love during the ship's maiden voyage. Their romance is cut short when the Titanic strikes an iceberg and begins to sink. Cal frames Jack for theft, but Rose frees him as chaos spreads across the ship. Together they struggle to survive while lifeboats depart and the ship breaks apart in the freezing Atlantic. Jack sacrifices his own life to keep Rose alive, urging her to live a full life and never give up. Rescued by the RMS Carpathia, Rose adopts Jack's surname and starts a new life inspired by his spirit. In the present day, she reveals that she had possessed the heart, the whole of the ocean all along, and quietly drops it into the ocean above the Titanic's wreck, bringing her story and her connection to Jack to a peaceful close. That is pretty much the gist of the film.
Yeah, it sure is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I remember back when this movie first came out, how many times did we try to go see it, Mom? Because I specifically remember walking up to the doors in Geneseo and you and Dad seeing it. It would say right on the doors, they put a sticker up on it that said sold out.
Yeah. Yeah.
And was it where was the first time we ended up seeing it? Wasn't it at
Warsaw.
the drive-in? Or was it in Warsaw?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I thought so.
Yeah.
And then how many times at the drive-in did we go see it? At least 3, I can think of.
I think I've seen it in a theater 12 times.
Wow.
In the first 2 years.
Yeah.
Wherever it played, I went.
Yeah, because it played for almost 2 years, that movie. In theaters did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I took all
It was
different kinds
wild.
of people. Good friends, church friends,
Mm,
neighbor. Somebody say, I'd like to go see it. I'll say, I go with you.
yeah. When
And
a
I
movie
just-
strikes you like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you remember the first time you saw it, Sammy? Because I know you were, this was a long time ago for you. So,
Well, I didn't see it in the theater at all. I saw it at home here. I'm trying to remember when the first time was. I had to have been in middle school, I want to say, when I actually remember seeing it. I'm sure you've played it before that, because I remember periodically throughout my childhood, this film was always one that was just, we had them on VHS. And anyone who remembers VHS, those big black long things that go inside a VHS player, just for your youngins that don't know what even a DVD is anymore. And it was that big of a movie. There was a 2-pack VHS, big fat box there. And I remember that always being played. I know we have it somewhere in this house still, because that's one of those we just kept when we got rid of everything. So, yeah, I remember you playing it off and on periodically throughout my childhood. And so I always knew of the story. It was in 7th or 8th grade, my whole class in school was supposed to take a piece of the Titanic and do like a project of it. So some kids would get the exterior, some would get exactly what happened, some would get the boiler room and all that. And I think I got one piece of like the interior or like the dining hall or something I had to lay out. And I remember watching this movie 2 or 3 times just to get a good picture of it at that point. And yeah, so that's my earliest memories of watching this film.
yeah. I don't know what my fascination with it is. When I say with it, I mean with Titanic in general. I am a fanatic about the Titanic and its sinking for some reason. To this day, I've prescribed or prescribed to, like, it's medicine. I subscribe to at least 3 different podcasts that are purely talks about Titanic history. I probably listen to hours and hours of, like, right now there's a podcast on, I cannot remember their name for the life of me, or I tell you right now. We'll put it in the comments below. That it's literally, they're taking, like, all the passengers that they have the names of, and the podcast is just each episode doing the background in each passenger and where they were on the boat, and some of them they didn't know, some they did know. There were some they have a lot about, so some they don't have they have very little about. In fact, one of the things I found out from that, not funny, but one of the really creepy, strange facts about the Titanic is the hundreds of people died there, but there's still some that are unidentified. That, like, some of the graves that they have in Nova Scotia are actually, they just say unknown passenger or unknown child. You know, like, when they found the Titanic on the ocean floor in the 90s, like, when they actually discovered it, they expected to see, like, skeletons of people that had floated down, but they saw none of that. All they saw were shoes of where these bodies had laid. And the guy, he described it as like a graveyard of shoes. And so how do you identify people, especially if you're third class and you got on that boat and it was just a signature you probably couldn't read that you probably took with you while you were on the boat? I mean, it's quite amazing. Little stuff like that I found, and you don't think about, you know, and I've always thought, you know, it's not like the worst disaster that's happened in the world, but it is one of those that it just, for some reason, captures your imagination of what it could have been like. Because there was no telephones, there's no photos. You know, I mean, there's so many things that are, like, so unknown that makes it so interesting, that I think that's why. And then when you really look into how scary that night was, you know, the movie doesn't do that part of it justice. If I had to say anything wrong with this movie, is you see everything, and it's big spectacle, and it's cool, and it's awesome that way, and the drama and the scariness of it happening is still there, but in reality it was like double the scary, because when the lights go out on that ship, when it's hanging up in the air and the power finally goes out, you know, in the movie, we can't just not see it, right? You have to be able to watch and see what's going to happen. In reality, though, it was so dark in the Atlantic Ocean. There was no moon that night. It was a new moon, that when the lights went out in that thing, you don't see anything. So if you put yourself in the position of these people sitting in these lifeboats, watching this boat turn off, all you hear is metal and it breaking. I mean, that's why the accounts of it breaking in half are real hard to know exactly how it broke in half, because nobody could see it doing it. Like, there are people that they could see the shape of it. They were close enough to understand that's what was happening, or maybe the silhouette they could see. But when the lights went out in that thing, it's like closing your eyes and all you hear is a ship sinking and people screaming. That's how dark it was. And that's actually, if you think about it, that's, the movie can't do they can't do that for the film. It'd be a terrible movie, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But when you start thinking in real life, you really put yourself there. Yeah, that's terrifying. I'm not going to go on and on, but I just found out that there was a whole lifeboat of 30 people that the lifeboat had capsized over. So the bottom of it was up and the air underneath was keeping it floating. But 30 people were standing on top of this lifeboat, and they stood there for 5 hours. As they died, they would fall off, and people that were holding on to the sides would climb up and take their place. And every time a wave come, they'd say, "Okay, move," and they'd all move with the boat, so it wouldn't flip back over, so they could stay out of the water for 5 hours. It's like, there's so many little stories of, the movie almost can't do it justice, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's so much, you know. Not that the movie fails at that. It's because it doesn't fail because of it. But what a hard movie to make over something that there's countless amounts of things that you could talk about with what went on in this thing, you know? But that's why I'm so fascinated. I don't know what it is. I don't know if this movie got me fascinated. I can't remember the first time Titanic came into my little young mind where I was just so interested in what happened out there, you know? And I don't know. Do you remember when it really struck you, or was it the movie that was the thing that it was like the catalyst of it? But I don't know what it was for me. It's not like we were growing up with stories about it or anything, you know.
Yeah, I think for me, I had heard stories about it. I had read the book, The Night to Remember.
Yeah.
in high school. But when the movie came out, it made it all real.
Mm.
All the things you had read or had heard about, all of a sudden you're seeing it happen in front of you. The mammoth size of the Titanic, I think, is what struck me by. I knew it was big, and it talks about it being huge, but that movie, the way they capture side glimpses of it, and as it moves through the water and the boats beside it, and was overwhelmed. But you're just mesmerized by it, and there's a love story involved for us women. They love stories, it was an incredible real reality of something I'd known about. So,
Yeah, this movie, that's one thing that when I do any traveling again and I go back down, I went to Tennessee only one time in my life, but that I'd like to go to the Titanic Museum that's in Tennessee, where I believe they have some pieces of the ship they were able to recover. They haven't been able to fully recover most of the Titanic itself just because of where it is.
Well, and a lot of it is the people that own it won't let them, because the maritime laws, if you are the owner of it, you have the right to say leave the wreckage or not. And they get permission every time. Like, if anything they have brought up has gone through several court cases in order for that to happen. And not that they sue for it to happen, but it's about permission and this and that.
Yeah.
Then they finally get it, or we would see a lot more of the ship brought up. It's unfortunate too. There's things of it I wish they would bring up. I wish they would have saved the propellers at the time. That'd be neat to see in a museum. It'd be unique to see some of the stuff that now it's just slowly disintegrating away down there, pretty much. It's pretty wild if you think about it.
Yeah.
I'm surprised with DNA testing that they can't take soil samples.
Oh yeah, who knows?
It's probably.
I think we need someone with scientific knowledge to tell us what, at that kind of depth, with that kind of cold, what there would be of left. And you got to think of all the critters and things, but that would be interesting to know. To see what they could do, but they can't bring nothing up.
They got to have a match anyways. So I mean,
there's got to be a match.
So,
it's pretty wild.
It is.
I've always wanted to go to the graveyard in Nova Scotia, and I've always wanted to take that little cruise they have where you can go out and they do like a ceremony over I think it would be surreal to be on a boat in the spot where it sank. I could only imagine. But they do it right at night and everything to give you that, understand the feel where it's nice and cold. And of course, now it's a little different. Now there's no icebergs there now, but it'd still be very surreal.
It's still pretty cold, yeah.
Or just to know this happened right here.
Sure.
Like that'd be wild. There's something about being in a place when it's happened, you can feel it almost. And they say to this day, there's people that say they hear strange in that area. They've heard like SOS signals that just they show up and they're gone like that. And they always think it's like a weird There's ghost stories. There's tons of ghost stories about Titanic. I'm sure it's all just crazy stuff, but that's how big of a deal it is, though. Even to maritime guys, where today they even talk about the possibility of that stuff being weird,
Yeah. Oh my. Well, I don't even know where to begin when we start talking about this mammoth of a movie, of a historical thing. But we usually, at this point, we'll just jump into what we thought about the cast that they selected and their performances. Are there any that stand out to us? Some that are surprising, some that you thought that could have been done better. I mean, when we get to these type of movies, guys, like we did with Shawshank Redemption, we're reviewing these amazing movies that have stood the test of time at this point now on how great they are. So we might not get into too many of weakest cast performances, to be honest. But Mom, why don't you start us off? Is there any performance you would either describe as the best performance or the one that stuck out to you the most? Of any of the characters, or what did you think of the two main people that we had?
Oh, I thought they were great. Kathy Bates is still one of my favorite actresses. So she's kind of she's a little older than I am, but I thought her role was great. I liked the captain of the ship. I thought he did. I liked every time he came around, he was involved. I liked him. Actually, the husband to be, the rich gentleman that had Rose under his thumb, he did a good job. He really did a good job in that role.
Mhm.
I like, you have to. That's quite a role to have to play, and I thought he
Yeah.
did a great job. That he had an air about him through the whole movie that made you realize that he thought he was pretty good stuff.
Mhm.
He was top notch, and he was going to let everybody know. So yeah, um, those are probably my favorites.
It's funny you bring up the captain too, because he's interesting. I like his character in this, and the actor's great. The real life captain, for the movie, they had him go into that room and he closed, which is one of the most amazing scenes in the movie.
Yep.
It's kind of surreal if you think about it.
It is.
In real life, though, they really don't know what he did. They don't know where he went.
But they have pictures of him and they look very similar.
It looks like they pulled him right out of the
Yes.
photo, doesn't
Yeah.
it?
Yep.
Like
yep.
the actor just plays him well.
Yeah.
It's
he
like,
does. He does.
for a small part, you really get who this guy is right away.
Yeah.
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 I mean, it's when I was doing my research for the movie after watching it and things like that recently, and come to see all the different actors and actresses that they were tapping to play Jack and Rose. It's hard for me to imagine after watching this movie anyone else but these two actors playing it. Their chemistry together was amazing. Their performances were really good. It really launched Leonardo DiCaprio to superstardom, this movie in particular. And he already was a rising star, and Kate Winslet was too. But there are some people, like Gwyneth Paltrow was apparently in the runnings to play Kate. Brad Pitt, Tom Cruise, they were in the runnings to play Jack. It's just some of these people that we know of them now, of course, and they're huge names, but I can't picture these guys after seeing what Leonardo and Kate brought to the table for this. And these, from my understanding, that the love story is a fictional part of the whole thing, right? It's the Jack Dawson wasn't a real person in life, and Rose wasn't real either. But they used this fictional love story to tell the story of the Titanic and the life on the Titanic. Like, even though they weren't real people that did that stuff, there were people really that did that stuff there with the some of the best scenes, like everyone in the bottom of the ship doing the Irish jigs and all that stuff. And then you had the upper class people that are hoity-toities, or like 4 different types of fork and no one knows what to do. Like, they became like our audience view into the Titanic. And then they just told, in doing that, really well written, good job, James Cameron, really well written love story of these two characters meeting, and every bit of it is so good.
Yeah, my best performance is going to go to Billy Zane as DeKale, as her husband to be. Over the years of watching this movie, when I think back to the first time you watch it, he's just your typical bad guy. And you almost kind of roll your eyes at him like, really, this guy with his crap. But I've come to really not understand him, but because he's an awful human being. But like, what a role that he played in that. Because what comes off is like your typical, pretentious kind of rich idiot, that just thinks he's full of himself. I feel like he puts a lot of dimension to the character, because he's not really evil. He's just a product of his own environment that he's from. And there's moments in this movie where the pretentious is given that okay, he's always going to be like this, but he is sincere when he's sincere. And I think that's unique to play that role. When you watching him, like when he's talking to her, when he gives her the necklace, that specific scene, he's being sincere with her. There's nothing for him to gain by having Rose other than she's pretty and he's got her and he owns her. But it's not like he needs her to be who he's going to be. As you go through this movie, you find out that it's the other way around. They need him. Because like the mom said, we're done. Your father ruined us. If not for you marrying this guy, we'd go back. You want me to go back to being poor? You want me to live that way? Yep. Yeah. And it's like, so it's not him that's, owning this woman and taking her inheritance. It's the other way around.
Mm-hmm.
And I do think he loves her in his own weird ownership way. You know, when he gets mad, he throws the table. Like, he has moments of this is a real person with real feelings and what's really happening. He's just a pretentious prick. You know what I mean? Like, but he plays that's the environment that he's grown up in. That's who he is to his core. And Billy, I think, just plays it like so well, where it's not over the top, but it's just enough where you see it, you know, and you can feel that it feels authentically real. He could easily be that pretentious, you know, twirling his mustache villain, but he's not. Like, he pulls back a little bit on it, you know. And that scene when he's standing at the boat and the guy comes up to him and says, "Yeah, she's with him right now on the other side of the boat," and the guy says, "Don't we have an arrangement?" And he can't leave, knowing that you know that he can't have her. Like, he literally walks away from a seat on a boat to get off this sinking ship. Like, there's moments of the actual, you know, there's a person there, and I think he gets. I think it's Oscar worthy. I think it's that good. I think he was the best of the year. You know, I think he kills it. There's other movies I've seen him in that you don't see this side of him. Even other movies when he plays a bad guy. I introduced you to one of his not too long ago. We were watching over at Grandma's house. Do you remember the name of that? I can't remember.
No,
where he took over that woman's boat, right?
Yeah.
Some crazy, awesome 90s thriller movie. But he's great in that as a real bad guy. But you see now, and when you see them there and you see him in this, you're like, wow, this guy's got depth to him that he brings to this role that I really do think it's overshadowed a lot. That people, they think about everything else too much, and they pass over this as, oh, this is a pretentious bad guy. He's not really. Some people say it's annoying, and I don't know. I just disagree. I don't think this movie has that emotional punch when it comes down to their relationship without him being that other part of it. Personally, but that's, you know. With that said, to me, the weakest performance of the movie, which is still good performance, but the one that just kind of is like there, is his bodyguard guy. This, what's his name? They called him Spencer Lovejoy or whatever. It's a weird name, you know. It's like and this guy is just kind of, what is he? An ex-cop that's just like a thug, like, that works for him. You must pay him good because this guy acts like he owes him his life. Yeah. You know, like, I would have been on that boat. You want to go get her? Fine. See, I'm going to sit down. You know what I mean? He follows him, like, and to his death, basically. And it's like, that guy, who is that guy? I don't know. If there's any character that falls short for me, it's him. Because he's fun and he serves it right, and it's a great guy when they're running away from him in the boat, which is one of my favorite scenes in the movie, which we'll get to later. But himself, though, there's really not much there. You know, I don't really understand that guy, what he's all about. That could have been just some guy. It didn't need to be this guy that was some mysterious, used to be a cop, now he's a thug. You know what I mean? It's like, it kind of adds to that bad guy part of it that makes you go, that maybe not feel necessary, but it doesn't hurt the movie at all.
But I agree with you. Billy Zane, he's a good actor. I think I've seen him in something else other than this, but I don't recall. I had the privilege of meeting him at a comic convention 2 years ago. Yeah. And it's funny. I went there, and, you know, when we prepare to go to these comic conventions, we have like 5 people we want to actually see, get autographs, do the whole 9 yards thing, all that. And he was just sitting. I think his wife was next to him, so I believe she's an actress too, right?
I'm not sure who he's married to, but
I'm not sure. I thought that was his wife next to him, but anyways, he's just sitting at this table, and there's a big Titanic sign, or the poster right there, and then it has his name, and I'm thinking, who is that again? And I see him, I'm like, he looks just like he did in the movie. Just a little silver in his hair, still looks handsome, still just sitting there, and he is so sweet to talk to. All I did was just say hi, because I'm not like a super fan, but, you know, I appreciate his work, and I just said hi, and he would be someone that would be really cool to meet. Oh,
I would have told him right out. I would have been like, sir, you should have got an Oscar for that role. I would have made sure he understood that I see how good you did there. Like, yeah. Because I think he is proud of it, but no one, you know. And no one really knows him other than this. He doesn't do a lot of stuff. Truthfully, he hasn't been in a ton of things, you know. So his other best role is in Tombstone with Kurt Russell. And he plays an actor in there that gets murdered by one of the Cowboy Clan guys, and he's just really good in it. Like, the guy's a great actor.
So
Yeah, any casting, like, to me, it kind of brings me to, like, we kind of talked, like Mom had already said, some of the casting wins, the ones that really stand out to me is I like the guy who they cast as not only the captain, but I like the first officer and the second officer.
Yeah.
I think those guys were casted real well, very believable. And same with the Ismay there, the guy who's the White Star Line, they're like advertisement guy. And the guy who built the ship.
Yeah,
I
the
like that
architect.
guy. Yeah. And they even gave him his Irish accent because it was built in Ireland. So he would be an Irish guy that was running the whole thing. And I think those all casted real well.
Yeah, he was so good. And to go back to what you were talking about, Mom, I know you'll elaborate a little bit more on this, but Kathy Bates, she is a scene sealer. Like, she is so good at this. It's hard for me to picture, and she would have done a fantastic job had it all worked out in her favor. But Reba McEntire was up for that role. And then she had to turn it down because of a scheduling conflict with her band and going on tour, which ultimately that was a rough year for her anyways, Reba McEntire, because
her band was killed in that plane crash. That probably wouldn't have happened if she'd been on that movie set. Yeah.
But regardless of what happens,
I didn't know that.
To poor Reba there, Kathy Bates, what an actress.
In everything she does.
I can't picture anyone else doing that.
Me either. No. The unsinkable Molly Brown.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, she's and I wonder if that was a real person.
It was.
Yeah, so yeah, I bet she was quite the hoot.
That was her second ship she was on that sank, that she survived.
Oh, man.
Yeah, the other one had a lot more help. It wasn't as dire as the Titanic.
Huh.
That's how she got that nickname.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
well, I wonder if she ever went out again. I bet she did.
I probably not. I think I would not. I wouldn't even get in the pond.
No.
Like, don't even give me a rowboat. I'm not doing this.
No.
It's
done with water.
And that actually is another unique fact about Titanic. The movie does do this and it's not correct, but it was never advertised as unsinkable. All the times they talked about it in the movie, they say, oh, it's unsinkable, it'll never sink, and it's in the paper and all that. That's actually not true. It was never advertised that way.
So answer me this then. If it wasn't advertised that way, was the saying, even God couldn't sink the ship, was that purely in the movie? Okay. That's made me have a really big change of thought there. Wow, because part of me is like, don't mess with God, y'all. But anyways.
I mean, the consensus was, look at this thing. It's not going to sink. But it wasn't like the deal they made it sound. That's very just dramatized for the film. Yeah. But I couldn't imagine her playing anyone else playing that. But the fact that she gives Jack the clothes from her son, like to wear, that was perfect. You know? And she gets him because she comes from nothing first and then earned her money.
Yeah, she's new money.
Yeah, that's right. She's new money. That's right.
Yeah.
She's different. She's new money.
Yeah, all the ladies are like, let's stand up and leave because she's coming. She'll be like, oh, I need the gossip. We'll go outside and talk then. We're like, can't get rid of her. And who want to get rid of Kathy Bates? Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Like, what? Those ladies are crazy. Any casting wins of all of them? Or any misses do you feel like with?
No, I can't think of one person in this movie that was miscast.
No, me either.
I right down to the guys playing the music to the old people.
I love
in the bed.
Orchestra people.
Yeah. It's like I think everybody had their role and they knew what to do. I have never been a big Leonardo DiCaprio fan until recent. So like to me, I say this and I don't mean it. Like I've always been kind of like, anyone could have played Jack, but I don't think that's true. I think he needed to play that role, and I think it's a good role for him. I just didn't become a Leo fan until his later movies. There's a mid part of his time where I'm just like, I don't really care about what you do, buddy. But as he's gotten older, he's made better choices about his films, and to me, he's a much better actor. So to me, and same with her. I don't really know her that well, honestly. At the time, but obviously now seeing it like this, it's like, and their chemistry together is fantastic, and they've kept a relationship, like a friendship, this whole time. So, but I can't think of anyone that was miscast.
No, this is This is that good of a movie, guys.
Yeah.
If for some crazy reason, if you're listening to this or watching us on YouTube and you haven't seen this movie,
Can't be.
you better
Yeah,
go and watch it. It's on Paramount Plus right now as we speak. So,
and any naysayers, it's just a love. Get over yourself.
yeah.
It's more than that, you know.
Mhm.
And it's if it is the love story, really. If you're gonna come down on it like that, then hey, right, there's nothing wrong with that. Even casting down to the guy at the end, the one who was the third officer, or whatever, who was you calling out for anybody alive out there.
Yeah,
It's
Mr. Fantastic.
Yeah,
Yeah.
himself. It's like the guy comes out of nowhere, right? Like it's
Yeah. I'm like, holy smokes.
yeah.
Reed Richards is here.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding.
And I'm glad Reba didn't play that role. You know, she needed to. I liked her in Tremors.
Mhm.
That's more her style, not this. I liked her with a gun shooting worms underground, giant dinosaur worms. She don't need to be on a boat that's sinking.
Yeah. Well, we'll review that movie sometime.
Yeah,
Because that's a good movie. But yeah. Yeah. It's funny. I don't think for me, I'm a Reba fan anyways myself. I love her music and things like that. And we've been to one of her concerts before, you and I, Mom. I wouldn't have been like upset if she was in it, but Kathy Bates, I'm glad that was who they got.
Yeah.
That was so good.
You listed all these people they were looking at, but all in all, they chose the best.
Yeah, they did. It worked out for them. Yeah.
All right. So, before we move on to the directing style, is there anything, and Ike, you might have a little bit more in tune to this, knowing a little bit more of the history of the Titanic itself, but is there any missed opportunities or wasted potential you feel like they could have done in this movie differently?
Yeah, no, you know what? I don't have anything for this. And why I say that is because even though there's a few other little tidbits that they did wrong or got wrong, but I don't feel like they needed to get them right either. You know, I don't have anything because it's hard to find any time there's any moment in this film that I might sit back and say, you know, that could do without that. I go, yeah, but then it wouldn't be this, you know? And that's the problem with this movie. You know, it's not a problem, but like,
Yeah. Is that
all the moments are worth it in the long run. When you get to the end, you don't feel like you wasted any time, you know? And
yeah.
I would say if there was 10 minutes more and stuff, it may have been too long. I think this movie hits that mark like almost dead on.
Yeah.
When some movies you could go 10 more minutes. Like I could have went 10 more minutes with Shawshank. You could have given me 10 more minutes. I would have been fine with that. With this though, it's like, no, that's perfect right there, you know? But it also has that kind of ending though.
Yeah.
Where it ends in a moment of like this, that's an ending. And that's something I love about this movie is I like snappy endings. I like endings that there's like a bow tied on it, you know?
Yeah.
And sometimes they end quick or just when it comes around the corner and you see them all there and Jack's there and the camera spirals up to the light and then boom, and it just ends. Like, yes, that's how this movie needs to end right there. You know what I mean? And I think that's there's nothing I can think of. I mean, even though like I said, there's a couple things I'll mention as we go through that they did wrong with something or they shouldn't have done, but like it's not necessarily changes the movie at all though. Like it makes it worth it, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Because I think overall, this movie did a great job of portraying the Titanic and showing off what happened to it enough where if there's one or two little details on how exactly it broke down or how it was supposed to look on this part versus another, that's very overshadowed and kind of insignificant compared to the movie at large of what you saw. There wasn't like such a drastic change to the boat of the Titanic where people would have been a little upset over it.
No. Yeah.
All right, so let's move on to the direction of the production of this film. Mom, what did you think of James Cameron's direction style and his vision for this film?
Oh, I thought it was great. He mixed the historical size, the beauty of the boat, with a love story he made up to go along with it, or someone made up to go along with it. I thought it was a good mix. It gave you historically, gave you that feel of seeing that ship personally, and then you fall in love with the movie, the what's going on the boat. You know, it's kind of cool. Church scene, you know, their dinner scenes, the music, all the wood. Yeah.
His attention to detail is astounding.
Perfect for it, and they say it matches a lot of when that boat is sinking or making its plunging and all the dishes and stuff come tumbling down. You're getting to see patterns and, how beautiful that boat was. And they said it was that beautiful. So I thought I did a great job. I mean, I don't think there's anything about the movie that I would change.
Yeah.
I can watch it right now again, like I did the first time. And I love the soundtrack.
Yeah.
It's got beautiful music to it.
Oh yeah, well, that's one of our next coming up spots. Ike, what did you think of James Cameron's direction?
Yeah, I echo everything Mom just said. I mean, this is one of the best filmmakers of all time. I mean, Terminator 2, The Abyss. This guy's made great stuff. I just wish he'd stop making these Avatar movies. Like, I mean, I get people love him. I understand it. I want James Cameron to do something that's not Blue Aliens, like come back and do something new and inventive. And I know he's doing that with those movies too, but they're just, I don't know, man. I don't know. You're wasting your time, sir. Like, you make some amazing movies. Like, don't make your last 10 years of your life be 10 Avatar movies. Like, give us another Titanic of some sorts, like I want to see him do some space shuttle, like disaster or just something. I don't know. Like, this guy's went from killer robots to aliens underwater to, to Titanic to now 10 movies of Avatar, which is the same thing over and over again. It's Ferngully and Pocahontas and all over and over again. It's like, I get it. I'm not a lover of those movies, obviously, but like, I just wish he'd come back and really do something, blow our minds. Like, with all the stuff, I'd love to see him do a movie about the events of 9/11. Could you imagine a James Cameron movie about? I mean, why not? Like,
there's enough footage.
Oh gosh, there's so much you could use
to get accuracy,
Yeah, and or just the things that happened during that, that. Yeah, I think that would be. I mean, yeah, that's how I feel about it.
Yeah,
this movie makes me feel sad. I feel like we've lost a director to a genre, unfortunately. So.
Yeah, well, the cinematography and the visuals of this movie, so good.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't even realize that until we did that history breakdown in the beginning of this, that not only did he visit the wreckage of the ship in production of this movie to get as much accuracy, but he used any footage they were able to get from underwater and incorporated it into the movie. So for the whole world, that was the first time they were seeing
some people,
the actual Titanic itself, and then it's so great for the accuracy of it. He used what he saw there and repurposed it into, this is how I would have imagined it looked like, if it wasn't underwater and if it was upright and, back in 1912 and everything. It was something. And then I didn't know he could draw so well. I didn't know that was him drawing that stuff. This guy.
He's a talented fella.
Holy smokes. Yeah. Like, I have a whole other level of respect for you, sir. That is amazing.
Yeah, just get away from Avatar. Can you imagine a Marvel movie by him?
Oh, boy.
Yeah. Anyways.
So, yeah, the action and the editing quality, very good. I think that I feel like I could speak for all of us to say that held up really well for the time, right?
Yeah. Oh, no, absolutely. When you talk about the visual, cinematography, action, and CGI, I'm going to bunch that all into one. He brought the boat to life. Like, I don't know about you guys, but I feel like the boat's a character when you're watching it, right? It almost feels like there's times where you're in love with the boat. And then there's times where the boat kind of feels like a killer that's about to kill them all. You know what I mean? Like, the boat gets scary at some point, obviously because it's sinking and all that. But you realize how, it does become that thing that's like like a slasher kind of movie kind of feel to it. Like, I don't know how to explain that, but he does a great job at making that boat feel like this story's taking place on this thing, but you almost feel like you're on something living. Like, the boat is almost like a character of its own just because they're there. All these big shots of it going through the water and the glide and stuff, and all the shots of while it's sinking, you're invested in that character of the vessel itself.
Yeah.
you know, and it turns on you like it does the people, you know, like in that way, you know, it's kind of like it's kind of the real villain of the movie, to be honest, you know.
Yeah.
And the CGI, for whatever CGI they did use of this movie, which obviously there is some.
It's dated a little, but it works.
Yes.
It's fine. It's not dated to the point where you're like, that's awful.
Yeah, it's not unwatchable. It's still, because you know what's happening, and you're just in the heat of the moment there for whenever they do use the CGI for the people, the falling, the debris, things like that.
Right. Yeah.
I'd say the CGI at night still holds up way better, though. Like the daytime shots of the CGI, you can be like, yeah, it looks a little Lord of the Rings kind of. It holds up, but it is, you can tell it's a little dated. But all the night stuff, I think it looks like it's almost like they made it like today.
Huh.
You know, to me, I feel like the CGI at night holds up real well.
Yeah. All right. So, Mom, why don't you talk to us a little bit about, you mentioned it before, the score and the music of the movie.
I'm so sleepy, guys. I'm sorry. It's been a long day. So I'm yawning. Like I said, it's just beautiful, beautiful orchestra. You know, I don't know who wrote the music for it, but they did a great job.
Yeah, James Horner is the same who did like Braveheart.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And when the ship is sinking, that music that they're playing, whoosh, you can feel your heart race. You feel like you're getting wet, you know, from the So yeah, and I love the when you talk about music, I love the players that kept playing. That to me, those are some of the best scenes. So
yep.
Yeah. No, and I agree with you. I echo that. The theme song that in its own has become like career defining for Celine Dion, and that she did that whole song in one take when she got into the studio. She just did it one time, and they said, "That's it. We don't need any more takes." That was perfect. It was just the instrumental, even of course, beautiful words, all that stuff, and she did a great job. But that instrumental playing throughout the whole film, there's just some emotions there, feelings when you listen to that. It's like that could be a soundtrack of our life. It's so good.
Well, it feels meant to be.
Yes.
Like when you think Titanic, it's like, oh, that's what it sounded like, right? Like, it's almost like it was like playing all the time, right? Like, yeah, for sure.
Oh, yeah. All right, so we're gonna go on to some hot takes of the film, and I'll let Ike start off with his, then we'll work our way over to me.
Yeah, I got a couple I want to get your guys' opinion on. So, is it just me, or do you guys think Rose dies at the end? How do you interpret this?
Oh, I don't think she dies.
You think
she's
that's her
101,
dying?
so she's not going to be around much longer anyways. But I never thought when she fell asleep there, too, she was dying.
I always thought it was her dying.
Yeah, that's funny. I've heard other people say that, but I did never.
I take it as like they pan across the thing. You see she did all these things that he told her.
Yep.
Promise me you do how they talked about riding the horse. You see all these things they talked about, have kids, meet somebody. She did all that stuff. And as she kind of closes her eyes in the bed, I feel like that her dreaming about going there, if you notice when she's there, everyone she sees is people that's dead, that died when they were there. Like they all look like they did when they were on the Titanic when they died. They're all, and there he is top of the stairs, young.
I never
like
draw
he
that.
did, and it's like she reaches her hand out, and here she is, young like him, almost like when she died, she went back to the happiest part of her life, and that's like where she went to be, like she's meant to be with him in that area. That's where she's chose to be in a way. I've always interpreted it as that's her passing away on that boat.
That's funny. I never thought about it that way.
But I can easily see that. That makes sense why she's in a wedding dress, because she wanted to marry him.
That's right.
Like they look exactly like they did.
It's all back to right where how they looked when they passed away when they died on that boat.
It also could be just a dream that she's always had too. So I can see that part. But I can agree with you there. I think that's a pretty good hot take, or a pretty good opinion on that.
Probably my biggest hot take though is I think Jack had to die.
Oh,
not just historically, because it doesn't matter. I don't care if they change little things here and there, but Jack had to die. I don't think their relationship would have worked. I think this movie isn't as much about her falling in love with the wrong person or being with the right or wrong person as it is about her having to be her own person.
Yes.
And she wasn't going to be happy with Cal because Cal's Cal, right? She'd been fine with him. He had taken care of her his whole life. I mean, she had never went without.
Mm-hmm.
But the first weekend that her and Jack sleep under a bridge because he has no money is a different story. It's romantic now, but it's not later. I don't think that lasts the way she thinks it lasts in her head. I think that they could find.
He was an escape.
100%.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying they would have hated each other. I'm not saying they weren't good for each other. There wouldn't have been some real heavy, hot romance there for sure. But her life would not have been the same.
No.
And you can't take her that young age going from living rich her whole life to now living with a guy who's literally, like he said, I was sleeping on a park bench the other day.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what's there for her, you know? Mm-hmm. Not that I understand love has no boundaries. Okay, I get it. But guys, let's all be realistic here, you know? The first night that they're sleeping in some cold park bench, you know, and after they survive the Titanic, she's gonna be, when are you gonna get your shit together, Jack?
Mm-hmm.
Like, get a job. You know, and he's not gonna be like that. Do you think he's gonna change his life as a guy who's a nomad? That he loves this. You know, she'd have to fall in love with his lifestyle, not just him.
Yeah.
And she fell in love with him for sure, but his lifestyle is not what she's ready for. He had to die.
And at the end when he's looking for her, when Cal's looking for her on the boat, and they said not to come here, this is where steerage is.
Mm-hmm.
That would have been her opportunity to have turned and said, I made it.
Yeah.
She knew then.
She couldn't be with either of them.
No, she knew then she had to be her.
That's right.
For the first time.
Yep.
Not even with mom.
Yep.
And she didn't want to be the responsibility, have the responsibility of making her mom's life better.
That's right. Yep.
So she once she lets go of him and knows he's dead, I think she knew that.
Yeah, this movie's more about her independence than it is the actual
the breaking
love story.
free of the chains of that whole relationship.
Yep.
Because she could have, if she just wanted life to be comfortable.
She was fine with Cal.
She would
have been fine with him.
But she hid.
Because she had a side of her, too, that was just as pretentious.
Yeah.
You heard her. She had all these paintings she's buying.
Yeah.
She had a part of her that was like, you don't just walk away from that easily just because it's romantic at first.
Yeah.
But then reality hits and you still want a little bit of the way you want to live, which is what she got in the long run. Met a nice man, had a bunch of kids, lived her life happier. She learned not to be pretentious, but she also learned that you need to be somebody and not Jack either.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, and
that's a very good hot take. Actually, I really agree with that.
It's sad that he dies, but he needed it.
Yeah, and I know the biggest internet hot take is, there was room for him on that what was it, that door?
Yeah, you know what's funny? They actually did a documentary not too long. Cameron himself did the documentary where they recreated the whole thing like they did on set. And could have Jack actually have been on the door? They actually did it's a whole hour-long special on HBO. And he still would have died. Actually, she may have died as well. Like you had to think that she had a life vest on. He didn't. You know, if he was on the door, she would have a percentage of her body would have been in the water, and the fact that she lived is because she was out of the water, which I mean, and that's what kept her alive.
Yep.
So he was right by not getting on the door with her. Like, and the size of the door, the way they even use the same prop and everything,
the weights and everything.
You have to say there are two people that were almost identical to their size. You should watch it. You'd be fast. James Cameron does all because he's like, let's give an answer to this once and for all. The truth is he still would have died, and she probably would have died too, but she definitely lives if he's not on the door. So no, guys. Jack can't fit on the door. That's the final answer right there. I know when they ask Leo, he says, nah, no comment.
Yeah, they ask Kate too. They're like, you could have scooched over, right? And she doesn't. She's like, how do I answer this?
No, there is a science to it. And believe it or not, out of all the people that went into that water, only 3 survived out of the hundreds that went in. And the 3 that survived were mostly out of the water. And that's just the truth right there. Like, crazy as that is. So
that is. Do you have a hot take, Mom?
No, not really. No, everything you said. You know.
Yeah. I don't really have one either. My hot take actually was going to be about the comment of it being unsinkable and all that, but since that's been disproven throughout this segment, I really don't have a leg to stand on that. The only thing I'll say hot take about the movie for people who think that is real, and when they make the claim that even God himself couldn't sink this ship, I warn you not to challenge God
Yeah,
that
don't.
way. Just
Yeah.
it doesn't usually end well for you. Whether you believe or not, he has a way of letting you know.
That boat was so doomed. Like, it's just,
Yeah. Be like, oh no, I wouldn't have gone on if that was the slogan.
Yeah.
Be like, no, sorry, you've cursed this boat now.
Yeah.
what's even more amazing is if they'd have just hit the iceberg head on, they
Yes.
would have survived. And
Yes.
they figured about 30 or 50 to 80 people would have died because it would have been the people that work on the boat would have been sleeping in the front parts, and that would have crushed in. So you probably would have lost. There would have been loss of life, but the boat would have it was made to do that.
Yep.
And come to find out, it was like 5 compartments of Titanic could fill of water and it would still stay afloat, but that 6th one is what did it. And the 2 holes the size of a piece of paper is what doomed that ship in 3 hours.
Yep.
Isn't that amazing?
During my research, I read that to mamas. I'm like, did you know that if it had just not turned, it probably would have been okay? Like, yeah, people would have died because you're hitting an iceberg, but like, it wouldn't have broken, sunk, all those thousands upon thousands of people that are on that ship. Like,
They all been rescued, yeah.
yeah, they've just been sitting there until a boat came forward to be able to take them away, you know? Like,
With that said, they say it's still pretty amazing how fast they did turn. So if you think about it, they were literally feet away from
so that's a good
possibly
question.
nothing happening, you know?
Was that true too in the movie, in real life, that they fired up that last boiler when they didn't need to try to make time?
No.
That was all in the movie?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll bring that up as I got it as the least best scene.
Okay. All
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll save that then until
There was no
talk about
no
later.
pressure on being early. It was all
Okay.
it's a lot of that's dramatic too, but unfortunately.
Okay.
Made for good in the movie. I wouldn't change it because the movie's good with it, but real life, it was just they were just moving along. Well, what is true though is they did ignore some iceberg warnings, but that wasn't uncommon though either. Like a lot of them say, yeah, well, we don't see it. And that's just it. They relied, you got to think back then there was no radar, you know.
Right.
There's people just telling you, hey, look, we went by a bunch of icebergs, watch out.
Yeah.
It's really all it was. You typed out in Morse code.
Yeah.
And then there was 2 guys up in a little tower nest in the middle of the cold looking, you know, and they didn't have binoculars. They left port with them still locked in the locker in the case on shore.
Mhm.
So if they had binoculars, they may have been able to see it. But what's interesting about that night is it was a new moon and it was calm and it was ice cold. And if you've ever been driving down a road, it's the best way to explain it to everybody. When it's really hot out and you come up over a hill and you can see far away, you ever see that shimmer of the heat coming up off the road?
Yeah.
And it's almost like it looks like water.
Yep.
So that same mirage happens with water and when it's really cold. So when you got to think when these guys are sitting up in this nest looking out into the Pacific or into the Atlantic Ocean looking for icebergs at a certain distance away, the water and the sky and what they're looking at is a mirage and they don't see anything when it's right there. So this iceberg come out of nowhere because they come out of like, if you're just going down the road and you see that little mirage and all of a sudden there's something behind it. That's exactly what happened to them. Or they would have seen it earlier and still had turned it because they still could have seen that thing. Even, you know, the icebergs do show up in pitch dark. There's like a darker silhouette. There's a light that comes off of them. The icebergs are weird. You know, they are, you can see them kind of well, but not that night. That night was so oddly calm that you'd hear the water. There's a lot of different things that went into why it looked that way. When you look out and you can't tell what you're looking at, or they didn't realize that what they were looking at. You know, and it's the same thing that happened with the not the Carpathia, but there's another boat. I can't remember the exact name of it. I think I wrote it down, but there was a boat that was in eyesight of the Titanic after it hit the iceberg, which means they could have got there and gotten everybody off onto their boat, but they couldn't see it. All they saw were the lights of the white lights that they were shooting off as fireworks. And they said, oh, that must be a luxury liner that's having a party. So then they look in their binoculars and they don't see it on the horizon. So they don't see it sinking on the horizon because of that mirage effect that's going on.
Wow.
Yeah, they were doomed. Something was fated for that to just not work out. Like as crazy as that sounds.
Oh my.
Yeah. I go deep, guys. I was doing so many podcasts on Titanic.
All right. So this next part, guys, we're gonna list some of our favorite scenes. If you want to list
I got
one
a
or
couple.
two, that's fine. But Mom, do you have one that sticks out to you?
We probably have a lot of the same ones.
Yeah. I mean, there's, from him winning the ticket, I just thought that was that poker game thing. I thought that was a cool.
Mm-hmm.
Just the image of the boat with the music as they scanned through it. Every time they did that, the dolphins when they're out there, the ones people love where think they're flying. I never was that impressed with that, but
yeah, it's a little overrated.
Some of the yeah.
The one of them having a jig.
Yeah,
party
the
and all that
dance,
stuff.
the dance.
That was one of Dad's favorite scenes.
It
too.
was his favorite. He loved that. Was his favorite part. Yeah, because he loved that kind of stuff. Anyways, the music and Irish dance and more primitive and native to particular heritage. He thought that he liked that part. I loved when one of my I chuckle every time I see it when Rose lands in that helicopter and they unload all that luggage and they hand the fish tank and the fish bowl.
Oh yeah.
I mean, she brought her whole life.
She brought her whole life
with her, and she was the dog, the little Pomeranian, and the fish tank, the bowl with the fish. And there, I love that. I love that. Just that scene, I loved. It's like, wow, that's pretty cool.
Yeah,
that is.
And you can't overlook in this whole movie, the costuming is excellent.
Oh man,
Rose's dresses, the women's dresses, the men's tailored suits, the hats. It's all, I mean, just right up there. Even the steerage people in the way their bonnets and stuff. I mean, the research that was done, it's just so cool. I thought was very,
above
very
and
well
beyond
done.
the detail of all that is insanely good.
Yeah.
I know you're going to go more in depth on these, Ike, but I'll just throw out there my three favorite scenes that came to my mind when I'm writing this down. When Jack meets Rose, I thought that was a really good scene of she's about to jump and he just talks to her and tells her basically how stupid you're acting.
And it's funny when I watched that for like the 100th time, I fast forward through that.
Yeah.
I
feel the same way.
It's
not
good.
My favorite. It's just whatever.
Yeah, it's the weirdest thing. Yeah, yeah. I'm like, okay, she didn't jump.
We're not gonna.
My next one would be when Rose comes to him and she changes her mind and chooses him.
Oh,
I know you think that's an overrated scene, that the one that's on the poster and all that stuff, but I just always interpret that as this is me just enjoying freedom and I'm making my choice to choose what I want. And knowing that there's this guy that's going to be going after her for it. Like, I did like that. And then, I shouldn't say it's my favorite scene, but of scene-wise, the ship collapsing when it breaks in two.
Oh, it's so good.
It's so tenseful. It's so,
sad.
It's sad.
Yeah.
Terrifying. It's the suspense of hearing it and then seeing it, and you're like, oh my gosh, like it's it's just really well done.
Every time I watch it, and you get trapped in that.
It's mesmerizing.
Yeah, that sickening feeling. This ship. Your dad used to joke, we're watching Titanic again tonight. I wonder if the boat won't sink.
I still say that same joke all the time.
Yeah. Palmer's like, maybe they'll all survive this time.
Yeah.
But this is that moment in that movie where the ship is like, it's a killer.
Yeah.
It's a slasher movie all of a sudden. The thing you've been sleeping on is trying to kill you now. It just makes it scary.
Yeah, it just can't hang on a couple more hours, you know?
How ironic they won a trip to death.
Yeah, literally. Yeah.
All right, so what are yours?
I'm going to go in order for mine. I love the dinner scene when they bring Jack to dinner.
Oh, that's cool.
Whole scene. Just him talking, just you see the difference of the worlds of the people there in a hurry. And this is where, once again, Billy Zane is so good at, he's almost entertained, but yet he still even does see, like, I kind of see what this kid's talking about. Like, as pretentious and as much of a bad guy as he is, he he understands. He's not that kind of bad guy, you know.
Mhm.
And but I just love the dynamic of how the mother tries to. Well, it's a weird way to live, and he just puts it real elegant on how fun life is like that. But there's somewhere in the middle is the best part, right? And that's kind of interesting.
We don't talk much about the mother, but she played a great role.
So good.
Yeah.
Yeah, so good. Yep.
She was intense, and she made it really in a lot of ways. She made the movie. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's definitely Rose's motivation of, definitely part of her journey.
Yep.
Yeah, for sure.
I love whenever we're talking about stuff like this. We have the movie on
there it is, right?
guys.
Yeah.
It's exactly there.
That's her reminding her, did you want me to live here? Yeah. Where I gotta do things? It's like, okay.
Yeah. Acting so good.
Yeah.
So good for them. Yeah.
And the whole chase scene, when he chases them throughout the ship, this was the best time and probably the only, I'm sure he sat down trying to figure out how to do this, where Cameron was able to really, we need to show the audience that's watching this movie parts of the ship that you normally wouldn't see.
Yeah.
And this is the best way to do it. So we get to see what the engine room looks like. We get to see where the coal is, where the storage is, where, all the first class stuff, all the lower class things, because they're running through them. And we kind of get to visit it through their eyes, and I like that. It's such a great way to put you in those places. Because why else would you be down there where they're shoveling coal,
Right.
You're not going to be. But if you're running from some guy and you went to the wrong door, you get to see that, that was what's going on in the belly of this ship.
Yeah.
And then that opens up the whole other world of what those people went through when that ship started to sink.
Yeah.
When those sliding doors come down, how many people sat in those things waiting for the water to fill up while they're in there?
Well, some of them burned to death.
Yeah, or boiled to death. Yeah, scalded to death from the water hitting the fires.
Yeah.
There's some awful ways that people died in that ship during it's all calm up top and it's just slowly going down and the violins are going down and down below is just hell. You know what I mean? Like it's when you think about stuff like that, you realize, the perspective of where you are and the people up there, what's really going on? They're drinking stuff while the boat's slowly sinking. There's someone burning to death, boiling to death below them. It's amazing to think about when you really, it's shocking, not that they did anything wrong, but you don't think of that when you're watching the movie because the movie does feel so romantic. But when you start realizing the reality of it, you're kind of like, oy, this is rough. Like, that's rough.
Yeah.
My other favorite scene is the whole time from when they see the iceberg to when they hit it. All that intensity of just the music, that it's almost like a clock, the music is. And then it's silent when they hit the iceberg and the chunks of it fall on the deck. And then after they hit it, everyone's kind of like, what's going on? It's okay, right? Yeah. And they're like, and you feel that little shudder,
Oh, yeah.
I love that when the captain feels that little shudder and it's ooh, what's going on?
He knows.
Yep. And then when that guy says, oh no, it's going to sink. And he says, so how long, it's like, he's like, 2 hours. And he's like, 2 hours?
Yeah.
I think some people are like, yeah, 2 hours is a long time. No, it's not.
Oh.
I'm like, no, it is not.
Oh, my God.
Not when that last half hour comes, you realize 2 hours went by real quick. You think about 2 hours, man. That's, you and I do a podcast. It's not 2 hours long.
Yeah, no.
Well, you know what I mean? Like, we talk longer than the Titanic stayed afloat.
Yeah. Well, yikes.
The other ones that stick out to me are mostly shots. Like, I love the shot of when he turns. I kind of brought it up earlier when Cal turns and goes to go after her, and he's upset that she's with Jack. And he walks across the deck and they're shooting the thing off at the same time.
Yeah.
It's a great sweeping shot where they called action behind the camera. So when the camera gets there, they're all in motion already. That's the genius of that kind of directing, right? And also and in that same scene, when the guy there, Ismail or whatever his name is, when he gets on the boat and he kind of turns and the other guy, he puts his hands out, like he looks at him and realizes he's got on and he's just supposed to be women and children, but he just lets him go. It's just as he starts to do the hand thing, the music kind of hits.
Yeah.
What a great scene that is, because the guy's terrified, right? He's terrified. Anyone that does something like that, you could all be like, oh, a coward. It's like, yeah, I don't know, man. Put yourself in his shoes. Like I'd be scared to death too. That would really scare the hell out of me. And I always liked that scene of when they're climbing the boat after it, like before it breaks and they're kind of climbing up the boat, where that pastor, he's holding on to the thing and they're all like holding on to each other and he's praying with them. You just think that, only 3 people survived out of the water. all these people probably died. You know what I mean? Like,
Sure.
how terrifying last moments of your life.
Those are their last rites.
Yeah. And then to be on, let alone being out in the boats when the lights go out. Imagine being on the thing when the lights go out. Whew.
Yeah.
How scary. Like those are my favorite scenes though. I love those, and yeah. Yeah. And I'll start off with the least best one because I know there's not many probably for you guys, right?
None for me.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to say the least best scene only because it's just straight up not true is when Ismail's sitting with the captain having dinner telling him, wouldn't it be nice if we got there early in the headlines? And none of that's true. That's all false. There's the way that guy was portrayed of doing that isn't accurate. And Cameron's actually even gone on to go to the family later and apologize to them for making him look that way. But at the time they thought that's all they knew, that people thought that's why that maybe that was part of it. But that's just none of that's true.
Because they make it sound like in the film that was the one of the catalysts of why they weren't able to turn the boat in time.
Because they're going too fast.
Because they're going too
fast. They were going fast. That is, it's true, but it's not true that it was too fast. There's a lot of things that went in there, and they weren't pressured to go too fast. That's why you bring that up again, yeah. So there was no, don't you want to go out with a bang? It's like, no, there wasn't none of that. There was none of the egging. They were just making good time. They ignored the iceberg warnings. If they did anything wrong, that's what they did wrong. But then, like I said, like I explained to you, that was an impossible night. They just shouldn't have been. God, they should have went a little more south. They should have took the iceberg warning seriously and dropped south and come in lower. And they just didn't. They went more north, thinking it was a more direct path with the way the current was going in the ocean and how everything was all set. And it would have been, but the time of night and the time of day and all that stuff and it being as cold as it was, it just was against them. It just was against them.
All right, so I don't know if you have any of this, Mom. We're almost done, guys. We got just
these
one
are
or two more questions. Yeah. So best villain moment. Anything that the bad guy did that you were like, oh, he either portrayed that scene real well, or that was a really bad thing he did, but it stuck out to you. I could tell you mine right off the bat is when Cal lied to Jack about there being a boat.
Oh,
for
yeah.
him.
I was just going to say.
Not even that. Because Jack's like, there's not really an arrangement, is there? And he's like, oh, yeah, there is. Just not for you.
Yeah.
And that's like, okay. And that whole thing, like you just said a couple minutes ago, Ike, about he had his chance to get off the boat, and just knowing that Rose was going to be with Jack was enough. He didn't take his own chance. He'd rather have spend the last minutes that he thought he had going over there to ruin that other man than to let them get away with it.
Yep. That's my best villain.
And then he still lived.
It's what he says to him too. He says, "I always win."
Yeah.
And it's like, and just the way they both played that with each other. There was no fight. There was no, it was just he just told him straight up that you're gonna lose this battle. Then I also love though when he realizes that he left the diamond in the coat. He's like, put the coat on her. It's like, oh, you screwed up. You know what I mean? Like, but it's also, that's to me, that's the big moment is when he says that to Jack. That's where the line is crossed.
All of them. Yeah.
Because up until then, you think he's just capable of being an ass. But right then, he's capable of letting someone die for his own. So he's definitely capable of some bad stuff.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Here's a fun question. Most punchable face.
Other than Cal. No, I'm kidding.
If
you can punch Cal.
If there's anyone in the movie that you're like, oh, he should have
just
get a slap or get something, be like, what do you do? Yeah.
This was tough.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of people in this I don't like.
Yeah.
Or like someone that comes off as annoying.
What's nice is some of the people in here that do come off as annoying, they end up getting hit by some of them. I wrote down that the ship crewman towards the end of the film who refused to listen to Rose when she was trying to get help.
Oh, okay. That's a good one. Yeah.
Like, listen.
Yeah. Huh.
I always thought the guy, what's his face, Lovejoy.
Mm-hmm.
I always thought he needed a good punch to the face in this movie. You know, that and there's that other mustache guy that's at them with the party.
Yep.
He's like, oh, should we retire with our cigars and stuff? Anyone that talks like that too much needs to get
He's a
punched in the
big
face.
soap opera star.
He is, yeah.
Yeah.
But he could have been punched in the face. That'd have been nice. Because sometimes when he talked, it was like, shut your mouth. You know, it's like you just the way you guys talk is just, oh my God. And honestly, the mom could use a good punch into the face. You know, she was nasty with her. Like, she's a good old backhander, like Sean Connery style.
Like,
yeah. I'm not saying he needs a punch to the face, but we haven't talked about him yet. Bill Paxton is awesome in this movie.
Yeah, he is. Yeah.
The late great Bill Paxton. It's hard to believe still that he's gone. You know, you Twister and all this stuff. I mean, I know it's way off topic, but I want to make sure we say it. I love Bill Paxton, and I think he adds a lot to this, being the guy in the beginning, or the dude that's looking for this diamond this whole time.
Yeah.
He just adds a credibility to this whole thing that's very believable.
mm-hmm.
You know, and I just love him. I just love him a lot. Like, once again, another excellent casting that's just ridiculously random, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that's the best. You got the best punchable face. I say the mom needs a slap. I think Lovejoy could use a punch. But yeah, your guy, he didn't get punched.
Yeah.
Because the other guys, they all do. Everyone that needs it really gets their due. So it's hard to give a punch to someone that, you know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. One prop you would take home.
I picked a couple.
I picked two of them as well. So why don't you do one, Ike, then see what.
So the obvious one's the diamond, right? Like, everyone would want to be cool.
That's a nice diamond.
It is. But I think Jack's sketchbook would be cool.
Okay. All right.
Huh.
One of mine I put was Jack's black pen that he used for sketching.
Yeah.
So I didn't pick the actual book, but do you have one on the top of your head?
Yeah, Rose's singing for her.
Oh, the butterfly.
Oh,
that's such a good one.
I didn't even think of that. Yeah, that black pen.
I love that one too. Yeah. I always thought it'd be cool to have one of the life vests that has the White Star Line Titanic.
Sure. Well,
thing
anything
on the
with
wall.
that on it.
Yeah, cool. Yeah.
I also wrote down the Titanic ticket, the Jack one.
Oh, that'd be cool.
It's just on that piece of paper, just framed.
That'd be cool.
That's cool.
Yeah. Or a framed picture of the blueprints of the Titanic from when he rolls them out. That'd be cool too.
That would be. I bet you can get those.
I bet you could.
That'd be
I'm
fun.
sure you could. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So the most underrated moment you would say in the movie?
I don't think I think everything gets its fair due. There's nothing that's underrated.
Yeah.
I don't think something happens as the people. If I had to say anything, it would be, I think people don't talk enough about Billy Zane's role.
Mm-hmm.
I really am an advocate of how awesome he is in this movie, even though he's that pretentious bad guy. It's captivating sometimes, and I never felt this way though all the time. But as I've rewatched it over and over again over the years, I've been more, man, this guy's so good. Like, it just hits you so believable, but there's a realness there. There's an understanding there that you get that doesn't make it feel like it's cartoony or over the top, which it easily could be, and it's just not. So I'm always going to say that his role, I think, is very underrated.
Yeah. I didn't really have one. No. How about an overrated one? Did either of you had that?
Yeah, that at the end bow of the ship.
Yep.
Yeah. That where they're.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's not that cute.
No.
It's a little. It's kind of cringy.
Oh boy.
I like it better when he and the Italian boy are there.
Or just hanging out. Yeah.
And they're
like, they're like, oh, look at this is awesome.
Yeah. And they're going to America and we're free.
Pinnacle of their love story at the bow.
Yeah. I think that's just a little bit over. I mean, we've made it that way. It fits well in the movie.
Yeah.
It's perfect in the movie. But that had to be a real focal point.
It's one of my favorite transitions from past to present is when that happens, when she's kissing her and then the camera comes around and the
every
ship
time.
goes old.
Yeah.
And you see that they kind of almost like they turn into skeletons with it.
Every
It's
time.
awesome. But what comes before that, I'm like, okay, this is cringy.
Every time that happens, because it happens several times in the movie, where you see
From
it
the
come
old
to
new,
life
or
and go back to death.
Yeah.
I think that's underrated. I think that needs.
That's why I think she died at the end, though, because there's all dead. Anyway,
well, that could be.
it's like the reverse of it.
Yeah.
You know, like, I don't know. Anyways, I'm just going back.
That's underrated. It
really is.
Yeah.
But that whole way of doing that was is perfect, because that's actual pictures, and they've made it faded in and faded out. So yeah,
genius. Yep, genius.
It is genius. Yeah.
All right, funniest moment that you would say in
spinning.
Yeah, that is good. Yep, that is good.
Yep.
My funniest moment is I love when he's handcuffed to the thing and he's like, okay, do a practice swing.
Yeah,
and she does. He's like, okay, I'll do it again. And she misses completely. He's just like, all right, it doesn't matter. It's like, we're just ready.
Yeah.
And it's like, I just love that the whole, like, she's not good at that. Like, it's like, there's nothing, they don't have a choice. It's like, they're going to do what they have to do.
Yeah.
That, to me, it is one of the funnier moments in the movie.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of humor in this movie, but there's enough to chuckle at here and there.
Sure.
Yeah, and the stuff with Molly, there's moments with her that's funny too.
Yeah.
So
I like it. And when she's describing, they ask, can you tell your story? And she said, well, it was a long time ago. And the one guy, the guy there, he makes the comment about, if you need more time, she says, do you want me to continue telling the story? You're like,
oh yeah,
that scene.
The old lady, her little comebacks here and there are good.
Yeah.
She was good.
Very good. Yeah. All right, most emotional moment.
Oh, geez.
I know what it is right here. I'm going to tell you exactly why. The entire montage when they're playing that last song on the boat, when the violins are playing that.
Yeah.
Why, to me, is because throughout this whole movie, you're getting through the love story perspective. But when you get to that point, there's not any moment in that when they're playing that music do they show Jack and them.
Mm.
They're showing you other people on the boat.
The fate of the people.
Yep, they're showing the two kids she's putting to bed, the two old people laying in the bed.
Yep.
You're seeing other people, the people that are dying, the people that are falling.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone's surrounded. That's their reminder of, by the way, this fake story we're telling you, this is something that's real. Right down to them guys playing to that moment and that song and everything. Is they want
that's your question was most emotional?
Yeah.
To me, that's where Morgan cries every time.
Oh.
She can't handle it. She said when the two old people are holding hands, she blubbers. And then to me, it's like, it's just like, it is the reminder of, look, there's a true story behind this romance that I told you.
Mm-hmm.
And they take that moment to show those people in it.
Yeah.
You know, right down to like, those were real passengers too. Like these were real people that had gone and died. And I mean, these kids are laying in bed. She's reading a story to them as the water's rushing in under the door.
Yeah. Those
that's a reality for some of those people, you know, or those old people, we can't get off. We're just going to die here together. You imagine?
Together.
Yeah. It's like, can you imagine? Like it's, and to play it with that song during that moment with those guys who don't survive either. Yeah. You know, it's like, it's pretty wild if you think about it. It's pretty wild.
I completely agree with you. The only other one I wanted to add to that, because I always was wondering when I was doing my rewatch of this yesterday, I kept thinking, what actually happens to this one character? The one, his friend that has the thick accent that's younger.
Oh yeah, yeah.
When the one of the silos or whatever, when it breaks and falls on him.
Yeah.
That I thought, wow, I don't know why I've never seen that before.
You know, it's funny. That's a specific detail for this movie too. That's true. That smokestack particular, why that was so weak is because it's fake. Because Titanic only needed 3 smokestacks to actually run. But in order for it to look like its sister ship, who needed the 4, they put the other one on there for decoration. So that third one in the back worked, and the 2 in the front worked, but that middle one before the back one was fake. So it was built differently. So once it started hitting the water and it did break, that's why it broke so easy.
Oh
so it actually works for the movie, and that's how they put it in the movie. Like, isn't that wild?
Yeah. But that was just, I felt so bad for him because he just lost his friend being a gunshot and all that. I'm like, oh, he might actually survive. No.
Yeah. No.
It's like a Final Destination moment right there. I was like, whoa, if the water's not going to kill you, that's going to kill you.
Yeah.
The only other glaring thing that's not true in this movie that didn't really happen is the locks on the gates of the lower class to the upper class.
Oh,
That's
man.
all made up for the movie too. There were gates, and they would close them at night to stop people from wandering around too much, but none of them had locks. They weren't allowed to for that reason.
Oh.
For the reason they put in the movie. But the movie made it more dramatic because he needed a key. And so there's a few things they went there that they didn't need to do that. But
Yeah, they Hollywood.
yeah, they gave it a little bit of the Hollywood taste. Yeah.
All right, guys. So we're at the final scores of this film. So Mom, out of 2, what would you rate the story?
1 out of 2?
Yeah. Yep. Out of 2, like 1 or a 2 or 1.
Oh, like 5.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's
2. Yeah.
got to be one of my top 20 movies that I've watched my whole life.
Mhm.
You know,
All right.
maybe it's in the bottom 6. I mean, that's how much I.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
It's in my top 10
Yeah.
of best movies ever made.
All right, Ike. So out of 2, you put 2.
Yeah, I put 2.
All right, Mom, the characters out of 2.
Oh, 2.
Yep. Ike.
Yeah, 2. Yep.
Okay. I'm the same, by the way, for both those guys. Emotion and stakes, Mom.
2.
2.
All right, I put 2 as well. Rewatchability and industry impact.
Oh, 100 times 2.
Oh, there's no doubt. I've seen this movie. Not as many times as I've seen Jaws, but I've seen this movie a lot.
Yeah.
And its impact is bigger than just the movie itself. It's not only is a story should be told about the boat itself, but also the stuff invented just to make this movie. Like the feats that they did just to get it done. How do you not give it a 2? Like it's impossible to not give it a 2.
I gave it a 1. And this industry impact is the 1.
Yeah.
Rewatchability.
You struggle rewatching it?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's not this because it's long. I could watch a long movie. Avengers Endgame is 3 hours long. So I could watch that over and over again. There's only so much when I get to that end scene. I'm like, I'm tired of seeing them die like this. So I'm like, I know it happens, but I don't need to relive it every single time. So once is enough for me a year. But so that's the reason.
No, I hear you.
All right. So final scores. Mom, out of 10, what would you rate this?
Oh, a 10.
Okay.
Definitely. Yeah.
Yeah, this is in my top 10. Maybe if I had to sit down and write a top 10, it might be in the top 15 because there's a lot of good movies. But it's definitely top 15 best movies ever made. I give it a 10 out of 10.
All right. I am giving it a 10 out of 10 as well, guys.
Yep.
So,
Which you're going to hear a lot with these guys because we just want to talk about movies we love anyways. And some movies that we really love, like I'd like to talk these guys into doing Dead Poets Society next.
Yeah.
And because Sammy has yet to see it. No. He might not like it like we do, which would be good. Actually, I kind of hope he likes it, but I do hope that he has a
Different
we're going to give a
take.
10 out of it. but yeah, I'd like to hear his take, especially his age and how many times we've seen it because it's a particular kind of movie.
Right.
But you're going to hear a lot of 10s, guys. So there's no like, what are they going to say? It's like we're only going to spend time on these breakpoints with movies on the ones we love. You know what I mean?
well, and even then, you have to give an objective view on these movies too.
Right.
And even if, like my personal taste, I gave it a 1 out of 2 for the rewatchability factor, that doesn't mean it's culturally. It did not impact the movie or movie industry at all. It was big. This is a big deal. I know James Cameron has already had successes with not Tomb Raider, Terminator and stuff like that.
Tomb Raider, though.
He would, yeah. But this, you got to hand to him. This is probably one he could hang his hat on, like for.
He still has. I mean, the money he probably still makes off this movie is ridiculous.
All right, so the official Goodell Multiverse score for this film, guys, is 10 out of 10. One final verdict, Mom. What would you say is like a closing line for this segment for you? Something you want the audience to.
Don't go on a cruise. Just kidding. Life can be shorter than you think. Obviously, those people had they thought they were going to America, the land of all the opportunity, and they ended up not getting anywhere. So, ended up dying in the You just never know what life,
Didn't matter how rich they were.
No, money had nothing to do with it. And we've learned that, all of you who are watching or listening to this. No, you can't buy health and you can't buy longevity. Some of it is just going to be what it's going to be. Don't making it count. As Jack said, yeah. Every moment, make it count.
Yeah.
That's Jack's. I think that's the best line in the whole thing.
So that's what he said at the dinner table. Yeah.
Yep.
All right, what would you say, Ike, is your final?
I would say that if you guys haven't seen this movie, I don't know where the hell you've been. So if you're watching our channel talking about movies and you've not seen Titanic, then you need to go do something else.
Yeah. You need to go watch movies.
Watch this movie.
go watch this movie.
You're missing out on some really good movies. Yeah.
That's my final line too, guys, is go and at least give this a one time in your life watch and let us know in the comments below what you think about this movie too. And with that said, that concludes the Branch Point Breakdown special that we had with our mother here. And so
make it count, guys. Make it count.
Make it count.
I want to touch on the very end real quick.
Okay.
Not when I think she died, because I do think she died. But do you guys are aware of the deleted scene or
an alternate ending?
Well, I heard it. That she jumps.
No, where they kind of they find her before she drops the thing, and there's like this showdown about what to do with it.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't like that. I'm glad they didn't do that.
I like what they did.
I like what they did, but I got to be honest with you. I almost think I would have almost made it where she gave him the thing.
That, or
if I were to change it, I would have done one of two things. If I were to change the ending when it comes down to the actual heart of the ocean thing, I would have had him go back to his office and it's in a wrap thing sitting on his desk. You know, Bill Paxton. And then, you know, then it ends with him smiling while he's holding it, and then it shows the pictures of her, and then she dies. You know what I mean? I'm going to keep saying it. But, or reveal somehow that she sold it and that's how she started her new life. Because her dropping it in the water, I get what this whole thing is, the heart of the ocean, throwing it in. But I always saw that thing as the tie to the thing she was trying to get away from. You know, I didn't see it as the heart of her heart in the ocean, like they kind of made it like in the movie. To me, that was the last gift Cal gave her. That why not use that last gift to actually build your life? Well, she still went and built a life without selling it. But I would have been more impressed if it was just on someone's, you know, dusty shelf somewhere.
Well, you have
because
to think,
she got money from it.
You have to think deeper than that.
You're right. There's a deeper part of that.
That resembled financial wealth.
Yeah.
This whole movie is based on there was a life without it.
Yeah.
Well lived.
And it is the thing that was in the middle of this whole situation.
Yeah.
You know, out of everything that was in her pocket, it ended up being that. So I get it, but I almost would have liked it if she'd given it to him.
Yeah.
You know?
I remember the first time I watched it, she dropped it. I was in a theater and I heard everybody go, no! They all reacted the same way I was thinking. You dropped it! And yes, I think it resembles a lot of things, but one of them is her true love was in the bottom of that water. And she learned to love who she was without using that, and she gave it back. She learned a lesson by not using it. So, yeah. It was sad, though. It looked like a beautiful...
But see, that's always why I still thought...
And that's not true either, right? There's no...
That is based off of a real diamond.
Okay.
But it was never on the Titanic.
Okay.
So, and it wasn't the shape of a heart.
Okay.
It was just a real big thing.
Yeah.
But it was supposed to be on the Titanic, and it wasn't.
Okay. So
it actually was owned by the Hershey's family from Pennsylvania, who were supposed to be on the Titanic. And they never were.
Wow.
And they didn't because he was sick. And they stayed longer. And they're actually upset about it because they wanted to be on the maiden voyage of the best ship in the world. Or we wouldn't have Hershey's.
No, we would not. Wow.
Isn't that wild?
Yeah.
There's a lot of crazy things. Yeah.
Oh my. So go check it out. Guys, find out more of those things because
check out this podcast.
We just took the scab off it.
Yeah.
There's a whole wound there.
There's an iceberg, you would say. That's just the tip.
That was just the tip of the iceberg.
But see, that to me, like even with her throwing it in the water, it always gave validation to me of why I thought that's why I thought she died, because it was like
Yeah.
it was the end of it was like this whole culmination of her.
Well, now every
the
time
last place she's gonna be is gonna be there, right? Like
now every time I watch that, that's what I'm going to think.
it's gonna go through your head a little bit.
Never ever have I thought that.
No,
Never. Now
from
I
the
will.
first time I saw it as a kid, I thought she died. Isn't that weird?
Oh yeah, yeah.
But I also think Forrest Gump's son at the end of Forrest Gump isn't really his kid, so I think Jenny just doesn't know what to do with her kid because she's dying, and she's gonna. I mean, look what she does to him. She dresses him up like him, puts him in front of the TV, and says, "Oh, I even named him Forrest after you."
Yeah,
It's like, so you won't tell this guy he's had a kid for how many 6 years?
yeah.
Like, you want to know the worst? It's not Darth Vader, folks. It's Jenny from Forrest Gump. She's a villain. Look what she does to that man throughout that whole movie. She's a kid with him and doesn't tell him about him for 6 years. It's because it's not his kid. She's just dying of AIDS, and now Forrest is relevant because he can take care of her problems, and he's rich. Anyways, wait till we get there.
We do digress.
Yes. No, but I do. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, I always thought she died, but yeah, even as a kid, I was like, wow. To me, it always felt that way.
Now that's what's going to be in my mind every time I see it. How funny.
All right. Well, guys, thank you for tuning into this segment of the Goodell Multiverse podcast. Why don't you stay tuned, because we are almost done here. What do we have next, Ike?
Oh, next we're going to have the retrospective of this guy right here, Doctor Strange, which was probably going to be a quick one tonight, folks, only because
we're all tired.
Yeah, you have that, but this movie is just... It's
strange.
It's just one of the. Yeah, it's a great. You know what? That might be the best way to say it. This movie is strange.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I watched it. I thought it was strange.
Yes.
Well, thank you, Mom, for staying with us. And everyone, stay tuned. Here we go.
Bye bye.
All right, everybody. Thanks for staying with us. We are on to our main event of the Goodell Multiverse podcast. The reason you guys are here.
That's right.
We are reviewing Doctor Strange 1. So, this is going to be fun. It's going to be exciting. I'm going to jump right on in, guys, with a history behind the film. Then my brother Ike here is going to give the official synopsis. And we're going to get into the juicy details of what this whole magic thing is in the MCU. Let's see if we can figure it out. All right. So, Doctor Strange came out on October 13th, 2016. Some of the main casts include Benedict Cumberbatch, Benedict Wong, Rachel McAdams, Chiwetel Ejiofor.
That's pretty good. That's pretty close. Chiwetel Ejiofor.
Chiwetel.
Bro, you need a nickname.
We're
Like, we
you
are
Chip.
not trying to be mean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
You're Chip.
Yeah.
Chip. I mean, it's no offense to your ethnicity or whatever's going on, but that is, dude. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah. Great actor, but
one of them. Yeah, he's fantastic.
So Chiwetel.
I
Tilda.
think that's right there.
I'm not going to say your last name, just Chiwetel. All right. Tilda Swinton and Mads Oh my gosh. Mikkelsen. Mads Mikkelsen, right?
Is it Mikkelsen or Mickelson?
Mickelson sounds better.
I think Nickel.
I'll try to remember that.
Sure.
Or Mads.
Yeah. Or there's another one where, what's up with this name? What's up with this? There's way too many Ks.
All right. So, the history behind the film, guys. Marvel Studios' journey to bring Doctor Strange to the screen was years in the making and represented one of the studio's biggest creative risks since Guardians of the Galaxy. By the time filming began in late 2015, the MCU had firmly established itself as Hollywood's premier franchise through films like Avengers, Guardians of the Galaxy, and Captain America: Civil War. But Marvel had yet fully explored the supernatural and mystical side of its universe. The studio saw Doctor Strange as the gateway to an entirely new corner of the MCU and wanted the film to feel visually unlike anything audiences had seen before. After considering several directors, Marvel hired Scott Derrickson, known for horror films such as Sinister, because of his passion for the character and his desire to blend superhero storytelling with psychological, spiritual, and horror-inspired elements. Derrickson pushed Marvel to embrace the bizarre, mind-bending visuals from the comics, leading to the film's famous reality-warping sequences inspired by artists like Steve Ditko, MC Esther, and films such as Inception. At the center of the project was Benedict Cumberbatch, who was coming off career-defining performances in Sherlock, The Imitation Game, and several major studio productions. Marvel had pursued him aggressively despite scheduling conflicts, believing he embodied both Stephen Strange's arrogance and intelligence. Chiwetel joined as Mordo. Rachel McAdams played Christine Palmer, and Mads was cast as, I'm sorry. Your name, seeing it on paper, I'm trying to remember what it's like in the movie.
I'm panicking right now. Calculus?
Calculus.
Calculus?
Calculus. Calcium. The decision...
Mr. Strongbones.
Yeah. The decision to use him as the primary villain rather than Strange's more famous comic foes, such as Dormammu or Nightmare, was intentional. Marvel viewed him as a more grounded human antagonist whose motivations could introduce audiences to the mystical world without overwhelming them. The film gradually built towards Dormammu as the larger cosmic threat, while using him, Calculus, as a bridge between the real world and the mystical realm. Mads later revealed he was attracted to the role because Calcium had understandable motivations rather than being purely evil.
Mm-hmm.
One of the film's most controversial behind-the-scenes decisions involved the casting of Tilda Swinton as the Ancient One. In Marvel Comics, the Ancient One was traditionally depicted as an elderly Tibetan man, a portrayal many critics viewed as outdated Asian stereotypes rooted in the 1960s comic book tropes. Marvel chose to reinvent the character as a Celtic woman, effectively both gender swapping and race swapping the role. Marvel executives argued they wanted to avoid perpetuating stereotypes, but also face criticisms from Tibet in a major film that they would need access to for the Chinese box office. The decision generated significant criticism and accusations of whitewashing, becoming one of the MCU's largest casting controversies. Years later, both Derrickson and Marvel leadership acknowledged that there was no perfect solution and that the decision remains heavily debated among fans and critics. Filming took place across England, Nepal, Hong Kong, and New York, with Marvel playing unusual emphasis on practical locations and in-camera effects whenever possible. Cumberbatch reportedly spent months learning hand movements and mystical gestures used for spellcasting, while the visual effects team developed entirely new techniques to create the film's kaleidoscope dimensional folding effects. Fun production facts include many of the mirror dimension sequences being created from real-world architectural photography before being digitally manipulated, and the famous astral projection scenes requiring actors to perform multiple versions of the same scene simultaneously. Another interesting detail is that Marvel deliberately designed the magical system to resemble a blend of martial arts, traditional scientific theory, and spirituality, so it would feel distinct from both Asgardian technology and traditional fantasy magic. The filmmakers also worked hard to make Stephen Strange's character arc feel similar to Tony Stark's in some respect. Both are brilliant, arrogant men forced to confront their own limitations, but with a more spiritual and philosophical journey. When Doctor Strange was released in 2016, it was praised for its visual ambition, performances, and successful introduction of the MCU's mythical side. The film earned approximately 89% on Rotten Tomatoes from critics and 86% from audiences. Financially, it was a major success, grossing roughly $677 million worldwide against a production budget estimated between $165 to $236 million. More importantly, the film expanded the MCU's scope beyond science fiction and superheroes, introducing concepts such as the mystic arts, the mirror dimension, and the time stone, all of which will become critical elements in Thor Ragnarok, Avengers Infinity War, Avengers Endgame, and the broader multiverse saga. What began as a risky attempt to bring Marvel's strangest characters to the screen ultimately become one of the franchise's most visually distinctive and influential films.
Woo!
Woo, yeah, that
Got
was a
there.
lot.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, Ike, what is the official synopsis?
So officially, while on a journey of physical and spiritual healing, a brilliant neurosurgeon is drawn into the world of the mystic arts.
All right. So before we get into our breakdown, I want to make one quick note. And I did look this up to confirm, but I've been trying to pay attention to this in all of our retrospectives. This is the first film where we get that iconic MCU opening with the montage.
Okay.
All the rest, we've heard the music. The music's been there, but this is the one where we saw the concept art and then the image, the clips, like popular clips of all the MCU stuff going on, mixed in with the Marvel Studios logo.
Okay. Wow.
So-
I didn't really notice. I just kind of let it fly by.
I've been
yeah.
waiting for it, and I thought Guardians of the Galaxy was it, and I'm like, okay, I see. I noticed the music more. I like they're making that more important. And this one, and I did look it up to confirm I didn't miss anything. This is the first film to feature it, and
Interesting.
it's been that way actually up until last year, 2025.
Yeah.
Then they stopped doing that.
All right.
So, all right,
Act 1. I'll get through this here.
You go right ahead.
And here we go. World-renowned neurosurgeon Dr. Stephen Strange is arrogant, brilliant, and obsessed with control. After a devastating car accident destroys his hands, he loses the ability to operate and exhausts all scientific options trying to heal himself. Desperate, he travels to... What's that say?
Kathmandu?
Kathmandu.
Yes,
Can't math, I do. Kathmandu, and finds the Ancient One, who introduces him to the mystic arts. Strange begins training under her, and is it Carl?
Yeah.
His first name is really Carl. Why did I not catch this for some reason? So I'm sorry. So it's just like Mordo, but it's like, hey, Carl. He's Carl now. So her and Carl reluctantly learning about magic, astral projection, and multiple dimensions. Meanwhile, a rogue former student, calculus, steals forbidden knowledge from the dark dimensions ruler, threatening real self.
Dormammu.
There's a lot of M's in that.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dormammu. Way too many M's. So that's Act 1.
We can't pronounce some of these names, but to be honest,
Honestly, I'm better with them, but I'm just like I'm stumbling on them for some reason tonight. But yeah,
it's okay. Well, unless you hear it in this movie,
yeah.
If you're just reading it on paper, guys, good luck
Well,
trying
I'm
to
not going
pronounce
to get
this.
Calcium's name right at all the whole time.
Yeah, Calcidius. It's Calcidius.
Dude, but
it doesn't look like that.
No, Calcidius sounds like the cousin of Darth Maul that isn't quite bright. You know what I'm saying? The one that counts leaves. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
so
but I now it's starting to hit me. It's supposed to be Calcidius.
yeah, I like calculus though.
Calcilius. All right. Anyways, it's silly. So, what worked for you in the beginning?
So I like, Cumbersome here. I think Cumbersome's real good in this. Cumberbatch.
Cumbersome.
Oh,
That's cumbersome.
that's kind of how I feel about this actor. I don't. He's very cumbersome.
It's an
that's for
adjective
sure.
and a name.
So I don't know if I like this guy.
The actor or just the character?
Both.
Okay.
I know the character is supposed to be what he is, so I'm cool with that. He's a jerk, he's pretentious, he's a lot like Cal from Titanic, right? He is kind of a jerk, and I'm cool with that. I don't get Tony Stark vibes from him at all, though. He's definitely not as warm as Tony.
Oh no, not as
nearly close to as funny.
Not as charismatic.
No, not as charismatic is the word. And he's a jerk to her. How long has she been with this dickhead? You know what I mean? Like, she's been putting up with a lot. I'd have been like, I don't care if you can make circles out of fire and all this crap you're doing. You're a jerk, you know? And she kind of does kind of give that to him like that in a way. So I get it. I think Rachel McAdams is a great pick for the girlfriend in this, though. I think the other fellow doctor, I can't remember his name, is an actor, but he's a really good actor, too. And this was earlier on in his, like, exposure to us, but he's really good. He went on to do some real good dramatic work. But I'm not gonna lie to you guys. Like, I like, Benedict Cumberbatch. You know that guy, right?
Yes.
Benedict Cumbersome. I like him. I don't know how much I like him, and I think that's where I realized when I watched this movie. I'm like, oh no. Is this one of the first times I've actually noticed that there's a big actor in a big role, and I'm kind of like, uh-oh, I don't know if he's a good actor. Or I don't know if he's a believable actor to me, you know? Because I know a good actor, because he's great in Sherlock. Have you seen any of the Sherlock that he did?
No, but I haven't paid attention to the Sherlock stuff.
It's really good. He's really good in it, too. And he's awesome as Khan in Star Trek.
Mm-hmm.
After that, I mean, I don't know if I believe him in this, Sam. I think I'm struggling with it. So does it work? What works? Amy Adams works. I like the doctor stuff. I like that we're going that direction.
Rachel McAdams.
Yes, Rachel McAdams. Do you not get those two confused sometimes?
No.
I do all the time.
Look,
They'll look alike, and one's way better of an actress. Rachel McAdams is way better than Amy. Sorry, Amy. I know. Ooh.
Good Lois Lane. Oh, yeah. Anyways, moving on.
Who? No. No, Rachel McAdams, I think, is a better actress. Anyways, yeah, I'm sorry about that. But I think she's a great work. I think she fits well. I think that works real well. The doctor stuff works real well. I do enjoy seeing him being as arrogant as he is and struggling to figure out how to fix his hands. He definitely sells the arrogance of him being a douche. You know, he definitely sells it to the point where it's almost like, I almost don't like you that much. You know what I mean? Like, so I don't know, in this introduction to, well, I'll stop there because I want to stop right up until we actually meet the other magicians. Or no, until we meet the other sorcerers. What do you feel about what works for you in this first part? Like, and you can go right into like the sorcerers, and I'll follow you into there. But like, I didn't want to go too far after this initial, meeting him, because to be honest with you, it kind of goes right into what didn't work for me. I'm going to give you a little bit of a sneak peek. I just feel like the transition from him being this guy to going and meeting the sorcerers just really felt real forced and quick. You know, it works and it's okay, but it is kind of like, and we're there and we're just there, So I don't know. How do you feel about that?
So I honestly, and I'm just double checking my notes to make sure I'm getting it right. This first act, I'm going to give you a little spoiler, is my favorite of the three.
I might agree with you on this too, to be honest with you. Yeah.
Because I'm very happy that Marvel decided to do the origin of Doctor Strange, and I'm very happy with how they portrayed him because he really is like this. I get when the history part did touch upon how Marvel was looking for someone who could kind of be like a Tony Stark-esque type thing with the arrogance type thing, and they nailed it. But they do make a distinction on his character versus Tony Stark, and you already pointed out where he's not as charismatic. He tries to be funny, but this is more of like a colleague humor. This isn't like love interest humor, and Rachel McAdams lets him know right away, this is not gonna fly. I love you, but I can't be with you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because of how jerk he is, really.
Well, he's nasty to her in the scene that's on here right now.
Yes,
He's nasty to her. Like,
he is.
there's not a lot of redemption in this guy.
No, there's not. I do like the casting of Benedict Cumberbatch. I can't, and I'm not saying this with any disrespect, because the world has so many actors and actresses and all that stuff. I don't think he's bad at acting. He's not one of my favorite actors, but I think if I had to do a picture comparison, he looks just like Doctor Strange.
Yeah.
And he definitely can act. So I'm not going to complain about that. I would even go so far to say I like him. I can't say the most in this movie, but for the solo stuff, the better in this one. There are big problems in the sequel when we get there. That's almost character assassination level for him.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll get there when we get there. For this movie in particular, what works for me, I like, how do I say this properly? Because I know later you might be like, what do you mean by this? I'll get there because I have my notes right in front of me, y'all. I like that the opening introduced you to the bad guy being really bad. Like they wanted to, it's funny. He's not my favorite bad guy, and we'll get to that. But how do I say this properly? Because you're going to laugh at me. With how much I like Ronan in Guardians of the Galaxy.
Oh, no.
This guy starts off the same way as Ronan, but I don't like him.
Interesting.
So they actually have similarities, those two. It's not fully, of course, but
pretty similar.
A little similar. Like the first time you meet Ronan, he kills someone and the blood goes. And for me, I was there for it. I was like, this is awesome. But it's also because I knew the comic book character. This guy, he almost starts off similar, decapitates the librarian's head. And that's probably the most badass scene he does in the whole movie.
Yeah, the only thing he doesn't do is pout.
He doesn't, but other than that,
he doesn't just stand around.
No, he doesn't. But he's.
I see what your comparison is. I feel similar. I just think this guy's done better.
But I can concede to that a little bit, but I always would put Ronan above him. But anyways, that's just for personal taste, though. But
yeah,
to move on from that, so the opening scene, I liked the decap the head of that guy because I thought that really it's supposed to set the tone, and it does. That take this guy seriously. It's going to get to another gripe I have later on, but I thought that was really interesting to introduce the mirror dimension that way and to do some of those cool things. You could definitely tell that the CGI was new when it comes to some of that stuff. It was good. I'm not dissing it, but there were some moments where I'm like, okay, I could tell this was their first time really trying it. Later on, I think, especially when you get to Spider-Man No Way Home, they really hone in on those much better, much crisper. Anyways,
crispier.
Yeah, Cocoa crispier. And also, I'm going to say what also worked for me here is everything that they do in the medical world was perfect.
Yeah, I like that stuff too.
The writing for it, even their banter back and forth, and just him wanting to knows all the stuff about music and all that stuff. This is really cool. I actually think that if this was like just a medical movie, it would have been really, really cool. If this wasn't a superhero and Scott Derrickson and his writers are just writing a medical movie, they can do that easily. It was so entertaining for me, all the medical stuff. So I did like that a lot. What I also liked is that they used his origin. I liked the him not paying attention in the car, because that's really literally is what his origin was. In the car crash, broke his hands. And he does all these different types of things to fix him, and he can't, so he surrenders to go to something like this. Just trying to reclaim his crown of being one of the top neurosurgeons in the world type thing. So I loved every aspect of that. I even thought the CGI from that was even better in that than it was in the opening scene, the mirror dimension thing.
I agree.
It was really well done. You really felt it. And I can't say I felt sorry for him. You felt sympathy for him, but the way he treats Christine is like, okay, come on.
Yeah, he's a jerk.
Yeah, he's a jerk. Yes. So, but I like that for his character because it really will help later on. And that's one of the things I will say really positive about the whole film and total for this is I do like his transformation later on. I agree with you that it felt a little forced when it came to the mystic stuff, but I think it was, if this makes sense, a natural force because it gave us a really cool sequence of what the Ancient One did to him. And it's one of those, I don't want to say this in a bad way, like a come to Jesus moment where like it clicked inside his head. It's like, teach me more. Now I want to know. Now I've seen it. So almost like a see and believe type thing.
Yeah, I like the initial push him out of his body thing.
Mm-hmm.
But then when it gets into the kaleidoscope stuff, I'm kind of... I struggle with this movie because sometimes I feel like there's more, or there's a... I'm trying to collect the words for what I'm trying. I tried to write it down. I just couldn't even figure it out.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel like there's a lot on the plate, but it's not a lot of substance.
Mm.
You know, I'll explain as we go because it's more so towards the second act anyways, because this is all just the beginning stuff and you're kind of learning these people. But there's a lot of like, we're looking at something cool, but there's really not a lot happening.
Mm-hmm.
And I tend to like these sequences that are supposed to like be what blows your mind kind of started getting boring and too much. So, but we'll get into that more as we go. So, yeah.
Let me see if there's anything else I wrote down and what this first act entails to make sure I'm right. Okay, so they do meet the Ancient One in this.
Yeah.
And it basically just, let's see. Okay, this is from my notes at least. I stopped it after meeting the Ancient One, and it's the next act where they start into the practicing and all that. So, Ancient One introduction. I thought that was kind of cool.
Yeah. It does that whole bait and switch thing where you think it's that guy, but it's really that lady.
Yep.
I don't understand the controversy of it being her.
No, I
get where people are coming from, but I also think it's people making a big deal about something just because. Yeah. You know, I don't. I'm glad it's her. She does a great job. I don't think she's standout in this though. But we'll go from there. So
I agree. You know, I will say for the hiring part and the casting thing, Tilda Swinton, she could almost play anything. She is. You don't think so?
Nope.
I look at her similar to how I look at Glenn Close, where they're just almost legacy actors that, and I found
think she only can play weird.
Because like when she played in Lion, Witch, and the Wardrobe, I thought that was perfect casting
because it's weird
too. But
yeah, I'm with you. I'm not saying she's awful. I don't know who I'd put in her spot.
Yeah,
I think she does the role justice. Doesn't ruin the movie. It's just not a big deal to me. Which I know to a lot of people it is, but for me, I'm kind of like, huh. But I don't think she's as talented as other people think she is, though. Truthfully,
I do like her. I think she's talented for that, like that. But I will say that switching it up like this, I remember when this first was announced, and I was a little put off only because I just from what I knew of Doctor Strange and his origin, and I'll be honest, guys. I know that some people might say those are 1960s character tropes of cartoons of what an Asian man looks like. They don't mind that, and I say that with all due respect because it gets their name out there on the map, and to a degree. You know
what?
Like
there's some.
It's okay if it's an old Asian kung fu fighter or martial artist that's teaching him. That's fine. That's normal. That's not bad.
Yeah.
That they like to make it sound like. So
how do I say this without getting canceled? Maybe I shouldn't say it then.
I'm going
to say it. This is a free speech platform, right? All stereotypes have a small truth. All of them. You know, some are harsher and take it out of context, but there are tons of examples of why that was portrayed that way back then, because there were people that that did that stuff. That they looked like this and they did these things.
Mm-hmm.
So like, it's not it's just not tasteful. Okay, I think that's what I'm trying to say. Is I get it. Like you just don't portray them, but there's still some truth to some of this. Like, so what's the big deal? But see, it doesn't matter, Sam, because it's not about doing the right thing, because they got rid of the stereotype and they're still mad about it because now we're whitewashing.
Mm-hmm.
So you're not going to make anyone happy.
Yeah, that's a perfect explanation.
Yeah, a lot of it is just what can we complain about, and it's like, I don't know, get over it. Like the Chinese people don't give a crap. I saw a thing online the other day where this guy puts a big old sombrero on and a fake mustache and a poncho, and he walks around a college campus, and he asks black, white, Chinese, all sorts of people, do you think this outfit is racist? And they're like, are you Mexican? And he says, no. Or actually, they say, are you Latino? Because they can't even say Mexican. And he says, no. And they said, well, then that's racist. You're, cultural appropriation. You know what I mean? All of them. About 20 people he went through. And then he went to a place where it's just a bunch of Latinos hanging out, in their neighborhood. In wherever it was like some sort of parade thing going on. He walked up and he'd ask random Latinos, and they loved his outfit. Like, I'm not saying that the guy, it can't come off as disrespectful, because it can. But what I am saying is maybe it's just because you think it should, And that's as far as I want to talk about that, because it's getting a little on the political side of it.
I agree.
But it's just a social thing that don't do this to these movies, guys. It's like, what are we going to start saying? You know what? That Tyree guy can't play Harvey Dent. Harvey Dent's not black. It's like, how do you know? There's nothing about Harvey Dent's character that says he can't be black. The only thing I ask, and I think John Campea has said this before, is as long as it serves the character, then that's what it should be. If you have a character that them being Chinese is important to what serves that character, then yeah, don't cast the Chinese character as a white guy. But if it doesn't matter what it is, then it doesn't matter who you cast him as. And that's kind of the point I'm trying to make. This ancient one, technically, look where they're from. That's where they're from. So like, if we do it as where they're from, you're mad because we're doing 1960s stereotype. Okay, fine. So we're going to fix it. We're going to give you Tilda Swinton. Oh, now it's just some white chick. Okay, well, which do you want? Okay, now we will do away with the character. Oh, you did that to the Mandarin. No, it's like, okay, so what do we do now? It's like you're not gonna. I don't know. I just don't like her because I don't like the actress. It's got nothing to do with who they cast her as. The controversy of this almost doesn't help this movie. You think it would, but it doesn't. And it's unfortunate that's because there's more to discuss about this film than that bullshit controversy. But I'm going to digress from that because it's getting me going. And I don't want this podcast to turn into that.
I'm just going to back you up on one other thing that came to mind, too, that's not even in the realm of politics but it's similar. When Scarlett Johansson was cast in a role called Ghost in the Shell, I believe it was, which is based off a famous anime from Japan. A lot of people over in America were saying that you're whitewashing it by casting Scarlett Johansson, because this is an anime. But one, anime, they all look the same with how they're supposed to look. That's just part of what makes anime. And then two, they interviewed a whole bunch of regular Japanese folk over in Tokyo, I believe, and they loved that Scarlett Johansson was portraying them because they're like, "Oh, Scarlett Johansson, sign me up." So it's almost like, take yourself out of this weird race ownership and culture ownership that's not even yours, but you just want to be a voice for someone. Let them speak for themselves. If the Japanese people do not like Scarlett Johansson playing an iconic anime character, they will let her know. And it seems it goes around for all over the place. So to put that to rest, I did like Tilda Swinton. I do like her as an actress. I don't think that her cast in this changed the character too much. I don't think that, and that's another thing too, guys. Stop looking at everything so superficial, because even if they did cast even if they did cast an elderly Asian man to play the Ancient One that is comic accurate, that doesn't mean that it's a stereotype. It means you develop a really good character with him, and we don't look at his race. Isn't that the whole point? We don't see color?
Mhm.
Anyways, so, I do have problems actually with the Ancient One in this film when we get to those certain scenes.
Yeah.
But the casting is not the problem.
Gotcha. Okay.
I did like the introduction. I thought that was pretty cool. Like the bait and switch thing, because it actually worked for this film, because he's looking at the elder Asian guy sitting down there thinking that's the Ancient One, because that's what you put two and two together, and it's the woman giving you tea. Be like, okay. And things like that. So, and I did like that little montage of her widening his brain with just flooding him with images of other dimensions and making him kind of go through it.
Yeah.
I thought that was interesting, especially at the time when they did it and in the retrospective. If they continued doing it like that, I would have said that's annoying. But for an intro for him, that's cool. This is one of the only times we actually get to touch the multiverse, to be honest.
Yeah, that's true.
And we didn't even think of the multiverse as a concept at this point in the MCU.
Right.
So that's all the stuff in the first act I think that worked for me.
Mm-hmm.
What didn't work for you?
I already talked about it.
Okay, all right. So, all right, I'll tell you what didn't work for me. Is this okay? There's two things, and this is within the first act, right before it gets to the next one. Actually, the one point I'm gonna make is more so in the next one, so I'm gonna skip it and come back to it.
That's fine.
But I will say, the thing I don't like about in the first one is the watch.
Mm.
It's a weird one. Be like, really? The engraving is stupid. I'll be very honest. It literally says, "Time will tell how much I love you." What a stupid statement to put on a watch for someone.
That is weird, right?
I get the metaphors they're trying to make. It's a watch. Time will tell. No.
Yeah.
Just a simple "I love you" from Christine would be enough.
Yeah.
Time will tell how much I love you on a watch.
Their relationship's weird.
No, that's really weird.
Mm-hmm.
Yikes. And by the way, that's not in the comics.
Good.
He does not have a watch in the comics with her giving it to him. There's no significance of a watch other than this is what they threw in the movie. And I'm like, yikes.
And it shouldn't mean that much to him. He said some awful things to her. Oh, I get he's under distress.
It means, to me, it means for him more of regrets when he's seeing it. Yeah. And maybe that's a friendly nod that I could love you, but only time would tell what you do.
Right.
But it's still a stupid thing to put on a watch. Like a note, an email that says that's one thing because you're saying it in the moment. You're engraving this onto a watch he's supposed to be wearing all the time.
Yeah,
I
agree.
I'm sorry.
It's all.
So it's stupid.
It's dumb.
Anyways. And I even wrote on my notes, I will put this saying, "Time will tell how much I love you," in the same category as what Storm said in X1.
Oh,
it's that bad to me.
It's that bad to you?
When I read it, I'm like, oh my gosh,
I don't know
who
if
came
it's
up with
that bad
this?
for me, but it's up there.
It's a little more creative than the Storm one, but it's still the same level of stupidity.
Still pretty cringy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there you go, guys. That's what I don't like about the first act. Other than that, it was a pretty solid first act, to be honest.
Yeah. True.
So is there a standout moment for you?
I do like the first initial astral projection. And that meeting them, that first conversation, I like all that, and I'm in for like that first adventure that he goes on psychedelically, right? Although it is the first time I didn't notice, I'm like, how often is it always just like this? So that you get away with it this first time, but later there's no more excuses. So, that to me is a good standout because we hadn't seen nothing like that yet in the MCU.
No, I agree. Yeah,
and it's quite a thing to tackle. So I was impressed with that. So
I agree. I wrote that down, and I also wrote I was impressed that they decapitated somebody in the beginning because
they went there. It's good.
I remember when they did Avengers Endgame and they decapitated Thanos, and I was shocked Disney went that far. But then now watching this as a retrospective, I'm like, oh, they've done this before.
Yeah,
we just never really noticed it. Or it wasn't that memorable.
Yeah, well, now it's Thor doing it. It's a big deal. Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Yeah, bad guy
That was
doing
just
it
an
is
old
one thing.
Purple booger.
Yeah.
So it's okay.
So, how would you score the first act?
5 out of 10.
Ooh. Oh, that's low. Wow. Okay. I put 8 out of 10.
Okay.
Here we go, guys. Okay. I'm going to read Act 2.
Yeehaw.
Strange. Strange progresses rapidly.
It's a weird horse. I'm sorry.
What the heck?
My horse has got the plague or something.
All right.
That's what horses say. Get out of here, horse.
All right. Act 2. Strange progresses rapidly, mastering the Eye of Agamotto and its ability to manipulate time. As Calculus attacks multiple sanctums worldwide, Strange is forced into combat before fully understanding his powers. The Ancient One is mortally wounded and reveals she has secretly drawn power from the dark dimension herself. Strange and Mordo begin to diverge philosophically. Mordo believes magic must not break natural laws, while Strange becomes more flexible and pragmatic. Calcium succeeds in opening a portal for Dormammu's dimension to merge with Earth, setting the stage for catastrophe. Okay, so, I have 3 things that worked for me.
Give them. What do you got?
So I always like training montages. So I think that was kind of cool, showing him learning how to open up a portal and with all his other peers, so to speak, there and things like that. Like he's really trying and struggling, and then she teaches him. I love the words that she says. I'm trying to remember the specific words, but you can't beat a river into submission. You must surrender to it and use it as its own power. And it's a little very philosophical in that sense, but I think I like how they did all that. So I'm fine with all that part.
Okay.
That's the first thing worked for me. That's the second thing is the astral fight in the medical thing. When Christine is tending to his wound.
That's my standout moment.
Yes, that was really cool.
Yep.
And that actually, in my retrospective review watching it, made me excited for what they could do with the X-Men in the astral plane. Because this is the astral dimension that they refer to in there, where in X-Men they call it the astral plane. But astral is the same thing. So it makes me excited for what they could do.
As soon as you said it, all I thought was Apocalypse.
Oh, I'm sorry. That is probably one of the most standout moments of the whole movie of Apocalypse. It's so good.
Thank you for letting me in.
Oh!
Right?
I can't wait to get to that retrospective, guys, because I tell you what, that movie makes me cry. Anyways, in a good way. I love it. Naysayers, go away. Or come back and watch that. I will prove you wrong. Anyways, so that I thought that was really cool. And again, anything to do with the medical stuff, I thought they write that really well in there.
Yeah, we're kind of getting away from the medical stuff here.
Yeah,
but you're right. Yes, I do like the training stuff. I'm with you there. I will have to say, it's not as good as other training stuff, because it is stuff we're learning. We're still trying to understand what the hell they're even doing. Mm-hmm. But it is nice to see a good old training montage and stuff like that going down.
It's pretty basic, to be honest, but it's not. It wasn't bad.
Yeah, and it's a lot of trying to get us on board with what's going on too, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
what worked for you, and then we'll get into what didn't.
I love this astral plane fighting thing too. I thought that might be one of the best scenes in the movie as well. But I've got it in as my standout moment, so I'll tell you that, and that also is what worked for me. What works for me is I believe the sorcerer group. Like I understand the motivation of the bad guy, and I like that it comes off as someone that gets shit done. But kind of to echo like what you said, there's times where I'm kind of like, you're just filler here. You're just a guy that's just here doing things, And But I do like he's dangerous. I like that he's dangerous.
Mm.
I think what doesn't work for me is Mortar or Carl comes off as kind of whiny. And there's times where it's like, if you're wondering why you're not in the position you want to be in, it's because you don't shut your mouth and stop complaining. You know, like I have a problem with the character. I like the actor. I think he's good. I think it's unique. I just don't care for the way it just, I don't feel like that's getting earned. This turn he's going to have doesn't feel that earned yet. I will say by the end of the movie, I'm a little more on board with it because it gets more interesting, but it's not quite earned. What doesn't work for me as well is I don't really care for this. I'm just going to read a whole bunch of books and be on, and now I'm up on everything. I get it, you know, but like what are we talking about here? What is he? Is he super smart? Or is he just a really good surgeon? Or is he just great with his hands? It's like, pick the specialty and go with it, right? I don't mind it. I wouldn't have minded it if this movie actually gave it more time. Who's to say this couldn't be, he goes there, shows up, talks to them, and then you get into, well, what's the best way to do this? And Wong, who works for me in this, the introduction of Wong is awesome. I love him. And I like every moment of him in it. He's some of the funniest parts. He's definitely, I can see why he's a lot of comic relief anyways. So I like Wong. I'm glad he stays. But I don't like that he's Sorcerer Supreme, but I'm glad he stays.
Yeah, he becomes that later on.
Yeah.
At least right now, the Ancient One is.
Oh, yeah, no,
yeah.
But I don't like that.
Later on.
Yeah, he should have gave it back to Strange when he come back.
Yep.
But what was I going to say? Where was I? Yeah. Yeah, I just don't feel like it's earned. Some of it, some of the turn isn't earned, but that's not till the third act either, though. So, well, I don't know. We are in that spot where he does open up the portal. They fail about, that.
I will say, in regards to that, the first couple times I watched this, I'll be honest, and I think I said this in the beginning of our podcast episode, I've watched this movie 5 times in the past week.
You watched way more than I did, so you were a little saturated.
And I will admit, this was one of those movies where, I always say this
Do you
properly.
feel like for me, it's his acting. Like, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Who, Benedict?
Yeah. I just don't believe him. Often.
I believe him. I'm not put off by his acting. I actually don't have any problems myself with Doctor Strange in particular and Benedict Cumberbatch's portrayal of him in here. It's all the other characters around him that I have more of a problem with myself.
Maybe that's the problem I have too, and I'm just struggling pinpointing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to watch this again and give you another answer on that. Like, just for the hell of it. Because I only got to watch this really a total of once and then had to go back and pick apart a couple of the scenes. So I just didn't have a lot of time this last week.
Well, if you're anything like me, the struggle started to get hard for me the 4th or 5th time I watched it. And the reason why I say it like that is I watch it one time just to remember it. I watch it a second time to start writing my review form and make sure I'm critiquing it, seeing things right, heard things right, all that stuff. But Mortal's character grew on me enough where I understood him a lot more. I actually think he has, just like Doctor Strange, so this is how I view Mortal in this movie.
Yeah.
Strange has a character arc in this where he starts off as this arrogant prick neurosurgeon and he gets humbled into submission to a degree and just takes on Doctor Strange as this is what my life is going to be like now. So he does have a character arc in this movie. Mordo, he's like the next level down where I think he has a character arc, but he doesn't show the emotion enough that convinces me. Like the logical pieces are there, but him portraying them to me it falls flat.
It just comes off as a bunch of complaining, right?
Complaining.
Yeah.
Rage. He has good emotion for rage, but the thing that should break him to do what he does at the end, that's not there. that emotional moment of maybe even shedding a tear or something, to being like, my teacher is actually this and I'm strict, and you understand him a little bit more, why he feels the way he does when you find out about the Ancient One in this act. That would have made me believe him more. But I do see the pieces there. I just don't see it being displayed well to me. But I don't know if it's the acting or, well, honestly, it probably is the acting, because I do see the pieces there. I just don't see it being, like I just said, portrayed to me well.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah.
So that, were you in the middle of saying something else before I jumped in there? All right. What else? What didn't work for me too is the Ancient One. This woman is very questionable.
Yeah.
There are things about the character that make me concerned. In the MCU, she was the Sorcerer Supreme.
Yeah.
And it's not the drawing on the Dark Dimension thing to live forever. That actually is understandable. I understand that she's going to hang on to power, and she is trying to do the right thing, so to speak. But knowing that Calculus is out there and what he did to her librarian, she's very nonchalant this whole time.
Yeah, it's not very urgent.
Yes, exactly. There's no sense of urgency in this movie of her saying, we need to go and find him, or we think he's here, so we're going to send some of our sorcerers there. That stuff would have been cool in the movie to really show, okay, she knows what pages he took out of the book. She knows what he's planning to do with it. Why aren't you taking this seriously enough? Because obviously it's working, what he's doing. So it's like, oh my gosh, what did you do that for? It made me not like her because she seems arrogant. And yet she has the nerve to look at Doctor Strange and call him arrogant. And the thing is, he doesn't point that out to her too in this whole movie. He lets her say that to him, and he just relies on, oh, but you're not who you say you are. You draw power from the Dark Dimension. That's not the point here that should be made. The point should be, you're more arrogant because this guy's out there, and look what he just did to me. And what are you doing this whole time?
This is something Marvel...
She's a little underwhelming.
This is something that Marvel has trouble with sometimes. And they seem to never have this problem when the Russo brothers are helming a movie. But they do have it with everybody else. And this problem is nobody really sits down and discusses, what does this really mean? If it's not the Ancient One, it's Thor's hammer. You know, if it's not Thor's, it's the throne, or it's whatever. It's something specific that you're like, so what does this really mean, right? And let's come up with a meaning for it. Like, if she's Sorcerer Supreme, then the bar is set low for him. Because this is someone that should be urgent, you know, real urgent about it. And Doctor Strange is more urgent about Loki showing up on New York City streets during Thor Ragnarok than she is about a guy trying to end the world. You know what I'm saying? So it's like...
Yeah, that's the thing. He takes this job more seriously as Sorcerer Supreme, where she's like,
well, something will happen. Let's jokes. I'm Sorcerer Supreme. I'm weird. Look at me. That's Tilda Swinton too, and that's some of the problem. Is like, it's just a weird character. It's not meant to have. There's no meat there. They just are going, she's weird. She could play this part cool. We're not going to be stereotypical, and people are going to love it because we're woke. And she's going to play it weird and have fun with it. And it's exactly what happens, and it falls short.
Yes, she's very contradictory for herself.
It's because they don't know how to do it, Sammy.
It's funny because when I'm watching this movie, then I think about when the Russo brothers added her in Endgame to make a point to Bruce about explaining the taking away a stone. She sounds competent in that one. She's actually doing stuff in that one, fighting the aliens.
She's saying something that makes sense too.
Yes, and she's being a Sorcerer Supreme, what they would do. This movie, you don't get that.
Like, she's throwing things from a rooftop at like birds. So she's not really.
No, but at least it's something. And I get it. They couldn't make her do something bigger because Avengers. You can't intermingle what was actually going on there.
Although it would have been a great way to get rid of that nuke. Just a sling ring. But, you know, she's too busy being weird. We don't have to get to Act 3 yet, and we can start discussing this now, because I'm going to ask you right now, what is magic in the MCU at this point? What have you learned about it? Does it make sense to you yet? Because by now, we should be able to say, okay, let's get to this end act and see things go down, because I got a grasp of what this means. And I'm still like, yeah, I don't get it.
Mm-hmm. Let me see where I wrote this, because I don't want to say it now and then kick myself later.
Because if you're going to discuss it more a little later, we can move on. But to me, at this point, if I don't quite have a grasp on the concept of your movie, of what you're trying to do, then we got a problem.
Yeah, this is what I wrote down for later.
Okay.
So I'm not going to get into too much detail. I will, but not at the moment.
Okay, so let me just answer then on some of this here.
Yeah,
real quick. The pacing was okay. I think the movie does well there.
Mm-hmm.
The best character moment in this section, I don't know. I struggled with this one, to be honest with you.
Actually, I can tell you about this one for me that might surprise you after all the stuff I just said. It actually, for me, it is the Ancient One revealing how complex of a character she is to him, why she draws out the dark dimension. That's her final goodbye.
I thought I was going to go with that as well, although I still don't like her, but I do like that.
That's what I think about her. She's so complex
it's so
of a character.
Contradicting, yeah, right? Because like, what makes her worthy of being the Sorcerer Supreme, and then yet it's interesting at least that there's a complexity, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's so contradictory, because you think that you shouldn't be that. You should have this problem. Yeah, I'm with you. That's tough.
So
that's tough.
What I put is the Ancient One revealing how complex of a character she is. I appreciate this type of a personality character development for us learning a little bit. Part of me wants to know more about her origin herself to understand her more in this movie.
Yeah, I got you.
And I think that ending to me was a good tease of, I wish we had a beginning now instead of just an ending.
My best character moment, though, I do like the Carl and Steven fighting, and you're getting to learn him more.
Mm-hmm.
I agree with you. It's not earned later, but right now I'm still in for him, still trying to figure him out, and I'm enjoying that stuff. So that's where I have for that.
No, that's a good pick too.
Later is the problem, but right now I'm still on board, and at this point in the movie. So
yeah. All right, so I guess then what score would you give Act 2?
5 out of 10.
I gave it a 6. All right, so Act 3, the final act. Why don't you read for us what happens?
Strange confronts Dormammu directly in the dark dimension, using the Eye of Agamotto to trap both of them in a time loop. No matter how many times Dormammu kills him, Strange resets the moment, refusing to break. Eventually, Dormammu agrees to leave Earth and take Calculus and his zealots with him to escape the loop. Earth is saved, not by brute force, but by Strange's clever manipulation of time and persistence. Strange fully accepts his role as Earth's protector and becomes the new Sorcerer Supreme. And I will tell you right now, the ending does land for me.
Mm-hmm.
I love this thing with Dormammu and the time loop thing. I think it's very smart. I think it's a lot of fun. I think visually it made for the end scene really unique looking.
Mm-hmm.
And it was different than the kaleidoscope bullcrap we've been getting the whole time. It was something new and interesting to look at. Yeah, I'll start with that and then let you go from there, because I do enjoy this. I like this thing with Dormammu. I like all this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's very smart. I think if I look at our thing here,
you call that as the ending, or is that the climax?
I would say the climax is earned. Yes, the climax is earned.
Is that the Dormammu thing?
Yes.
The climax thing? And the ending, what I interpret that as, is like the overall arc throughout the movie of
for Steven himself,
Yep.
It works for me as well.
Yep.
Yep.
I agree.
Yeah.
I am full agreement. For me, yes, the ending landed well. I put Doctor Strange accepting he no longer will be the Doctor and leaving his past in the past and
Yep.
becoming a sorcerer. Perfect.
There is a
yeah.
softer side of him shown in this.
Yep.
Which actually bugs me because we don't ever see it again.
Yes, I agree.
But at least it's here, and I like it in this movie.
This is great character growth for him in this movie, and I actually like.
Gone.
I actually like that he's. Oh, I wouldn't say he's okay, but he accepts the fact that he's not going to be your Christine.
Yep.
I like that. I think that's really good for something like
I think the next time we see him where he's somewhat softer and like this again, that makes sense, is maybe a little in Infinity War.
Mm-hmm.
Like little moments. But like, I kind of wish he was even softer than that, you know?
And maybe this is a hot take. I don't know if this will be a hot take for this movie, but definitely will be for the next movie. And maybe I'll remember and say it at that time as my hot take. He does better. Besides this movie, he does better in other people's movies.
Yep, agreed.
In ensemble movies.
Yep. That's going to be part of my hot take as well. So we'll get there.
Okay. All right. So, yep. Ending landed for me. Climax, I liked it. How they defeated Dormammu, like exactly what you said to a T. I thought that was clever. That was cool. I do enjoy that. Yep. What would be your best moment then for Act 3?
It is that, honestly, I could watch that scene of him repeating that over and over again.
Mm-hmm.
I love that when he's with Dormammu. I think that's real cool stuff. Dormammu looks real freaky. Yeah, like he's big like he is. And I really enjoy this. That he will literally keep doing this for as long as it takes.
Mm-hmm.
And it really told me, I'm like, cool, this character's gone somewhere. And it really made me like him at this point. You know what I mean? Because it took a while. But I like him at this point. So,
yeah, I agree. I put that too.
This Dormammu thing really saved this movie's ass, to be honest with you.
I did. The time loop trick was cool to use and make Dormammu retreat. That's part of my best moment. I also like visually them fighting while everything else is rewinding.
Yes, that is a very fun fight to watch.
Mm-hmm.
I agree. Yep.
What didn't work for me is how many sorcerers are there?
Mm-hmm.
So we get one moment of Wong recruiting. Why Wong? He's a librarian. That's one of the things I always had a problem with Wong.
What's his real job, right?
Yeah, I like him in this movie. Don't get me wrong.
I love the character. Yeah.
But a librarian doesn't do this type of stuff. You know what I mean? He doesn't recruit other fighters to go fight unless this is a last ditch effort and all your A-listers are gone. They're not gone. That's Strange is there. Mordo is there, all that stuff. So, but whatever. So he does. He recruits these sorcerers. There's 6 of them. Yeah. There's not many.
No.
This is supposed to be the world-ending thing where one dimension is being bled and consuming our Earth. And you only have 6?
Do you remember how many there were when we got to Doctor Strange 2 and they're trying to fight off Wanda?
That's, I wrote
There's
that
a ton
there.
of them.
Doctor Strange 2 made it seem like there's quite a few sorcerers, but here you visually saw none in the final act except for that little recruitment, and that's it. Like, either these guys are pretty weak to die the way they did, because, I mean, I'm not saying the calculus here isn't, like...
He's a formidable guy.
He's formidable.
He's a dangerous bad guy.
But if it's just one of him or him and his 2 other people versus 20 of the sorcerers, he easily could have been defeated. So maybe that's why they didn't bring them in. But then that leaves a big hole in your story of how dangerous is this then?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
So that's one of my biggest problems with it. Actually, that really is one of my main big problems.
That was honestly the same thing I was thinking. It's like, this doesn't seem, the urgency is not there.
No.
From her and from, we got a couple guys.
The rest of them.
Like these other people you even trained with, where are these people? Like, why aren't you all showing up? Like,
Strange is the only one who cares, and he's the one who says, I don't want to be part of this.
Right.
But yeah, he's still the only one who cares. It's like, what the heck?
Mm-hmm.
I love when he says, "Can you explain what we are?" Because I think that he wouldn't have had to ask that if they all were like taking this seriously.
Yeah.
And what are we? Anyways, so yeah. So I guess, what's your score for this act?
5 out of 10.
I put a 7.
Okay.
If it wasn't for that visual thing and a unique way of defeating Dormammu, because obviously I think
does help it.
I think that was the best way for him to defeat Dormammu, because he can't fight that. He's a new sorcerer, and yeah, he might be book smart and read everything, but that doesn't mean practice he's had.
Right.
So, yeah. Oh boy. Okay. So, post credit scene. What happens is Doctor Strange in the mid credit scene, I should say. Doctor Strange meets Thor in New York. Thor is searching for his father Odin, and Strange agrees to help him. Strange is concerned of Loki. Now the post credit scene is Mordo confronts Jonathan Pangborn, a former sorcerer, and strips him of his magical energy, declaring that there are too many sorcerers and that the world is out of balance. So the purpose of these is to set up Thor Ragnarok and reveal Mordo's turning to an antagonist, so to speak. How important is this to the MCU for you?
I don't think it's too important, to be honest with you, for 2 reasons. The Thor Ragnarok thing only comes up later as a scene in Ragnarok that you almost didn't need this and you still would understand what's going on.
Oh.
And that, and the other thing, the Carl thing doesn't go anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
Sure.
You know, the best we ever see of that again is in Doctor Strange 2, and it's literally just them having an argument and fighting.
And it's another dimension of him. It's not even the main timeline.
It's still just as whiny. Same guy.
Like,
yeah.
I put on here not really for importance, and I gave a hype level of 50% because I do like that it showed that he's going to be doing business at least with the other Avengers, so that made me excited for that part.
I think 50% is a great way to put it there.
Yeah, but the Mortal thing is definitely one that I'm like,
it's a mute point, really.
It's a great setup and has no follow through.
None.
That's why in the retrospective, it's not really that hype. So I gave it a 5 out of 10. I split it right in half.
5 out of 10.
Yeah.
Perfect. Yep.
Okay. All right. So we did get through this a little quick.
Yeah. It's okay because it's so mid.
It is.
It's very mid. I think it's the best way to describe it.
Mm-hmm.
We have a couple things to talk about here in some of this here. So.
All right. So casting and performances. What is your best performance, you would say?
Oh, God. Oh, Rachel McAdams.
Ooh, okay.
Yep.
Okay.
She's the only one in this that sold it where I didn't have to work at being a part of what they're doing.
Yeah. Okay. So I do like Rachel McAdams. I think that was a great choice. I put Benedict Cumberbatch because I liked his casting for it, and I think he had a complete arc in it, and I think he was believable for me personally.
Mr. Cumbersome. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, so most surprising performance.
I'm gonna give that one to I gotta give it to somebody, don't I?
So
I don't know, Sam. Like I was not impressed with anybody in this, to be honest with you. Nobody really stood out more than she did at this moment. I might also give that to her because I don't expect that much of a side character, especially when it comes down to the love interests of these people, whether it's male or female or not. Usually don't end up being that important to me, but I think it is in this for this story, in this one at least. So, and unfortunately, I'm just some of my issues with everybody else. I guess if I had to pick one different than her, I'm going to say Wong is a surprising performance because he's funny, he's there, and I want to see more of him. And they come through with spades when it comes down to getting more Wong. So, which is one of the smarter things the MCU has done. Yeah. So I'll give it to Wong just to be different.
Okay. I did have it as a tie between Wong and Rachel McAdams. I like them both. I how do I say this? I think Christine is an important character for Steven's development and growth, but I actually don't see her as important moving forward after this origin.
I find her way more important than Natalie Portman in Thor. I relate with her more. I like her more. I think she has more charisma. I think she's a better actress in this style.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. The moving forward, sure, but if you're going to have someone in his storyline that is another person that that love interest, I think she's played this real well.
Yeah, and I'll clarify that I won't say no to putting her in future installments.
You just don't see it's unnecessary. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I got you.
It's not like a Pepper to Tony.
I would almost say that's probably what they. I would almost say the lack of her in the future is problematic for him, and how much I like this character or not. So, but I guess we'll just let's get to the hot take for that.
All right, weakest performance. I kind of had a tie, but
weakest performance is Tilda Swinton. It's just weird. She's just weird. Just be weird. We're good. Just be weird. Say these lines in this cool, philosophical, weird way, and you're good. You got it. Weird. That's it. That's all I get from her. That's all I get from her in almost anything she does. I do not share your enthusiasm for her.
Okay, so, that's fine. That's fine. Right. So I have my two weakest performances are Mads and Chiwetel. Mads is a great actor. He was just underwritten. So that's the only reason I will give it to him. Other than that, he did the part that he was supposed to play.
Yep.
Where Chiwetel was, I see the pieces there. I don't see the performance there.
All right.
So it's kind of like they're both on par with me, just in two different ways.
And I see it the opposite. I see it underwritten, and he tried the best he could with what he had. Which is interesting, but it's funny. I mean, it works out. It's the same. Still works out the same way, but I definitely see it the opposite way.
Yeah. Well, I don't think the Mads' performance exactly is the weakest. I just think that he was underwritten, so therefore he was Modo. Okay.
Yeah,
Mordo, whatever. Yeah, him.
Yeah. No, Mads, I agree with you 100% on that.
Yeah,
the only difference between him and Pouty Face is Pouty Face. And that he's actually doing something in this. At least he's in the mix. Pouty Face wasn't. Or he wasn't always, and like I just didn't care. At least this guy was like, well, at least this guy's getting his hands dirty. He feels a little more of a I get shit done kind of guy than Pouty Face did. For me. So that's a big difference there.
All right. Casting wins or misses for you? I have 3 casting wins.
I have to tell you, this might be one of the only MCU movies where I think ultimately it worked out for casting. But I don't know if I would have cast everybody that they cast. So I think Doctor Strange is miscast. I don't care that it looks like him. It's never been important to me. And it shouldn't either to anyone. I get you want them to look a certain way, but I do think that the problem is I am going to be honest with you. Doctor Strange is one of my least favorite MCU characters. And a lot of it is because of the portrayal of him in the movies. But I don't also know a lot about him in the comics either. So, but what I've gotten to know in the movies, I'm not a big fan of him. And sometimes I don't like that he's involved in stuff, but I'm able to accept it, and it's okay, and it works for the most part. But I do feel like it's miscast. And I feel bad because I think Cumbersome there's not a bad guy. And I think he's made some good stuff. I just don't know if this was one of them that I would have given to him.
Okay.
I'll tell you who I would have cast for Doctor Strange in the hot take. Or actually, I'll tell you now. because the hot take is different. I think that we missed out on what Joaquin Phoenix could have done.
I heard that he was in for the running of it.
I do think he's too pretentious of an actor to get involved in these kinds of movies. And it's too bad because I think we would have had a better performance. I think we'd have had a different kind of movie. We'd have had a different kind of Doctor Strange. We'd have seen a fuller, fleshed out character, something that was definitely more earned and more interesting to see in the future. I do personally feel that way about that. And it's kind of a hot take, but I think it's also a missed opportunity and miscast. So,
okay. So I put for my casting wins is Benedict Cumberbatch, Rachel McAdams, and just to throw it out there, Tilda Swinton. Because I don't mind her, but I really threw that out there as a casting win just for any naysayers to be like, "Oh, she was bad, whitewashed." Be like, "Shut up, she's fine." She didn't. That didn't factor into my deciding.
It didn't factor into mine either.
Yeah,
but I still think she wasn't good. But it had nothing to do with that part of it at all.
Yeah.
I think that's why I tried to make that clear earlier, because I don't want people to think I'm jumping on that same wagon, because that's not what's wrong to me. What's wrong to me is she was given the Johnny Depp treatment, which is like, just come be what you always be in these parameters and work.
That's actually
what we
a good
got,
point.
you know? Because is Johnny Depp a great actor? Yes. If you sit 6 people down on the couch and say, what movies do you think Johnny Depp acts in the best? Almost all 6 of them are going to pick all characters that he came up with on his own, on the spot. When I have 3 off the top of my head where they actually told him how you needed to be, and he was able to do it, and he did good. I think he's a great actor. I do. I think she can be a great actress, but I think they're just giving way too much room when they have this whatever works thing works. And do I think Johnny Depp's best work is, the normal, you know what I mean? Like the usual suspect kind of lineup that he has? No. His best work is Public Enemies, Secret Window, freaking what's the one, Black Mass. Like the things where you need to play a real person with real things, real stuff, real emotions, real stakes. You're not just putting on makeup and pretending you're drunk and jumping around, because it's 99% of what the others all are. And that's Tilda Swinton. 99% of her roles are what's weird and do it. And that's what she does. And she does good at it. But I see through it because it's not, I don't think it's authentic. That's how I feel. That's why I feel that way about it. So,
Okay. How about Johnny Depp and The Tourist with Angelina Jolie?
Yeah, no. I don't think they realized they were even making a movie half the time they made that movie. That movie's so bad. You gotta admit that's not one of her better. Like, obviously, right? Like, I know you like her, but that can't be one of your favorites.
No, there's
that's a bad movie. Like,
I won't say it's a bad movie.
Oh,
I'd be cursed. But it's Angelina Jolie. But
yeah, it's not
my favorite of hers.
It's not good to me. No.
It's not my favorite of hers. No.
Ugh, yuck. I'm trying to think of what of hers I like.
See, that came out the same year as Salt did, and I love Salt.
Yeah.
Ooh. That is her.
Should have made Pepper with Queen Latifah. Latifah or whatever her name is. I don't. Angelina Jolie. What do I like her in? I'll get back to you on that.
Okay. Eternals. I'm just kidding.
I mean, maybe.
Tomb Raider. I mean, that's because she literally is the embodiment.
She really
of that
is
character.
Lara Croft, right?
Yeah.
Like,
so
that's probably, if I had to pick anything that she really accomplished for me personally, it'd be that.
There you go.
I don't know what else I'd like her in, though. It's the problem I have with her. I get why you like her. I do.
That's okay.
She's not the only one. There's several actresses you like that I'm not a fan. But she's definitely top of the list.
Yeah. All right. So, let's see. Missed opportunities or wasted potential. Do you have anything for the cast, characters, or the stories?
No, I think it's kind of part of what I just got done talking about. I think wasted potential would have been. I would have loved to see what Joaquin would have done with that role.
Yeah. So I wrote down 2 things in particular. One, Dormammu. I wish we saw more of the Dark Dimension.
Okay.
We see it. we see a glimpse of it when she's giving him that like open your eyes type thing and open your mind.
Yeah.
And then we see it's good. Then we see it's bleeding through into our dimension and things like that. And then he goes to him, but it really just looks like outer space and neon lights.
It's a weird looking place, right?
And
like,
I kind of, especially now after the post-credits scene of Doctor Strange, I want to know, what does this dark dimension actually look like if you went there and lived there, quote, you know, because Clea looked pretty normal, but we'll get there when we get there for that movie.
It's like a bunch of random little planets that you can jump to.
Yeah.
And they're just there. And
yeah.
What's he doing all
funny?
day? He's just floating around all these planets all day, just being, I'm a bad guy, bad things.
It
like,
reminds...
You wonder what these bad guys do, right? Does he watch TV? What's he doing? You know what I mean? I want to see his chair. I want to see his lounging area.
He's watching I Love Lucy.
Like, is he just relaxing? Like, is he just in the back having a smoke?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, or is he just always mingling around these floating planets being mean?
Yeah.
Like, it's like, what's going on? Like, at least Thanos looks like he kicks back and watches Home Improvement every once in a while. You know what I mean? Like some of these bad guys look like they actually do something with their life other than being bad. But
so I'll say this now because I think I might remember it when we watch this other movie, but it's not going to be my hot take for that movie. The Dark Dimension, I feel like they took that, they got rid of the darkness and added lights, and that became the quantum realm. That's how
it does look so similar.
It looks too similar to each other. One's just a little lighter than the other, and maybe a little more of a pastel-y color type thing than this neon light dark place.
Interesting. Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know. That's just the feeling I get when I looked at it and I see how Doctor Strange is walking on it, and I'm like, you're walking on kind of like how Janet and Hank and Hope were walking on that. I'm like, it's kind of like the same place, just different. I don't know. That's just me. Yikes! It's
you
like
want to know what looks silly in this, like really silly in this, that I have a hard time with, is whenever they're running. A lot of the running stuff looks goofy, but when they're running and trying to use the sling ring at the same time, looks really goofy. Like this, and they're running at the same time. I'm like, it looks real silly. You know what I mean? Like there's some silliness to this that I wish they would have actually played into a little more. But yeah. Anyways,
yeah. All right. So I put Dormammu in the Dark Dimension thing, but I put Caecilius there. I think that's the only time I'm going to pronounce his name right. Mr. Calculus. I would like to know a little more of his story to make me like him.
Yeah. It would be nice to know why Calcium's the way he is.
If we had like just one scene of him like training and then he stumbles upon the book and he is tempted by it type thing, or he gets the same vision that Doctor Strange had type thing, but he's intrigued by it more instead of feared by it. That would make me at least understand him more or like him more. So yeah, those are the two I
can go with that. I like that. Yeah.
All right. So direction and production, directing style for you.
Yeah, I'm going to give you just an overall here. Music obviously is still good. I like the music in this movie. The CGI is good. Unfortunately, it's just repetitive, and it's this kaleidoscope thing, I think, was a great gimmick in thought, but then now that we've seen it, it's almost annoying. The action in this, I do like. I think some of the moves are silly. I think there's some over-exaggeration. I think when they do certain things, there's too much of like one move and too much going on around them. Like I said, sometimes I feel like we're seeing a lot, but there's no substance. You know what I'm saying? So we're seeing a lot happening when there's really not anything happening. I do love the portals, though. I think they're really cool. And then CGI, I think it holds up. It looks good. I mean, it does look good. It's just I just don't know how much I care for it is all. The cinematography, it's not very creative outside of those scenes, though. I'll say that. And the director, I mean, I can't remember who directed this.
Scott Derrickson.
Yeah, I mean, it's cool. Good job. You made a movie that doesn't suck. Mm-hmm. So congratulations. But Scott needs to write us a letter and explain to us how magic works, because I still don't get it.
Yep.
Do you?
So everything on here, I'm going to say, is kind of similar to you. It's everything I just listed. Good. CGI quality, I put as okay. It's good.
It's got weird moments, right?
It does. The first standout moment I noticed of the CGI that made me question it was in the very beginning opening. After the Ancient One is doing her thing, as she's jumping down and everything's going back to normal, I immediately thought, that looks like a PS2 game.
Yeah, that looks weird, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's the only time that really stuck out to me. And then I could tell they put a lot more of their focus on like their astral projections and some of the kaleidoscope stuff. And it's good. I'm glad they did, because they don't want to make those look too corny. But that was the one that really stuck out to me. It's like, ooh, they could have landed that a little bit better.
Yeah, their astral projection stuff reminds me of Casper the Friendly Ghost for some reason. Not that it's a bad thing, but it definitely, like, it's the first thing I think of for some reason. But
yeah,
it's how they move. You remember that old movie, the one that had Bill Pullman in it? It just felt that way for some reason.
Yeah. Music wise, I put very good.
Yeah.
There actually, I noticed this in my second watch through. If you listen to that last end battle, when they're fighting or everything's rewinding, you hear this harmonizing in the background of like all these female voices underneath the music, and I think it really like has a nice touch to it.
Yeah, there's some good choices in the music.
Yeah,
in this
so
record.
I thought that was noteworthy.
Well, they've definitely learned that music counts. Let's not be sloppy.
Yeah.
So it might not be the best. It might not be like, I'm not going to download the soundtrack to this.
Yeah.
But at least it fits the film real well, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. All right, so why don't you get to your hot take?
So here's my hot take. This movie is the actual 100% pure definition of mid. And it works now because you need this character in order to get what we got coming later, right? My hottest take of this, though, is this should have been Marvel's one and done only. In fact, I actually think you could have done better with Doctor Strange if he was introduced in someone else's movie. Although, where they fail for me in this movie is you need one movie, like an actual movie to itself. Where would they explain magic? And they still don't explain magic. I don't think that this character after this movie serves to have any other sequels. I don't think it should. And when we get to the one, we'll see why. I think that supports this reason. But I also think that this movie should have focused more on not the character arc of Doctor Strange and how weird this one is here, the other one. Like maybe dial some of that back and really be clear to us what this magic stuff is. Because I get kind of what they're doing in this movie. But beyond this movie, now it's like how they use it and where it's implemented is where the question comes, right? And we still don't understand it. We're still at a loss. You know what I mean? And I blame that on Feige and them for not, they're not being, I don't know if it's not being prepared or they just think we're just going to go along with it. Because I worry it's always going to be that magical thing that they can use out of nowhere that just solves the problem. And I kind of want that to be that way, And this movie, it's just a perfect example of this is as mid as you can get in the middle of how good things are. And I blame the Russos because you're talking at this point now, we've got at least 2 MCU movies that are downright amazing, And what's the movie before this one? Civil War. Wow. Good luck. Right? And you feel it. I feel that. I feel that carryover. The Civil War overshadowed this movie for sure. And then the next movie overshadowed this movie for sure. Unfortunately. It's perfect mid. I think it's better than Thor the Dark World. I think it's on par with Captain America, the First Avenger. I think it's better than some of I think it's way better than the Hulk. I think it's better than Iron Man 2. Really.
Mm-hmm.
But it doesn't serve for a sequel. And truthfully, his character, I don't think deserves its own movie, except it should have been more focused on magic. Because magic needs a whole movie.
Mm-hmm.
And they just didn't utilize that well. That's my hot take. We should have never got Doctor Strange 2. That should have been Wanda in the Multiverse of Madness, not Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness. He could have still been in the movie and done what he did in the movie. It still would have been a bad movie at that point, but like, it shouldn't have been his movie. You know, I think that his story is good enough to end here, and then he just be what he's best at, which is showing up in other people's movies. You know,
I noticed the pattern of when these type of movies come out. Just like how we talked about with Ant-Man, what kind of saved it was in between an Avengers and a Civil War movie. What saved this movie is between Civil War and Thor Ragnarok, which that was a swing too. Oh, I'm sorry, not Thor Ragnarok. What's after this? Guardians of the Galaxy, which that was already guaranteed, like, because of how great.
Which I know a lot of people don't care for, but you're going to find out next week what I think of it. So,
yeah, I agree with your hot take. So this is what I wrote for my hot take.
I just think I just think Ant-Man has more potential for a sequel than Doctor Strange does.
I think this has potential to be its own trilogy. I just don't think they execute it well.
They dropped the ball on magic still.
Is that
where you're at with it too?
Yes.
Okay.
Because I like Doctor Strange as a character. And like I said in this movie already, he had a complete character arc, and I want to see that progress forward in the sequel. I think that would have been cool. The problem is, and it's going to lead me to my hot take here.
Okay, go for it.
The Doctor Strange films, or this film, or all of them really, there's only two, are one of the most free-for-all and thus frustrating aspects of the MCU. Continuity is vague.
That's a great way to put it.
And explanations of magic concepts differ and at times contradict each other.
Yeah.
And it starts with this movie. You should, like you said, establish a firm foundation of, all right, the Ancient One explained to us already how they do, what magic is. It's pulling energy from other dimensions that they channel and use, and that creates magic. I get it. We got that concept down. Now we know what magic is. Now I want to see that whole training montage, him doing actual spells, and how does that look in the MCU? What can he read versus what he can't read? Doing the difference between she is a sorcerer supreme, but we are all sorcerers, which means we do this, this, and this. Oh, that's different than the warlock, or that's different than the witch. No, we are sorcerers. That's the stuff they did not know how to differentiate. And for some reason, they expected us to just know that when we got to WandaVision and then Doctor Strange 2. We don't know. Therefore, when we're watching this, we don't know what to follow. And that makes it so, that's why I put on here, most free for all, and thus it's the most frustrating of the MCU, because we are very logical people. And when, just in general, people in general, not just you and I, but in general, when you watch a movie,
we can figure it out. Yeah.
Exactly. We want to understand what's going on. And you don't have to spoon feed it to us like we're babies, but all you have to do is one or two lines in introducing concepts or doing one. This is a perfect movie to do a montage to explain this is how he learns these magic abilities. And then we don't have to watch that again to know when he does a magic thing. Oh, we know how he learned how to do that. And the most that we got was him doing that apple with the time stone. And even that wasn't explained how he did it. He just picked it up and just started doing it after he looked at a book for a moment. That's not enough. That doesn't help us as the audience know this is actually something that we need to pay attention to.
Right.
Or understand at least, so we can enjoy the movie a little bit better.
Yep.
So I put on here the book about time spells, which also what did I write here? Was also dictates how the use of time stones somehow allows ripples between dimensions and mentions it, in particular the dark dimension. Why didn't calculus there steal the Eye of Agamotto in the beginning if he stole those same pages that he used?
Right.
That doesn't make any sense. There's a little hole right there in your whole plot.
Mhm.
He knows of the time stone because of that book and those pages. That's how he knew about it. And
That's
then
right.
how did the use of the time stone, the way they did it and how they showed it for both him and his enemies to break free of that rewind, not create branches and paradoxes?
Yeah.
If it was supposed to happen this way, and then you do that weird thing, and all of a sudden you're now fighting, is that supposed to be what was supposed to happen, or did you? That's the whole weird thing about this, the time thing, and it might just be me. And guys, please comment down below if you're watching us on YouTube or you're listening to us on audio. Go onto the YouTube thing and comment on below to explain to me how do they use magic in the MCU, and why did that not, this whole fight
I
scene
have a
we're seeing?
grasp on the time thing. I think
Okay.
I do.
All right.
It's the magic I have trouble with.
Explain to me the time thing just so I
in-
understand it.
In this, and I might be wrong. This is just how I've been taking it.
Mhm.
Okay, so I think that you use the time thing on something specific.
Mhm.
It's not everything. Does that make sense?
Mhm.
Why I say that is because I think everything that you see the time stone used in has always been a specific thing. Like when he did it to the apple, he's not doing it to everything. It's just the apple, right? When Thanos does it to Vision in the time in the head in the Mind Stone, it's just everybody else doesn't get back up and where they were. It's just that, right? So when he's doing it to this event, it's just this event that he's doing it to. It's not the rest of the world. So I think the branches only change when you incorporate everything. Does that make sense? Because he's only changing that one thing. It's like me doing this and then going like this and setting that back up like it didn't happen. Doesn't change anything that's happened in this timeline. It just changed the hammer itself.
In other words, from my understanding, because I'm trying to think about it when it came to the Loki thing and all that, Loki was supposed to be captured and go to Asgard, but because he is out there free, see if I explain
But
this right.
That's not the time stone problem though.
No, it's not. But
That's just an MCU continuity thing.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, because I just had it a moment ago in my head, and that's why this gets a little confusing, guys.
It gets tough, right?
Yeah, so I get it for this end
The actual
battle.
time stone itself makes sense to me.
Yeah.
You can't just use it for everything. It's on something.
Yep.
Right?
Yes, that's right, because they didn't use the time stone when they did the Loki thing. They just went back in time to grab something, and
They
in
used
doing
time
so,
travel.
they accidentally altered. Yeah, they went back to grab the stone, but in the chaos of what happened, it altered what the plan was supposed to be. So that created
Which has
the branch.
nothing to do with the time stone.
No, it doesn't.
It's them time traveling altered things, everything.
If they did exactly what Bruce explained to the Ancient One in Endgame, where they returned back to that same moment and just hand it back to them, there's no time branches that ever gets created. That's what they're explaining on the rooftop there. Okay, so that makes more sense to me now. That this wouldn't create that.
Right.
So my apologies on that. It gets
No, I get it, because I used to always have the same trouble with it. But then I realized, okay, the time stone works on things, on moments, not as a whole. Which I'm glad, because it would be just if it did just work, like, oh, that didn't work, so just reverse everything.
Yeah.
Like, to me, that would be a cop out.
Yeah.
Like with this you actually have to be strategic on how you use it.
Mhm.
Or you could use it wrong, or it wouldn't help you. Right. So that's at least how I feel about the time. Like right now he's using it specifically on this moment, on him and Dormammu. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. Well, one little side note, I appreciate that Dormammu is not just a flying head, because it looks like he is, but then when you see him hit him, he has a body.
You don't really see much of it, but he looks like a big speaker.
He does, actually.
Like if you watch this with no sound on, he's like, wait till he comes back on. Okay, they're reversing, and then here he is again. and blah,
Yeah,
blah,
which
blah,
is a
blah.
cool scene. But yeah, see
Oh, this
how
is
that,
awesome. I love all this
that
stuff.
place looks really
Oh,
cool.
it looks. I'd like to hang out there.
Mm-hmm.
It does look like the quantum realm.
Yeah, just if you lighten it up
Even
a little
the
bit, put the
amoebas.
sun in there.
Oh, I see the body now.
Yep.
Yeah, look at it. His face is like.
It's just, yeah.
Like he's just a speaker, like someone driving by with a radio on too loud.
And funny enough, it's Benedict Cumberbatch that voices Dormammu.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah,
Benedict does
which
that
makes
a lot.
sense because he did Smog and stuff, and he could do that voice. So
Yeah.
I totally get it. Anyways, to move on from there, all right, best scene in the movie for you.
The Astro fight. Yep. I like this here, but I like the Astro fight more.
Yep. Okay. Least best scene. I agree with you. Least best scene.
Probably.
It was hard for me to pick just a bad
Because there's nothing that's
scene.
awful, right?
Yeah.
There's nothing awful that goes on. But I guess the least best scene is. I don't care for his interaction with the Ancient One when they're outside Astro Projector as she's dying. Not a fan of that scene. No, I like that there's things that's happening there that I like there's complexity to her. It just didn't it tried to have the feels and it failed for me. It just didn't have it.
All right.
Yeah.
I get you. I can't, for the least best scene for me, I have a hard time really picking one there because it was just, I don't know. There was nothing that stuck out to me that said, this is horrible. Why do we have this? You know?
Yeah, I was just trying to, if I had to pick something.
Yeah.
I try to make myself pick one, even when there isn't a many. Like we just did Titanic, and how do you pick one in Titanic? So it's like, I think that you need to force yourself to find, if you had to pick out of all the good, which one would be the least. That's why I said that one, I guess.
Yeah. Okay. I'll think about that a little harder for future ones, but I don't have anyone at the top of my head. Best villain moment for you.
Yeah, the beginning, his introduction.
Yep. Mine too, the decap and all that.
Yeah.
Yep. That's exactly what I wrote down. Most punchable face.
So, I wanted to punch Carl at least 3 different times in this movie. He just is really whiny. He just bugs me. So I'm going to give it to Carl.
Okay. I had a hard time with that one too. Part of me wanted, I agree with you in the Carl thing. Part of me wanted to. Wong, until the end of the movie,
You were thinking about it?
I was thinking about it. Yeah, for being that typical strict librarian thing. I'm like, oh, come on. We had enough of you. And I wrote down the doctors that enabled him. Every one of them. Don't enable him.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. Yeah.
Like, I think this will work. It's costly and experimental, but it may work. He's like, that's all I need to be like, no.
Yeah, stop. Don't. Just tell him no.
Tell him
Yeah.
no. Tell him to go deal with it. Anyways, one prop you take home.
I mean, the sling ring is cool. But I kind of like the Eye of Agamotto.
Mm-hmm.
I think that'd be sick.
That's cool. That's good. I picked the piece of paper that had his signatures on it.
Oh, nice. Okay. I like that.
Yeah. I thought that's something that's unique for the first movie, and he's learning and all that stuff. Because I almost wrote the watch, and I thought, I hate that watch. I don't want that watch.
Yeah, no, I hate that watch
tell.
too. It's an awful watch.
Yikes.
It's not your favorite thing, Sammy?
Oh my
Yeah,
God.
I don't like the watch either.
So, no, I'm not a fan of the watch. All right. What's next here? Okay. Most underrated moment.
I don't have one.
My underrated and overrated are the same thing. Which, that's kind of contradictory,
That's weird.
isn't it?
Yeah, what is it?
Yeah. All right.
I might agree with you because I struggle with both these.
It's the Ancient One revealing that she draws power from the dark dimension.
Gotcha. I know where you're going with this. Yep.
All right. So it's underrated because that is that was kind of like a surprise in the movie a little bit. That why she's living that long is she's the same thing she's warning them about how bad the dark dimension is. She's actually drawing power from it, so it's kind of underrated in that regard. It shows what very powerful magic can do if you utilize it correctly.
Gotcha.
It's also overrated because who the heck cares?
Gotcha.
I know the mortal, like he's whining about what if it overtook her? She's been living for how long and it hasn't overtaken her yet?
Her over it.
Like,
that's one of the times
take
I want
a
to
chill.
Just punch him in the face.
Yeah.
You need to calm down. It's like you got to. Clearly, she's okay.
Yeah.
It's like she's, she's not like she's Gollum. It's not like she's I'm precious. It's like, then I'd be like, yeah, there's a problem.
Yeah, get away from her.
I mean, I guess the first question would be, does she always look like she looks like right now? He'd be like, yes, but she's fine.
Yeah.
Because if you're telling me a couple of years ago she had a bunch of hair, then maybe she's changed.
Exactly. Yeah. No. So that's why I put us both overrated and underrated.
Yeah,
so,
I dig. I like it. I would subscribe to that.
I feel like it fits her as a character being so complex that we.
Yeah.
So
you give her a hell of a lot more credit than I do.
I do. I really do. All right. So what's yours over and underrated?
I'm going to stick with yours because I didn't fill those out yet. I didn't in my head. It's been tough because, like I said, I don't feel like there's anything in this movie that makes me want to turn it off, and I don't think there's anything in this movie that gets me too excited either.
Yeah.
So it's tough, So, but that point you make, I think, is a very good. I can go with that.
Okay. All right. Funniest moment for you.
I do like when he hands him the piece of paper and he says, "What is this, my mantra?" And he goes, "Nope, that's the Wi-Fi password. We're not savages."
I thought about that. That's a good one. That's funny.
I did laugh out loud. I'm like, that's a funny joke.
Mm-hmm.
I like that one.
I had two. One of them was the Beyonce references. I thought that was cool. Well, you want one name like Cher or Beyonce. You've heard of Beyonce, right? And then he's listing the single ladies.
Yeah.
Thought that's pretty funny. The second thing is, and this was kind of impromptu in the filming. It wasn't part of the script, but it happened, and how she reacted was perfect. When the mop fell.
Oh, okay.
So that wasn't supposed to happen, but they were filming her, and then she did this weird when the mop hit the ground because she was scared. I love all those jump scares that featured her in it. It was believable, and they're funny.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. All right. Most emotional moment for you.
So yeah, I'm gonna go the opposite. Usually it's sad. This is a little sad, but usually it's super sad moments. But I like the moment when he's sitting in his apartment and it's raining outside and him and her, and he's real nasty to her. I mean, I don't like it that he's nasty to her, but it's the best acting from him in it. And it's why I gave her best acting in it, because the reaction back is the sadder part. But I think that scene has the most emotion in it to me that I could connect with, if that makes sense.
I can see that. I should have put that as my most emotional moment.
Because we usually don't do something that early.
Yeah,
it's usually not something that's more of an anger thing than anything else. But it really, I wish the rest of the movie had that kind of heaviness. I may have taken it a little differently,
Yeah. No, I get it. I like that scene. That's actually a really good pick, honestly. Compared to mine, I put mine as the Ancient One and Strange in the astral projection as she's dying.
Yeah,
because
I know they tried for me and it just didn't.
Yeah,
it's because of her. Because I just don't feel like about her like you do. Yeah,
I get it. Yeah. I liked her end sentence where these are 1,000 moments I'm trying to capture just so I could see that bolt of lightning. And I thought, that's really sweet this is the view she wants to have when she's dying.
Yeah.
So,
because she likes to be weird.
like she couldn't see lightning at any time.
Yeah, you could have do this anytime.
In her thousands of years she's been alive.
Right.
Yeah.
It's out of nowhere is what you're thinking of right now. Like, no. Still not worried about the world ending. By the way.
Yes. Yeah.
Just about that bolt of lightning that she's seen 1,000 million times already. You know it. Anyway.
All right. Final scores, y'all. So, out of 2, what's the story for you?
I give it a 1.
Okay. I did the same thing. Characters.
I give it a 1.
Yep. I gave it a 1. Action and visuals.
I give it a 1.
Okay. I gave that a 2 at least. Yep. Emotions and stakes.
I give it a 1.
I gave it a 1 as well. Rewatchability and MCU impact.
I give it a 1.
I give it a 1. We're the same thing, except for that one I went up a little bit more.
You see a trend with me during all these scores.
Yeah.
At this one, at least.
Your final score, sir.
So I'm going to say, if you throw the poster up, there we are. It's Doctor Strange, blah, blah, blah. Just so you know, this is middle ground as you get. I think this movie lands at a perfect 5 on the chart.
Okay.
Because it's not bad, but it certainly isn't that good either. But it's just right dead smack in the middle, right where it belongs. And I think they earned that middle part.
Okay.
On both ends.
I had given it a 6, which to me and some of my scoring, it's a little low for me, but it's not the lowest. So the official Goodell Multiverse score will be a 5.5 out of 10.
I see it. I see it on the poster. I think it works.
Yep. All right. Your 1 sentence final review.
If you like Doctor Strange, this is your movie. You should watch it. You'll like him as Doctor Strange. I get it. If you like Doctor Strange, that's what's it. And just to add to that, somebody put in the comments, explain magic to me, please. Please. These guys did a whole movie of it. I'm still kind of like, oh, I understand the time stone more than I do magic yet. And it's kind of weird, right? So yeah, that's all I got.
Yeah. I put, if you don't rewatch this movie multiple times in a row, you can enjoy it for what it is. Because I found
it's a great way to say it.
It might just be me because maybe I overwatched this, to be honest, 5 times. Usually I watch them 3 times at least before review, but I just kept putting it on every night because I'm like, why not? And I got more confused as each rewatch started.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that's not good.
I'll be honest with you. Even movies, there's a very small list of movies I could watch 5 times in a week. You know, I don't know if you did yourself a service by watching it that many times.
Yeah.
It's tough because we want to find this balance of, we want to give you guys the best retrospective we can. So watching it once isn't fair. And maybe you could say that about me with this one this time, because this week was a wild week. I had to run. I had to go to DC. And I got to tell you, I only had the chance to watch this once. But that was also because I had Titanic in there to throw in. And guys, Titanic's no easy feat to get through.
Oh, yeah.
Especially when you got a packed schedule. But so I wish I watched this more than once and not just once and in pieces. So technically I did see it twice, but the second time was in 3 different settings. But to sit and watch it 5 times might be too much. I'm thinking 2 to 3, I think, is fair to our retrospective audience. I'd say 2 for sure. 3 is if you really need to, because it's a lot of time. This is a lot of time to watch these movies.
Yeah.
But there's not many that I could watch 5 times in a week. It's a very small list of movies that I could tolerate. So I give you a lot of credit for being able to, by the time you got through the 5th one, you had to be kind of like, I don't know if I like this damn movie, because I don't know if I would like it that much. I could go the rest of my life and not see this movie again.
Oh, right now I could go over 2 years at least and not need to watch this movie.
Yeah, I could not see it again.
But I will say it was better watching this 5 times than watching The Incredible Hulk 3 times.
That's crazy, right? That's wild.
Yikes.
Yeah, it says a lot about.
And I like Hulk a little bit more in Doctor Strange, but that movie, man.
That's tough.
All right. Well, thank you guys for staying with us with the Goodell Multiverse podcast, and you've been able to listen through all of our stuff. Thank you for being avid listeners if you are. So we really do greatly appreciate you. Every download you do, like you do, comment that you do, and share that you do really makes us very happy, because this is what we do for fun. So thank you for staying with us. Or if you're new to the podcast, please please subscribe, follow us on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and stream us wherever you stream your podcasts. And we're on YouTube and things like that. So Ike, what is coming up next?
So, guys, keep an eye out for the release of our X-Men 1 special retrospective, which I'm excited for you all to watch. We've been watching tastes of it and getting glimpses, and Sammy's been working real hard on it. And boy, does it look good. And this is our meat and potatoes, guys. So if there's anything that you're going to come into and plug into and share with your friends, it's this X-Men thing. Get on it, because this is why we started the podcast in the first place. And then we're also going to go into a retrospective of Guardians of the Galaxy.
Volume 2.
And now, do we have any branch points for next week?
No, so next week we're doing one more trivia takedown segment. I believe we're doing hot takes.
Yeah, we're going to do
Right.
hot takes, right? Yeah.
Yep. And then after that, we're going to be putting the trivia takedown on pause for a little bit because we got a couple of branch points that we're going to be doing. And guys, once we get into phase 4 onward, we've decided to do our the Disney Plus shows as our branch point breakdown, so we stay in line with our March to Doomsday, so we could be able to get everyone all caught up right until the week before Avengers Doomsday actually comes out if we stick to our schedule. So
yeah, so that's exciting. Yeah, so keep an eye out for all this stuff, guys. I will be doing another Dark Dimension episode that'll be coming out real soon. I know I've put it off now for almost 3 weeks. I apologize to anyone out there that's looking for one. Trust me, I'll give you a little more content this time, and we'll have fun talking. But it has just been a wild couple weeks. My youngest daughter just graduated. On top of it, so then this week I had a bus run to DC. I drive school bus for everybody out there that needs to know. I'm not gonna tell you what school, but I had to go down to Washington DC and stay the night, and it's been a wild couple weeks. So we had a lot of stuff going on, family things going on last week on top of it. So I will get back into doing that, guys. I have some real good plans. Sam and we have great plans. We want to watch one on a projector outside next to the pool, and then. Talk about it. We can tell them it's going to be Tremors, guys, so hold on for that. But yeah, and we have some plans for other ones too. And other than that, if you guys have any other questions too, definitely hit us up at our Gmail. It's Goodell Multiverse at gmail.com. You know what I mean? You can send us any kind of questions there. We'll talk to them about it there. Hit us up on all your fun features, all the fun, Instagrams and face tags and Snapbooks and all that stuff. You know what I'm saying? Let's have a good time with that. And watch us on YouTube. I love watching ours. I often watch ours actually when I'm reviewing ours a lot. I found that there's some podcasts I've had to kind of catch up on that I listen to because I've been listening to ours more just to critique us and how we talk and trying to get better at this. But as we do this, I get more natural. I really don't feel like there's the right or wrong way to do this.
Yeah, no.
That's the best part is we're just talking, having a good time. But
this is just us too. Yeah. So we don't put on the show. We just talk.
Yeah, I cannot wait to get into our retrospective next week of Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2.
Oh, that I can't wait. I'm gonna limit myself to 3 times watching it, not like this one, but I am looking forward to this one.
Yeah, you guys are gonna find out. I'm in a small minority of people that really like this movie, and will have a lot to say. So hopefully Sammy brings a little bit so we can kind of have a good debate. But at the same time, I have a lot to say about the movie. I think it's pretty good. I think it's good. Although, it has been a while since I've seen it. So maybe with my critical eye, and I'm trying to be a little harder on them because I'm trying to make it, once again, guys, we're talking about the cream of the crop when it comes down to Marvel or to comic book movies. So on our scale of 1 to 10, we're still doing a scale of 1 to 10 on movies that we never thought we'd ever get to see. And truthfully, they're all pretty good. As much as I complain about The Incredible Hulk, it's not the worst.
No.
There's awful movies out there, guys. So when our numbers are low, I can't believe you give it a 2. How can you guys say you're fans if you give things 2s and 3s and 5s? You're talking though out of a scale from the best to the best. So it's, so.
Yeah, well, even then, if we are fans, like how hardcore fans we are, and we give it a 2, you need to pay attention to that.
It's critical. There's a reason why we're giving it that, right?
Yes. Yeah, we're not giving it just to be mean. We're giving it because someone really dropped the ball somewhere, and we don't want it to happen again.
That's right.
Anyways, thank you guys for tuning in to us. Please like, subscribe, share with a friend, share with a family member, share with an enemy. Get us out there, guys. And until next time, we'll see you at the movies.
Dormammu.